Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became the Wolf Knight? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1, Prologo. For the characters of the Power Rangers franchise, the name of their Sentai version will be used, but in a cap I will put the clarification of the names. 4 years' life in my world was not very exciting. It was very normal until one day in China a baby was born that emanated very bright light. Since then, humanity developed a power which was called quirk. Due to the beardage of the quirk, a group of people decided to use their power for evil. But thanks to that, the profession that was the dream of any hero child was born. And from that, humanity evolved until 80% possess a quirk which manifests at the age of 4 years. But what about the other 20%? In that percentage are the quirkless. Not having quirks, society decided to label them as useless and marginalize them. Our story begins in some apartments where a 4-year-old hairy boy was on his way to his mother. Okasan. 2. Are you watching the same Izuku video again? Izuku, sa-I. Inko, GG, you've already seen them more than 1,000 times. I think more than half of the views come from you. He said to try to convince his son to stop repeating the video, but the child's eyes wouldn't let him. It's okay, once again and only once. Izuku, yes thank you Okasan, he said enthusiastically while the video of his favorite hero All Might was played. When I have my quirk I will be a great hero like All Might. Unfortunately, luck apparently abandoned the young Midoriya. The next day the Midoriyas went to the quirk doctor to find out that quirk had little Izuku. Doctor, you should give up boy, he said directly and secretly, leaving the two green-haired. Inko, what do you mean, doctor? She asked, worried about her son. From here the doctor explains to Inko that because he was born with an extra joint in his pinky, which thanks to research since the BRTH of the quirks means that he is quirkless, shattering the little boy's dreams in a single moment. The Midoriya, after hearing the news, decided to return home. The older green-haired woman was worried about her son who kept his head down and did not say anything. As soon as they were home, the green-haired man was watching All Might's videos while tears came down his face. Izuku, Oka-san, do you think I can be a hero? He said with tears covering his eyes. Inko, I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry, said the mother hugging her son through tears. The next morning Izuku met with his friend, Katsuki Bakugu, who upon learning that he was quirkless and ends up giving him the nickname Deku, which means useless. That same afternoon, when he returned home, he told his mother that he had had a small argument with his friend, but it was nothing serious. Inko, to try to encourage his son, tells him to take advantage of the days they have on vacation before the return to school and go on an excursion to the countryside together. The next day the Midoriya went to the countryside to spend a few days, which they spent mostly walking around the area. A day in which they walked normally, the little Midoriya found an entrance to a cave. Izuku, Oka, look at a cave, he said excitedly, running inside without worrying. Inko, Izuku honey, wait, be careful. Izuku unfortunately did not listen to his mother's warnings and delved deeper and deeper into the cave to the depths of it. Izuku, Ooka-san? Where are you? Asked the little boy, trembling, with small tears coming from his face. The little boy was confused until he saw a small light that reflected in his eyes. Izuku, huh? Confused, he decides to go to where the breeze was coming and saw that it was some small gaps in light that were reflected in a book with a strange symbol on the cover. Izuku, what a weird book, what will it have? I ask curiously, opening the book, but as I do so an earthquake occurs, causing Izuku to close his eyes with fear and feeling like he was falling until he felt that he was on the ground again. Izuku, what a weird book, what will it have? I ask curiously, opening the book, but when I do so an earthquake occurs, making Izuku close his eyes from fear and feeling like he was falling until he felt that he was back on the ground. When he opened his eyes, he was in a kind of strange room with a hole in the floor and a piece in front of it. Where am I? Apparently you were the one who found the book. 2. Found the book. The little boy was scared at first when shielding 2 unknown voices, but when he turned around he saw 2 girls. But even knowing partly where the voices came from, he is still scared. Izuku, who are you? He said, a little trembling. Let us introduce ourselves, she and the others said, bowing to Izuku. I'm Nai. Let us introduce ourselves, she and the others said, bowing to Izuku. I'm Nai. 2. And I'm Maya. Nai. Now, were you the one who found the book? I ask, receiving a settlement from the green-haired, well. Nai. Now, were you the one who found the book? I ask, receiving a settlement from the green-haired, well. Maya. Okay. Nai Maya. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure, he said with a small bow. Nai. Well, welcome to Infurtia, your new Izuku-sama kingdom. Maya. Izuku-sama. Izuku, Kohao? I ask, puzzled by what the girls said. Nai. Vera Izuku-sama, upon finding the Book of Prophecies, has been chosen to rule the kingdom of Infurtia and gain the power of the previous ruler Enma-sama. Izuku, go rule? But, wait a minute, where is Oka-san? I ask, worried. Nai. Excuse me, Izuku-sama, we'll bring her. Maya, we'll bring her. When they said that, Nai and Maya left and went to look for Inko, who was in the cave looking for her son while crying, thinking about what could have happened to her little one. Inko, Izuku? Nai. Excuse me, are you Inko Midoriya? Maya. Inko Midoriya? Inko, yes, I'm Inko Midoriya. Nai Maya. Please Inko-sama join us, Izuku-sama is waiting for you. Upon hearing that, Inko was a little confused as to what they called her, but she didn't have much time to think about it as they quickly took her to the deepest part of the cave where she could see her son looking at a strange book. Inko, Izuku, she said through tears to go hug her son. Izuku, he said just like his mother. Inko, there's my Izuku, are you okay? Izuku, don't worry, Okasan, I'm fine. Inko, okay, thank you, she said, the first to her son and the second to the girls. Nai, there's nothing to be thankful for, Inko-sama, he said, kneeling before Inko. Maya, Inko-sama, imitating Nai. Inko, one thing why do you speak like this and why do you call us, Sama? Nai, Vera Inko-sama, answering your first question, Maya and I were a single being, but in order not to be alone we decided to separate in two. Our true form is Vancuria, Ghost Spy Vancuria, Yajin Mishur Vancuria. He said, surprising Inko and scaring Izuku a little by appearance. Vancuria, Ghost Spy Vancuria, Yajin Mishur Vancuria. He said, surprising Inko and scaring Izuku a little by appearance. Necroli Vancuria. Nai and Maya do not exist in Power Rangers. Vancuria, and answering your second question, thanks to Izuku-sama having discovered and opened the Book of Prophecy, you have become the rightful ruler of Infurtia and the new absolute god. That last one shocked the two green-haired people, and since you are his mother you are also technically a goddess to Infurtia. Inko, wow. Izuku. He was still in shock. Vancuria, please Inko-sama, sit on the throne and I will explain everything to you. The two green-haired men listened and listened to Infurtia's story. And how Enma's stubbornness to conquer the surface cost the lives of all the beasts, beastmen, generals and gods of the kingdom, with Vancuria being the only survivor being hidden from Magitopia, in the lore of the Sentai is like the sky, in case they thought she would be a threat to the surface. Vancuria, and that's it, that's why Infurtia needs a new ruler. Maybe now it's just me, but I know that with the power of Enma-sama in good hands Infurtia can prosper, and that's why I ask, Izuku-sama, he said to get the little boy's attention. Do you accept to be the new ruler of Infurtia? Izuku thought about it for a few seconds until he decided. Izuku, he got up and stood in front of Vancuria. He accepted to be the new ruler of Infurtia, and I promise you that I will achieve peace between Infurtia, Magitopia and the surface, he said, surprising his mother for accepting and taking pride in seeing that he wants to be one to help an entire world. Vancuria, thank you very much Izuku-sama. And here you have the prologue. I hope you like this story because I think it is innovative since I have seen many in which Izuku becomes a ranger. If in the end the names confuse you a lot, I will put at the beginning of each episode the difference of names to make things easier for you. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 2. Capitulo 1 El Resurgir de Infurtia. Necroli Vancuria. Nai and Maya do not exist in Power Rangers. Korag Woolzard. Mimi Imperius. Brankin Morticum. Ifrit Magma. Cyclops Oculus, Toad Hecatoid, Wyvern Gecker, Titan Matumbo, Gorgon Serpentine, Sphinx Atasis, Dagon Sculpin, Drake Megahorn, Sleipnir Black Lance. The rest happened because it's a little too much V. A few minutes after Izuku declared that he would seek peace between the worlds, he decided to find a way to obtain Enma's powers in order to achieve his goal, but he could not read, so he asked his mother to help him. Inko decides to take the book, and with the help of Vancuria they manage to discover how Izuku would get his powers. Inko, okay honey, put yourself in that kind of hole there, he said, making the little boy do the above. Vancuria, okay Izuku-sama, now close your eyes and focus on the energy around you, he said, making the little boy do as he asked. Izuku, when he closes his eyes and relaxes, focuses on the energy around him. The essence and energy of every corner of Infertia felt it enter him. The little boy took a little air, and while he was concentrating, 4 mysterious symbols appeared, forming a strange circle on the ground, and as if Izuku knew the spell he pronounced. Izuku, when he closes his eyes and relaxes, focuses on the energy around him. The essence and energy of every corner of Infertia felt it enter him. The little one took a little air, and while he concentrated, 4 mysterious symbols appeared. Izuku, use Azazare. Izuku, use Azazare. When he said that, a gigantic energy covered the young green-haired man completely. At the end of the game, another symbol appeared, which when it disappeared you can see the little Izuku in a strange armor. It is tailored to him. Vancuria, yes. Separates, Nai Mea. Izuku-sama has obtained the power of Enthemeus, already the new absolute god of Infertia. Inko, hearing that, was shocked to see some sort of purple-armored mini-knight. Inko, Izuku. You're incredible, he said, blushing to his son, but you couldn't tell it by his helmet. Well, now Nai-chan Mea-chan, he said, calling the attention of the aforementioned women. Nai, correct Inko-sama. Mea, Inko-sama. Nai, right now Izuku-sama can do whatever he pleases with that power. Mea, whatever you please. Izuku Woolsard, I'll put it like this: when he has all the armor on? Or just Woolsard a question, he said to get the attention of the vampires, is there a spell to bring the former members of Infertia back to life, not counting Enma of course? As he said that, the vampires were surprised by what the young ruler said. Do you want to bring everyone from Infertia back to life? They looked at each other, since even when they saw the book, there was only one, but it required too much energy and only created chimeras. Inko commented that it would be better for Izuku to learn to read first so that he could study the Book of Prophecies and thus be able to create a spell like the one Izuku wants, which the 3 of them accepted, of course, first learning the spell of transforming, untransforming, and how to transport himself home and to Infertia. Izuku, dashed, this serves to transform and an energy attack. Inko, well, Nai-chan Mea-chan, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to my Izuku to be a hero, she said through tears because of how happy she was to finally see her son be able to fulfill his dream. Nai Mea, there's no Inko-sama, goodbye Inko-sama Izuku-sama. Izuku, goodbye Nai-san, Mei-san. Come on Oka-san, he said for his mother to stand beside him. Use a Ujira. He said to teleport his mother and him to the camp. During the next 2 years, Izuku as a normal child learned to read, but thanks to the power of anime, he increased his abilities, making him learn faster and more accurate, improving his ability to analyze heroes. Basically at 6 he had the talent of the original series when it came to analyzing quirk, but the murmur does not take anyone away, astonishing the teachers because they thought that Izuku had a super intelligence quirk and was not a quirkless as they thought before. In addition to learning all the spells in the Book of Prophecies to see if I could get the spell I was looking for, until Izuku, there is no spell like the one I'm looking for, he said, surrendered, but I promised Vancuria-san that I would find it. Izuku, well, if I can't find it, I believe it, use a Ujira, he said to teleport to Infertia. In Infertia. Izuku, Vancuria-san, he said to call the named one. Vancuria, what does Izuku-sama want? Izuku, Vancuria-san, seeing that the book didn't have a spell like the one I'm looking for, I decided to create my own, he said to shock the queen of the vampires. Vancuria, are you sure you can do that? Izuku, yes, I will use the spell that Mimi used to create the chimera, bring my mother, I want her to see this, I will surely spend a lot of my energy doing it, but for the sake of Infertia I will do it. Vancuria was moved by her ruler to see how he decides to create a spell based on one forbidden for Magitopia's magic. Vancuria, got it, Izuku-sama, he said to go find Inko. Soon Izuku was waiting and decided to mentally prepare himself to perform the necessary spell. A few minutes later, Vancuria returned to Inko, who was curious to see what her son had prepared. Inko, Izuku, honey, are you sure about this? Asked his mother intrigued. Izuku, yes, I am, here we go Yuguro Zangi Uruduza. Spell invented by me. When pronouncing that spell, a gigantic shockwave passed through all of Infertia and the surface, scaring all the humans, thinking that it was the attack of a villain, but seeing that it ended quickly they thought that the villain and was defeated, but what they knew is that in Infertia the shockwave caused all the beasts of Hades, the 10 gods of Infertia, the 10 terrors in Power Rangers, the 2 generals and the Zobils. Izuku, yes, I am, here we go Yuguro Zangi Uruduza. Spell invented by me. When I uttered that spell, a gigantic shockwave passed through all of Infertia and the surface, scaring all the humans, thinking it was the attack. Zobil and Height Zobil. Beasts of the underworld. Troll, Blob, Worm, Cockatrice, Mimic, Fangus, Manticore, Leech, and Spider. The 3 beasts exiled from the underworld. Ogre, Ghoul and Skeleton. Gargoyle, the Guardian. Beastman. Garim the Gremlin, Belgon the Behemoth, Kirikij the Ninja, Belbaraji the Incubis, Gaston the Thief, and Peewee the Harpy. The kings of the underworld. Samurai Shichijuru, Siren Nares, Yeti Z and Kobold Bullrates. Commanders. Victory General Brankin and Dark Priest Mimi. The 10 gods of Infertia. Warrior gods. Ifrit, Cyclops, Toad, Wyvern and Titan. Wise gods. Gorgon, Sphinx and Dagon. Ultimate gods. Ultimate gods. Drake and Sleipnir. When summoning everyone, Izuku almost fainted, but Inko grabbed him and prevented him. Branken, what happened? Mimi, hadn't they destroyed me? Vancuria, Brankenson, people are all here, what a joy. Branken, what happened and what are some humans doing here? Mimi, explain yourself, vampire. So they all dressed them and the gods wondered what had happened to the point of starting to threaten humans. Shouted the leader of the 10 gods. When Dagon caught everyone's attention, Sleipnir and Sphinx approached the duet of green-haired and the vampire. Dagon, Vancuria, explain yourself, he said while pointing his trident at her in a threatening way, scaring her and Inko, but inexplicably not at Izuku, which Sphinx noticed. Sphinx, wait a minute, Dagon, let them explain. Also, the little human doesn't seem intimidated by our presence, and why? That is something that could answer our doubts. He said in a calm but at the same time imposing tone. Sleipnir, Sphinx is right, let them answer, he also said in a tone similar to that of the goddess, causing Dagon to stop pointing his trident at them. Vancuria, thank you very much Sphinx-sama, Sleipnir-sama, you will see after the destruction of Enma execute Sphinx-sama's survival plan to look for a new ruler and good, she said a little nervously as she moved away to Izuku's side. Izuku, I'm delighted I'm Izuku Midoriya, and as Vancuria-san has said, he executed the survival plan waiting for someone to find the Book of Prophecies. Hearing that, the 3 gods were shocked because that meant one thing. Sphinx, that means you were the one who found the book, he said to receive a settlement from the child. That's fine. He said to look at Dagon and Sleipnir, who nodded. Dagon, people of Infertia, greet our new ruler of Infertia, the new absolute god Izuku Midoriya. He said to let everyone know about it, leaving all gods and beasts in shock, which they quickly corrected to kneel before Izuku. Brang, excuse my boldness Izuku-sama, forgive me. Mimi, my sincerest apologies Izuku-sama, I'm sorry I offended you. Izuku, okay? He said, surprising everyone. I understand that seeing a human in Infertia is not normal, besides that they did not know my position. Mimi, one thing, Izuku-sama, he said to get the little boy's attention, how have you brought us back to life? That doubt was on everyone's minds since the last thing they remember were their own deaths. Izuku, Do you remember the spell with which you created the chimera? Well, what I've done is to improve that spell. Unfortunately, that has exhausted most of my energy, he said while he saw how it was difficult for him to stand and breathe a little heavily. Hearing that the priest was in complete shock, in less than 5 minutes he has discovered who the new absolute god is and discovers that he himself has created a spell based on that to bring him back to life without problems. Mimi, awesome Izuku-sama, the power to manipulate life without difficulty and without creating abominations. Izuku, thank you Mimi-san. Dagon, excuse me Izuku-sama, he said, calling the young man's attention. Do you want us to take the surface? Izuku, what? No, no taking the surface, he said, confusing his people. My goal is to bring peace between Infertia, the surface, and Magitopia. That last detail left everyone in shock as she was asking for something that seemed completely impossible. Inko, I hope there are no problems with the heroes. The Infertia ones, heroes? Seeing how the Infertia people did not know that the Inko heroes were, she introduced herself and they decided to worship her also as the mother of their god. She explains the existence of the quirks and about the heroes and villains, which surprised them to see how humans have been able to develop powers. In addition to knowing Izuku's original condition, they decided to train him to be the best hero of all and show why he is the absolute god. They have also discovered a way to attack called energy mode so as not to kill their opponents, since they had to accept that they will not be able to kill the villains. Infertia emerged and will demonstrate her power. Zero comment. Chapter 3, Capítulo 2 Encuentro. It's been 8 years since the Infertia members returned. Now Izuku Midoriya is 14 years old. Our little green-haired man trained with all the members of Infertia in order to be a worthy sovereign. Thanks to all, Izuku has learned different fighting styles, all the spells known to Infertia and Magitopia, thanks to Mimi being the traitor of Mayatopia. In addition, thanks in part to Sphinx, favorite goddess. 3. He learned all kinds of knowledge of physics, chemistry, etc. Thanks to all that knowledge and training, Izuku became a person to respect because they saw that physically and intellectually he was superior. Izuku's personality became a bit colder when he saw the hypocrisy of his high school classmates and teachers, due to his mother's current status and upbringing, to which she became more educated. His relationship with Bakugo is similar to that of the anime. Bakugo thinks that Izuku is a stone but is not as aggressive towards him. Right now we can read Izuku's high school class on a tour of a museum about the heroes. They are right now waiting for the guides. Professor, well guys, the guides who will show us the museum this time will be several professional heroes, he said to receive shouts of euphoria from everyone except Izuku and Katsuki in response. A few seconds later the guides appeared being the water horses. According to what Mandalay said, they died 2 years ago, and since at that time Izuku was 16 they are still alive. 2 of the wild pussycats being Mandalay and Pixie Pop, and finally Erased Head having a dreamy face as always. Waterhorse H, hello everyone, welcome Museum of Heroism, invented name. Now please divide into the groups that were previously assigned to you, he said, so that the students separated into 3 groups, being one of groups made up of 1 person, Izuku, something that Erased confused with which he asked that he be the guide of that young man since that seemed strange to him. The Pussycats with 1 group and the Waterhorse with the other. Waterhorse we're off to a good start, he said to begin the guide. So they began to walk until Izuku and Erased Head. Erased, well boy, he said to get Izuku's attention, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure Erased Head-san. Erased, wow, I'm surprised that anyone recognizes me, he said in his usual tone. Izuku, well, let's say that I know practically all the heroes of Japan, he said with a serious but polite approach. Erased, one thing, because you're the only one in this group, he said, putting quotation marks as he said the last thing. Izuku, for some very childish reasons for people who were supposed to be serious, but summing up, my power appeared 2 years later than normal, and since it is not the big deal, they decide to continue with the ignorance towards me. Erased, curious, besides you said power and not quirk. If you're trying to hide something, I'm not the one to gossip. Izuku, good try. Eraserhead uses reverse psychology to make me confess my power, he said, surprising the adult that he knew the trick. Well, I know your trust, so in simple terms, they believe that my quirk is one that simply increases intelligence because at an early age I gained knowledge that is a little more advanced than I was supposed to have. Eraserhead, I mean you have an intelligence quirk. Izuku, no, he said dryly, right now I'm going to teach you something and you'll understand what I mean by power. He said for Aizawa to notice Izuku's eyes. Duza Zazato, he said so that a beam of energy would come from Izuku's forehead directly to Aizawa's. Eraserhead, what the hell? He said to look around and see how Izuku got his powers and be shocked so that his mind quickly returned to the real world and see how he has not spent a second in the real world. What kind of power do you have, Midoriya? He said, staring into Izuku's eyes. Izuku, long story short, I have the power of the ruler of hell. Eraserhead, interesting. Izuku, don't worry Eraserhead, my dream is to be a hero to save everyone and protect people, but unlike most I wouldn't stand to have to talk 24/7 to journalists. Eraserhead, wow, someone who speaks my language. He said in amazement because he didn't see any sign that the boy was lying. Well, from what I see you decide that part of magical powers secretly, then I respect him. Let's continue with the guide. And so it was they continued with the guide for a while, in addition to continuing to talk to each other and coming to topics related to the quirks, making Izuku take out one of his notebooks and show it to Aizawa, who when he saw it he was shocked to see the content of it. The data about the quirks were impressive. How to improve them, uses, equipment, weaknesses, etc. Izuku, as a sign of good faith and friendship, decided to give him the notebook in case he needed the information. After a while, without warning, the alarm went off indicating that villains were attacking the museum. Both as Eraserhead and Izuku ran away to see what was happening, and what they saw left their eyes wide. There were about 6 villains, including Muscular, one of the most dangerous villains, who were about to kill the water horses, who were very injured, while the PP cats were also wounded but protected the students. Izuku, without thinking twice, got serious, and with his left hand he pointed at Muscular while with his right hand at the rest of the villains. Izuku, Zazato, he said, making Eraserhead look at him and fixate his fingertips. Midoriya's fingertips lit up purple, and at the same time the villains received like small explosions of energy all over their bodies, causing them a lot of pain. Eraserhead, can't. He couldn't finish because they interrupted him. Izuku, Eraserhead, there's no time to argue, less to argue and more to save. He reproached the Eraser hero seriously and went to the center of the room to get the attention of the villains. He said to get the attention of the villains and make us angry on the way. Villain 1, now you'll see brat. He said angrily while activating his quirk, which consists of filling his limbs with fire and throwing himself to hit our protagonist, but quickly the green-haired man disappeared and appeared behind the villain, who tried to attack again, but the young man disappeared again. Where are you, little girl? Izuku, behind you, he said to make the villain turn around, and quickly Izuku touches the villain's body with a finger, Yugoro, causing a small shockwave that causes Villain 1 to crash into a wall, leaving him KO. Villain 2, Emin Brat, he said to use his quirk that consists of one similar to Kamiwood's, trapping the boy to kill him. Take that. Izuku, Ira, causing all the vines and branches that were about to impale him withered to the level of falling apart, scaring the villain. Yugo, tying Villain 2 with his own in the same way he did with him. Zazato, repeating the same thing he did at the beginning, leaving him knocked out and staring at Villain 3. Villain 3, I'll tear you apart, little boy, he said, using his quirk, which consists of generating tornadoes in his arms to attack. Izuku, Yuza Yuzura, she said to transform into Villain 3 and make the same move as her, but being more precise and powerful, throwing her into the air until she crashed, leaving her KO. Villain 4, die, he said, shooting with his quirk, a Pokemon-style water gun but with boiling water. Izuku, Yugoro, making an arm movement as if he were pushing a fly away abruptly, returning the attack by knocking out Villain 5. It's over, he said, so that with his quick collect a large amount of electricity and throw it at Izuku as if it were lightning, but scaring and leaving him in shock along with everyone present. Izuku simply raised his hand to block the attack that remained in his hand. How? Izuku, you're going to beat me with lightning, huh? Zazare, he said in a serious tone with superiority, and the last one aiming at the villain receiving the attack that was also enhanced by other black rays, leaving villain 5 knocked out and singed. The heroes were in complete shock. A 14-year-old boy has easily defeated 5 villain, but unfortunately for everyone, except our green-haired man, Muscular had made a move. Muscular, you look strong, huh? Show me your blood, he shouted last to pounce on the red-haired man with his muscle fibers covering his entire body except his head. Izuku, attack without thinking, typical of mindless Yugoro, making an arm movement as if pushing a fly away abruptly with extreme power, making a shockwave knocking out Muscular. Now everyone was in complete shock. A child has defeated Muscular as if it were nothing, but again they did not have time to celebrate since a villain with a gigantic quirk destroys part of the museum. Apparently that was going to be his escape route. Izuku, enough, already angry that the villains didn't stop coming out. Use a Yugoro, he said, to become giant, bigger than the villain, and quickly grab him by the head to smash himself into the ground to knock him out and return him to his original size. Just like Izuku back to his normal size. What a mess. Zazato, fixing all the damage caused by the fight and the villains. Now yes. He said to turn around to see how everyone was looking at him, making him a little uncomfortable, but he notices that the water horses were seriously injured and decides to head towards them. Okay, stay still, okay? I asked to receive some slight settlements. Yuzura Yugoro, making an energy go directly to the heroes. I have given you an increase of energies in your bodies. It's not like Recovery Girl, but it's the best I have in terms of healing. Waterhorse H, don't worry boy, but thank you, he said, thanking the young man. Waterhorse M, if it wasn't for you I don't know what would have happened to us. Eraserhead, the police are coming. Well done, but something tells me that you will be a problem boy. One more thing. I'm sorry to say that since you don't have a license yet we will have to lie to prevent you from getting into more trouble, he said seriously looking at Izuku. I hope to see you in the U. He said whispering but being heard by the heroes and Izuku dash. Soon the police arrived and arrested all the villains and the young people finished the guide. Izuku's companions were still in shock after seeing the supposed useless, or the one from the boring and useless quirk humiliate 7 villains. Bakugo was about to yell at Izuku that he had cheated on him, but before it could be anything, Izuku told him, after classes I'll explain to you. We met after school in an area of the school where our green hair and an Ashen movie were. Katsuki, well Deku, now tell me what the hell was that? Izuku, I'll tell you directly and whether you believe me or not will be up to you, okay? He said to receive a settlement annoyance from Zazato. He said so that a ray of energy comes from Izuku's forehead directly to Katsuki's. Katsuki, what the F dash? He said to look around and see how Izuku got his powers and be shocked so that his mind quickly returned to the real world and see how he has not spent a second in the real world. What the was that? Izuku, my memories, in short, I found a book that basically said that you find it and the new ruler of Infertia returns who is like hell in addition to his powers, and those powers is simply black magic which I have shown before in the museum. I have no quirk, I am still quirkless but capable of giving beatings like the ones you have seen and much more. He said quickly but curiously. Katsuki understood everything. Katsuki, I mean now you're like the god of hell. Cool, he said, making Izuku's eyes widen. Izuku? Huh? Already? Mola? No insults or anything. Katsuki, haha, let's see after seeing how you humiliate 7 villains as the extras they are. I have nothing more to say and well. Listen well because I don't intend to repeat myself, you understood. Thank you and sorry for everything. Izuku, who are you and what have you done with Bakugo? Katsuki, shut up Deku. Izuku, okay, no yes, it's you. And apologies accepted. He said, cheering Katsuki a little and raising his hand to shake it. Friend again? Katsuki, dude again, he said, shaking hands. Izuku, great catch-on. Katsuki, I can't believe I'm going to say this but I miss that DMN nickname. Izuku, heh, and I say it. By the way, you can still call me Deku, he said, confusing his friend. It also means you can do it, so. Katsuki, yes, I get it. I hope you get into the UA because if I don't care if you're a god, a king or whatever, I'm going to near your face. Izuku, I say the same thing and technically I'm an absolute god. Weird title I know, but I'm not complaining, otherwise I'd like to introduce you to someone. Katsuki? Izuku? Vancuria, he said so that the named one lands next to the two young men. Vancuria, yes Izuku-sama. Izuku, Vancuria, this is Kat-chan, my childhood friend and refriend. Kat-chan, this is the ghost spy Vancuria, Yajin Mishir Vancuria. Katsuki, delighted. Vancuria, equally but separating. Nai, don't you dare betray Izuku-sama's trust or you'll see. Maya, or you'll see. Katsuki was left with WTF face that just passed by and looked at Izuku for an answer. Izuku, Vancuria-san, out of boredom being alone, separated into two, Nai-chan, the main one, and Maya-chan, who almost always says the last thing Nai-chan said but also speaks in her own way. Katsuki, what an afternoon. While this was happening now, we looked at the U, specifically in the office of Principal Nizu, who was reading a somewhat peculiar notebook while having a cup of tea with a person who looked like he had slept in weeks. Nizu, these notes are impressive, Aizawa, and you said that the young man is quirkless. Aizawa, right? But he also possesses other abilities that you could simply say like, black magic, saying the latter in quotation marks. Nizu, if it weren't for the security footage I wouldn't believe it and think he made it up. Izuku Midoriya, he said while sipping some of his tea, someone impressively intelligent, powerful and dangerous, I can't wait to meet him. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 4. Capítulo 3 El inicio de la aventura. 2 years have passed since the museum incident. The relationship between the protagonist duo has improved considerably. Just like in the last season, they are friends, but Bakugo is still angry and yells shine at him. We are in the last 10 months of high school. Professor, well guys, here I have the papers for you to decide your future, he said seriously. Who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes. He commented as he threw away the papers, and all but a green-haired man and an ash-haired man activated their quirks. Professor, yes, I know you're excited, but the use of quirks in class is prohibited, he said to make everyone stop. Katsuki, don't start comparing us to these extras, teacher, he said in an arrogant tone. 80.1, like extras? 80.2, Katsuki, don't overdo it. Professor, Bakugo, you have enrolled in the UA, right? 83, U.A? AE for the school that only has a 0.2% chance of entry? Katsuki, exactly, and I plan to prove that I'm the best and I'll be number one. He said the last thing, looking at his friend rival since the idea of surpassing someone who is technically a god encouraged him to demonstrate his power. Professor, apparently Midoriya, you also plan to go to the UA. When he mentioned that, murmurs began to be heard that it is normal with a quirk, like that it is surely too easy for him. At the end of the classes, Katsuki approached Izuku. Katsuki, he said to get his attention, I'm going to the arcade with some extras, are you coming? Izuku, I'm sorry Kat-chan, but I can't, I have to go home to prepare for training for the UA. Drake has asked me to train with him since he's dying of boredom, and Sphinx probably wants me to solve doubts in relation to quirks since he finds my analysis of my notebooks fascinating. Katsuki, wow, good luck with training. From what you told me, Drake is pretty much invulnerable to physical punches. Let's see if you can show your strength. Okay, goodbye. Izuku, see you later. Izuku went to his house through an alley while he had his eyes closed since he was slightly meditating, but his meditation was interrupted when he felt a slight hostile presence towards him. He did not mstr much to locate the presences, but he knew how to distinguish them between hostile and peaceful. The presence was a villain basically made of mud. Mud, give me your brat body, he demands as he lunges at the green hair. Izuku simply turned around and opened his eyes and looked at the mud Vida with a serious and intimidating expression. Izuku, Yugoro, he uttered for a shockwave to knock out the villain and scattered him through the alley, but before Izuku did anything else he heard, I'm already here, phrase belonging to All Might, the symbol of peace and hero no. Excuse me Shonen, have you seen any villains from mud? I ask our green-haired man to simply point to where the remains of the villain are, surprising the hero. Wow, thank you very much. Shonen apparently has shown an effective and fast action against the villain, and calm down, he will have no problem using his quirk in public. Izuku, okay All Might, I'm Izuku Midoriya, A pleasure, and do you mind me helping you with the villain? Delighted Midoriya Shonen, and of course, he said so that together with Izuku they captured the villain in 2 plastic bottles, and when he finished All Might was about to leave but… Izuku, one more thing All Might before you go, could you give me your autograph? Please? Of course Shonen, he said while signing his notebook. I hope to see you at the UI. Goodbye Shonen. He commented to jump to the nearest attic since he was running out of time, but what AM did not realize is that by mistake he dropped the bottle in which he contained the villain, but when landing, Toshinori, hell, I almost distransformed in front of someone. Well, it's time to take you with me, he said as he put his hands in his pockets and noticed that the villain wasn't alarmed and heard an explosion a few streets away from where he was. While this was happening, our red-haired man was heading towards his house, but he realized that there was a crowd of people with several heroes. He decided to see what happens, and what he saw surprised him. The same villain of Mud had escaped and had a hostage. Kamui Woods, I've already evacuated nearby civilians, but because of the fire, I can't get close. He said in an angry tone that he could do nothing to save the hostage. Death Arms, hold on boy, thought the hero desperately. Izuku was puzzled because heroes don't do anything, but hearing what some civilians who were watching said, they say they can't because their quirks are not fit, it made him furious. Unfit. They are heroes. If he is not fit, think about how they'll make him fit, or at least sacrifice himself to save the innocent. That makes a hero not be idle to be unfit for being unfit. He thought furiously, and as soon as he saw that the hostage was his best friend, little patience. He quickly decided directly where the villain was, and when one of the heroes grabbed his arm to keep him from advancing, Izuku looked at him with a look that scared him, as there was only anger in his eyes when he saw the incompetence of the heroes, and quickly stood in front of the villain. All this seen by Toshinori Yagi, the civilian form of All Might. Vita Mud, you die cursed, he said to attack Izuku, but Izuku, he shouted to throw a large number of black rays towards the villain with a hand that caused him a gigantic pain, overwhelming everyone when he saw that the hostage showed no signs of pain but was freeing himself from the grip, which Izuku approved, so that with his free hand he pushed Karsuki away to increasing the intensity until the villain completely lost consciousness. A hero tried to reproach him that what he did was too risky, but Izuku, better to do something risky than to be doing nothing while a person is literally dying in front of your eyes. He said it with an extremely intimidating tone that scared the heroes. Catch on the Viennas? He asked to receive a nod in response. The 2 friends were walking until they reached the point where their paths separated. Katsuki, dead? He caught his friend's attention. Thank you. Izuku, there's no need. Katsuki, one thing, how many of those attacks do you have? Izuku, tengo varios pero tengo unos 4 favoritos, los dos que conoces el del golpe de energía, el de los reyes el cual solo hizo en caso extremo o estoy enfadado y otros dos que no has visto pero son más potentes y un poco más letales. Daijo con simpliza sorprendiendo a su amigo que estaba escondido escuchando, bueno adiós cachón, usa yuja. Daijo despidiendos de su amigo y teletransportandos a su casa. Ya en su casa ya decidió preparar para ir en Fershia y comenzar con los 10 meses de entrenamiento intensivo con los dioses y así poder perfeccionar en parte su poder. Durante los meses de entrenamiento descubrió un hechizo de invocación, para ser precisos para invocar al caballo de magia oscura barikian, catastros. Y el poder fusionarse con el de dos maneras. Ocantoros. Kaiser. Las cuales apenas pueda controlar ya que require muchísimo poder y aún no está del todo preparado. La forma Wokantoros puede mantenerla por 20 minutos sin usar magia pero si la USA pierde 2 minutos por hechizo y si es muy poderosos pierde 5. Mientras que con Woolkaiser solo puede usarla por 3 minutos sin magia y si utiliza cualquier hechizo por simple que se destransforma. Ya han pasado los 10 meses y nos encontramos en la entrada de la UE junto a nuestro pelaverdi que avanzaba con los ojos cerrados mientras se dirigía a la entrada sentía como si alguien estuviese a punto de caerse y rápidamente fue a socorrer a la persona. Izuku, ten cuidado. No creo que sea bueno tropezarse antes de entrar. Daijo con los ojos cerrados dash. Asi, gracias, Daijo con un poco de vergüenza, soy Ochako Uraraka, un placer. Izuku Midoriya, un placer Uraraka-san. Suerte en el examen Daijo abriendo unos de sus ojos para mirar a la pelicastana y dirigirse al centro dash. Uraraka, suerte. Después de esa interacción, Izuku se dirige hacia la sala en la cual se realiza el examen. Katsuki, susurrando, hey Deku. Izuku, susurrando, hola Kachon, a ver que tal nos ve en examen. Dice mientras present Mike aparece y se dirige al centro de la sala. Present Mike. Claro los profesores son pro heroes. Katsuki. Present Mike. Pim. Saludos postulantes de todos digan y. Izuku. Y. Daijo llamando la atención de todos. Pm. Si me gusta con entusiasmo puntos extras por el postulant marcoso. Bueno empecemos con las explications. Daijo para empezar a explicar el examen en que consistirá el examen escrito y que cuando el tiempo finalice todos los que no quieren participar para heroes que se retiran y entonces explicará el examen práctico dash. El examen escrito tiene un tiempo de duración de 3 horas, el cual consistió en 100 preguntas de diferentes categorías. Respuesta abierta. Resumen, cierto falso. Además de que hay una puntuación extra si encuentras los errores puestos a propósito por el director, etc. En una hora de iniciar el examen nuestro pelaverdi ya lo finalizó y entregó el profesor. PM satisface via ha terminado en muy poco tiempo. Además de que tiene un examen perfecto y ha encontrado los errores puestos por el director, anisa lo encuentra este chico. Pensó con una sonrisa mientras tenía puesto el ojo en Izuku dash. While the rest were finished, Izuku decided to meditate train. In the Korag Wolzard series, he became stronger while in a dark circle, so Izuku has the similar one who with meditation increases his strength little by little. And as soon as everyone finished and those interested in being heroes stayed, PM began the explanation. PM. Well, the practical exam consists of collecting points through the destruction of robots that will be scattered around the fake cities. Depending on the amount of points that represent the robot will have its difficulty of it, there will be a lot of difficulty in the robot. PM. Well, the practical exam consists of collecting points through the destruction of robots that will be distributed throughout the fake cities. Depending on the number of points that represent the robot will have its difficulty, there are robots of 1, 2, 3 points. I was going to continue but who decided to interrupt. Excuse me, you have only explained 3 robots while in the brochure there are 4, this type of mistakes in the UA are unacceptable and I point to Izuku, this is a serious thing if you are going to go to sleep, you better leave. Izuku, first of all smart-ass I wasn't sleeping, don't think you know. You say it if you don't know things. Second, PM was about to explain the robot and you rudely interrupted it, and third, I remind you that there are nervous people who want to do this now to take a weight off their shoulders, so please shut up so you don't drag this out any longer. He said to shut up the robot. Excuse me PM, please continue. PM. Thank you, and as I was going to say, the 4th robot costs 0 points, is a simple obstacle, if you can avoid it. Izuku whispers. An obstacle? They have to learn to hide things better, he said so that Katsuki would hear him and be confused. While in Infertia. Vancuria, how do you think Izuku-sama will fare in that exam? She asked a little worriedly. Mimi, don't worry Vancuria, Izuku-sama has proven to be a great talent. I doubt that a simple entrance exam will be a challenge for him. Brank, we'd better see for ourselves. He said so that through the hole in the floor you can see how Izuku is doing, and they just saw the previous scene with the robot. How dare that insect talk like that to Izuku-sama? He shouted as smoke came out of his horn. Mimi, how despicable, to interrupt a superior and on top of that annoy, pathetic and insolent. Vancuria, this kind of thing makes me wish Izuku-sama would allow us to kill humans. He said to receive a nod from everyone. We are at the entrance of the false city. Izuku still stands with his eyes closed meditating and increased his strength. Everyone who was in the area could feel Izuku's presence. She was an imposing and powerful. This presentation disappeared as soon as she opened her eyes, and I can see how Uraraka looked very nervous. Izuku, Yuzuyudra, he said to teleport to Uraraka's side and put his hand on her shoulders, surprising her. Calm down, Uraraka-san, we are all nervous and I know you will do well. He said to cheer her up. Uraraka, thank you, he said with a smile. Within a few seconds the doors began to open and Izuku quickly went straight towards the fake city, confusing everyone. PM, megaphone, what are you waiting for? In real life there is no countdown. That guy knows what he is doing, he is going to take all the points, come go go go. When he said that, all the applicants rushed to go destroy robots, while our red-haired man was destroying the robots with some ease without the need to use his spells since his physical strength was already quite high for a person without super strength quirk. All of this was seen both by his servants of Infertia and by some silhouettes in a room. Nizu, we have many very promising young people, any that catch your attention? The rat dog bear. Vlad King, I like the girl with zero gravity, commented a man in a red suit and a device on his shoulder as he looked at the brown movie. Cementos, to me the boy of the explosions, but that aggressiveness does have to be corrected, said a man with a rectangular face. Midnight, the one with the engines in my legs, said a woman in a tight suit. Nizu, any that catch your eye? All Might, Aizawa? All Might, they're all very talented, it's very hard to notice one. I don't know if any of them can be a good successor, at least Tagata Shonen is a good candidate. Aizawa was looking for someone in particular, which was noticed by everyone. Midnight, are you looking for someone specific, Aizawa? Aizawa, searching until. There it is, he said, pointing to our green-haired man. All the other teachers looked where their classmate was pointing. Nizu, is it him? I asked to receive a settlement of a caterpillar BRst. Cements, looks like he has a super strength quirk. Aizawa, he's not using his quirk, that's his normal strength, he said, surprising his companions. Do you remember that incident with some villains the day I had to be a guide? Vlad. Yes, I remember that among those was Muscular. Cementos, and that none of the heroes you were there also defeated them, why do you ask? Midnight, wait a minute, are you saying that? Nizu, that young man was the one who defeated those villains, he said while having a smile on his face as he took out some brochures. Izuku Midoriya, his notes are practically close to perfection and the only time he used his quirk was in the attack on the museum since in quirk, he is blank, his abilities are unknown. All Might, about 10 months ago I saw that shonen and I could hear that he has a great attack fan but he has 4 favorites, one of them being throwing black rays. In addition to teleporting. Aizawa, I also saw him use those beams and you said he has 3 other shots, interesting. Plus I know that his power is not a quirk. From what he told me you could just say, black magic. Vlad, you didn't believe that, didn't you? Nizu, Vlad, if you had seen what that young man has done you would believe what Aizawa says, since he can't delete it and in his medical files he is registered as quirkless, he said surprising everyone except Aizawa. Let's see what the magician is capable of. Izuku, I've already had about 80 stitches, I think it's going to be suff. He couldn't finish as the ground started shaking. How do those 3 have anything to do with this? I ask a little angrily since in Infertia they are still used to scaring humanity and that caused shivers in the generals and in the spy. In reality, what caused the earthquake was a 0-point robot, causing everyone to run away terrified. Izuku, what a hulk, he said, looking at the robot and then looking at the rest of the applicants. Izuku, what a hulk, he said, looking at the robot and then looking at the rest of the applicants. And this is the next generation of heroes? He said in a half-angry tone. Uraraka, help. Izuku, she's trapped. He thought and then shot towards her. Izuku, are you okay? Uraraka, my ankle is sprained. Izuku, okay, he pulls her out of the rubble. I'd better take care of that, he said to jump and get on top of the robot. Duza Uru Zazato, he said for 5 wolf heads made of energy to destroy the 0 points and then land as if nothing had happened, leaving everyone in shock. Izuku, la saca de los escombros, será mejor que me encargue de eso, dijo para pegar un salto y ponerse por encima del robot. Duza Uru Zazato, pronuncio para que 5 cabezas de lobo hecas de energía destruyan al 0 puntos para luego atrás. Sala. Aizawa, Creo que ya sabemos otro de his attacks. Dijo ocultando su impresión. Impresionante, antes del ataque parecía que estaba diciendo algo. ¿Hay alguna forma de reproducir el sonido? Pregunto curiosos para que se escuche lo que dijo dejándolos confundidos. ¿Alguien ha podido entenderlo? Izawa, como dije antes y es como magia negra, además cuando se enfrentó a los villanos hizo lo mismo. Esa revelación dejó curiosos a los proya que querían saber más del peli verde. Examination. Timmy, he shouted for the signal to sound that the exam was over. Recovery girl, is anyone hurt? Izuku, he said, pointing to Uraraka. Recovery, kiss. Izuku, after the exam and exchanging numbers with Uraraka, went to his house that in addition to his mother were the 10 gods, the generals and Vancuria waiting for him to congratulate him on his exam since they could see everything. 2 weeks passed and in the end Izuku received the letter from the UA and decided to go to Infertia so that everyone could know its outcome. Izuku, well, let's see the results, he said to open the letter and see a small disc from which a hologram emerged with a rat, dog, bear in it. Nizu, am I a rat? The bear? I'm not the director. Presentation that surprised the inhabitants of Infertia when they saw how he was the director of the most prestigious academy in the country. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya already obtained a perfect score in the written exam, in addition to extra points from present Mike and discovering the errors set, being the only one who achieved it. In addition to getting 80 villain points. But remember that being a hero is not only defeating villains and also saving people, which he did by getting another 60 points, giving a total of 250 points being the new school record. In a week classes start, his classroom will be 1A and his uniform will be sent to him in 2 days. Welcome Izuku Midoriya to your hero academy, he said to end the broadcast. Izuku with tears of joy, I made it. I made it. Infertia. Yes, long live Izuku-sama. Inko. Izuku, I'm so proud of you. Izuku, now my journey as a hero begins. To be continued. Zero comment. Chapter 5. Capitulo 4 Primordia. We are in Infertia, to be exact, in the Sphinx room where the aforementioned learns things in relation to the quirks of humans, since it seems fascinating how human beings have developed powers and abilities that were only thought possible thanks to magic. Sphinx kept learning and theorizing about the quirks, until Gorgon decided to show up. Gorgon, Sphinx, do you still follow those things in relation to the quirks? He asked in a tone of boredom. Sphinx, yes Gorgon, I'm still going. These quirks demonstrate amazing things, plus they can also evolve into amazing abilities, or even a quirk capable of obtaining more quirks or transferring itself or combining with each other. The possibilities are endless. It can be perfectly compared to magic. Gorgon, well, you're right about something. I've observed several of those heroes, to be precise a certain Endeavor, their unruthless character against villains and their destructive capacity. It is fascinating to me. Sphinx, Endeavor, if my research is correct, the name your quirk is Hellflame. Gorgon, Hellflame, something tells me that Ifrit would like to test the power of his fire. Sphinx, surely, several of those quirks may have abilities similar to ours, but still at a much lower level than ours. Gorgon, true, but it's still kind of interesting now that I'm thinking about it. Will there be a quirk that does the same as my beloved snakes? Sphinx, I don't know. Izuku-sama specializes in the most recognizable heroes and villains, plus we don't have access to their databases, he said, discouraging Gorgon a bit. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't exist or that he doesn't exist yet. Quirks become rarer and more powerful as generations go by. Gorgon, well, at least the humans of today will be more interesting, he said to start leaving Sphinx's room. See you, Sphinx. Gorgon left Sphinx's chambers, now beginning to be curious about the quirks, so he will surely decide to observe humans. Now we are in the Midoriya residence where Izuku, his mother Inko, Nai and Maya were saying goodbye to the green-haired man for his first day of school. Nai, goodbye Izuku-sama, he said bowing. Maya, enjoy your first day Izuku-sama, he said with a bow. Inko, you have everything, don't you? Izuku, I have everything, thank you for everything Nai-chan, Maya-tan, goodbye Oka-san. Inko, Izuku, he said in a soft tone. Izuku, Yes? Inko, you're great. Izuku's, goodbye Oka-san, I love you. Izuku with a smile on his face heads towards the Yue. Izuku, he said looking for the room which they were assigned. Here it is, he said to see the gigantic door of his room. Apparently the quirks of size increase were common to make the door like this. Don't you think Eraserhead? He said first looking at the door and then averted his gaze to the eraser hero in a yellow sleeping bag dash. Izuku, he said looking for the room which they were assigned. Here it is, he said to see the gigantic door of his room. Apparently the quirks of size increase were common to make the door like this. Don't you think Eraserhead-sa? Aizawa, I'm not surprised you detected me. Don't tell anyone about my presence unless they take too long to shut up, he said in his usual tone as he took his food. Izuku, sir, yes sir, he said while making the military salute but in the form of a joke, and then opened the door and met a little scene. Ida, put your feet down from the table, it's an insult to the previous students, said the robot boy of the exam. Katsuki, hey, who do you think you are? He spoke with his tone of, I think I shine you. Ida, I'm Ida Tenya from the Sumai Academy. She introduced herself while putting on her glasses and hitting the air karate style. Katsuki, Sumai? So you're the elite, I'm facing to destroy you, he said while smiling sadistically. Ida, tear me apart? Are you sure you want to be a hero? He asked with a drop of cold sweat due to his new partner's comment. Katsuki, before answering Ida's question, noticed that Izuku was at the door looking at the scene with a face of, you haven't even taken 5 minutes and you're already fighting. Ida, it's you. Good, I'm Ida Tenya. It's a pleasure. Izuku Midoriya, the pleasure is mine and sorry for Kachin's behavior. He is very impulsive, he said looking at his friend who looked away. Ida, yes, so your character I am not the one to say anything, Midoriya-kun, she said to get the attention of the name. I am sorry for my behavior in the entrance exam. You have managed to find the secrets of the exam. In level you are superior to me. Izuku, don't worry, Ida-kun, I personally didn't know them either. In the written exam they taught me to highlight mistakes so as not to repeat them, and in practice I acted in a way that any hero would act. Uraraka, oh, I recognize that hair, he said to make Izuku turn around. Izuku, hello Uraraka-san. Uraraka, I had forgotten to thank you for saving me. That way of destroying 0 points has been incredible. Those energy wolves were super cool. Izuku, thank you, and you don't need to thank me. I've done what any hero would do. Sensei doesn't think it's been long enough? He said the last one, confusing everyone until you see that the door opens showing Aizawa in her sleeping bag. Aizawa, too long in my opinion. I'm introducing myself. I'm Shota Aizawa and I'll be your tutor for these 3 years. I know it's very sudden, but put this on and head to the exit of the campus. He said to take a PE suit out of his jacket and point to where the rest are. At the exit of the fields. All quirks test? Uraraka, sensei and orientation? Aizawa, you only have 3 years to become heroes. We don't need to waste time with things like orientation. Izuku Midoriya, he said, calling the attention of the mentioned. You got the first place in the entrance exam. In high school, how far did you throw without quirk? Emphasizing quirk so that Izuku understands. Izuku, 72 meters. Aizawa, very well. He gives her the ball, get in the circle and throw it with your quirk. As long as you don't leave the circle, do what you want. Izuku, okay. He places himself in the circle, takes a breath and concentrates, accumulating energy. Izuku's presence is noticeable in his class and is intimidating. He quickly gets into a pitching position as if he were a pitcher. Izuku, Duza Uru Zazato, throwing the ball while the head of an energy wolf propelled him as he tried to destroy the ball dash. Aizawa, high school didn't allow the use of quirks to be more egalitarian, but here, showing Izuku's marker, we will exploit your qualities to the limit. Aizawa, high school didn't allow the use of quirks to be more egalitarian, but here, showing Izuku's marker, we will exploit your qualities to the limit. Denki, 992 meters. Mina, will we be able to use our quirks? It will be fun. Izuku, they had to open their mouths, mental facepalm. Aizawa, funny, if you think it's so funny then at the end of the tests the one who finishes last will be expelled, he said, leaving everyone except the green-haired man and a black-haired woman with a ponytail. Uraraka, but that's unfair. Complained the Machi. Aizawa, life is unfair. Natural disasters, robberies, murders, rapes, chaos. None of those events are fair. Izuku, and it's our job as heroes to protect and prevent those injustices, right? Aizawa, right, now let's start and remember, go further plus ultra, he said in his usual bored tone dash. Test. 50-meter run. In this test, Ida seemed to have the advantage by obtaining a record of 3.04 seconds, until it was our turn to our green-haired man against Katsuki. Robot, ready. The two of you get ready, now. Izuku, use a Yuja, he will say extremely fast teleportation to the other side of the track, passing in front of the robot to put some mark on it dash. Robot, 1 seconds, Izuku, 4.3 seconds, Katsuki. Ida, Midoriya-kun, almost 1,000 meters in the throw, 1 second in the race since it is necessary to pass in front of the robot. Apparently I have a lot to do. Pressure strength. Izuku decided to only use his normal strength of 120 kilograms, being second only to Shuji who obtained 540 kilograms. Likewise, our fighter was observed by the teacher and a bicolor boy. Aizawa. From what I see, either he doesn't have a spell that works for him or he hasn't wanted to use, remembering the water horse spell, I think he didn't want to use it. Shoto, 120 kilograms of strength, energy wolf throwing and teleportation, 3 skills that have no relation to each other, will be. Someone like me. Long jump. Izuku took second place after Tsuyu Azui, the little frog. Prolonged sideways jumps. Like the previous one, he came second, this time behind Mineta Minoru, by giving a use to his hair spheres. Throw. Katsuki achieved 705.2 meters, being the third best behind Izuku and Uraraka, who obtained infinity by removing the gravity from the ball. At the end, Aizawa showed the results, being Izuku the first by average, being followed by Shoto, Katsuki, and finally we ended up with Toru Harakure, Invisible Girl, who although she could not be seen was doing her best not to cry. But Aizawa, by the way, the expulsion was a lie, he said, leaving everyone in shock except Momo, Shoto, and Izuku. Momo, it was pretty obvious. Izuku, 50-50 to be more precise, he said, confusing his partner. Momo, what does Midoriya-san refer to? Izuku, I'll answer your question with another. Nobody wonders why this year there is no 2A? He said, leaving all his companions in a cold sweat from fear. Aizawa-sensei has seen potential in everyone, otherwise he would have really expelled us. Aizawa, you caught me, he said dryly, leaving his student's offspring pale. Welcome to the UA, he said with a sinister smile. After that scare they continued with normal classes like any school, and finally we met at the exit, in which Izuku seemed to be waiting for someone. Katsuki, oh you, he said, getting his attention, are you waiting for someone? Izuku, if I wait to. He could not continue and some of his companions appeared. Ida, hello Midoriya-kun. Uraraka, good Izuku-kun. Kirishima, hello, we haven't introduced ourselves, I'm Injiro Kirishima. Kaminari, hi, I'm Denki Kaminari. Shiro Hanta, a pleasure. Izuku, a pleasure, I am Izuku Midoriya. He introduced himself to those who did not know him. Katsuki, well, who are you waiting for? He said, confusing his companions. Izuku, I'm waiting for Vancuria-san. In theory I'd have to come and report to Sphinx-san. Everyone else, huh? Izuku, I'm waiting for someone to inform a friend who studies quirks based on my notes, and since at the UA part of our classes serve on how to improve our quirks can be useful for her research. But it seems strange to me that it takes too long. Sphinx, I actually decided to come personally, as I wanted to see what the UA was like and meet your colleagues. Sphinx said, surprising everyone. They had no problems with his appearance, since they thought he was their quirk. It's nice to meet you, I'm Sphinx, he said, bowing slightly as a sign of respect. All Katsuki, it's a pleasure. So they introduced themselves and talked a little, forming a large group of friends, until they separate to go home. Now we find Izuku and Sphinx heading towards the green-haired man's house. Izuku, Sphinx-san left my things at home and I'll go to Infursia to inform you, yes? Sphinx, of course Izuku-sama, he said to teleport to his chambers. In Infursia. We met in the rooms in Sphinx's rooms where she and Gorgon were, which surprised the green-haired man a little since Gorgon was not much interested in things that have to do with humans. Izuku, hi Sphinx and Gorgon-san, he said as he walked in. Gorgon, greetings Izuku-sama, how have you been doing in the UA? Izuku, okay, and Sphinx-san told me you've taken an interest in quirks. Gorgon, if it's true, I find some of those heroes and their quirks fascinating, especially that endeavor. Izuku, curious, his son Shoto Todoroki is a classmate of mine. Sphinx, really, and what's your quirk? She asks curiously like Gorgon. Izuku, from what I know his quirk is half cold half hot. On his right side he has ice power and supposedly his left is fire like his father. Gorgon, supposedly? I ask doubtfully. Izuku, he hasn't used it in all the events, only his ice. I don't know why I don't use it, but hey. Sphinx, that's pretty peculiar. Could explain how they put their quirks to the test. Izuku, sure. Izuku explained how they tested quirks and some of their classmates' quirks, and asked them to keep an eye on the UA because the rumor that the peace symbol could attract unnecessary visitors. Continue. Zero comment. Chapter 6, Capitulo 5 Battles de Equipos. Communicator. The next morning the classes were like the day before, completely normal English with present mic, lunch with lunch rush, etc. Everything is normal until All Might. I'm coming in as a normal person. All Shoto, Katsuki, Izuku, is it All Might? Izuku, that's not normal, he thought along with a drop of sweat in the spirit. Meanwhile in Infertia. Branken, is that the symbol of peace? I asked thinking it was a joke. Vancuria, yes, she said a little uncomfortably. Mimi, are you sure he's not a clown? He asked to make sure. Vancuria, no, he repeated in the same tone as before. Branken Mimi, they look at each other, they look at facepalm. We are back at the UA. Zero, the rumors were true. Tsu, that's his costume from the Golden Age Karo. Greetings shonens, today will be your first heroism class and we'll start with, he said taking out a card with the letters, battle, combat training. Izuku, training curious whisper. Katsuki, combat, he said with a sadistic smile. All Might, but another detail that also has to be a hero, is to look good, he said to press a button and from the walls come briefcases with numbers, here are your costumes made by the support course. Locker rooms. Kirishima, wow Mito bro in that brand? Said the redhead, referring to the mark that Izuku had on his chest in the part of the heart. Kirishima, wow Mito bro in that brand? Said the redhead, referring to the mark that Izuku had on his chest in the part of the heart. Izuku, oh this? Appeared at the same time as my power and so I decided to make it my brand. Kirishima, wow, it's a super manly brand, he said with his passionate attitude. Izuku, thank you Kirishima-kun, saying with a sinister smile. Mineta, look at a gift from our senpais, he said, pointing to a hole in the wall. Ida, Mineta-kun, that's not hero-like behavior at all, he said while waving his arms like a robot. Mineta, I don't care, and so she began to name the parts of the girls she wants to look at. Ida was going to end up in Mineta but Izuku, wait Ida-kun, he said confusing his friend, 3.2.1. Mineta, he screamed as he stuck a jack in his eye. Izuku, that's why, Jersen please remove your jack, I'm going to cover the hole, he said for the name to remove her jack still not understanding what he meant until Kirishima noticed that Izuku pointed at the hole with his finger. Zazato, he said so that Midoriya's fingertip glows a purple color just like the hole so that in the blink of an eye the hole would cover the whole dash. Kirishima, wow Mito bro how did you? Izuku, let's say I have a lot of tricks which might surprise you. He said to leave the doubt in his companions except Bakugu. We are now in the beta camp, where All Might was waiting for his students. Wow, shonens, you already look like heroes, he said when he saw his students' costumes. Wow, shonens, you already look like heroes, he said when he saw his students' costumes. Ignorat to Izuku. Where is Midoriya shonen located? Izuku, here, he said as he entered the corridor, but what confused his companions was his suit. It was simply normal clothes you are Yuzura, he said so that a black and purple cloak would cover Izuku and when he vanished he would appear with armor next to a shield and sword that amazed everyone at how imposing he was. Izuku, here, he said as he entered the corridor, but what confused his companions was his suit. It was simply normal clothes you are Yuzura, he said so that a black and purple cloak would cover Izuku and when he vanished he would appear with it. Izuku, I'm ready. Izuku, I'm ready. Uraraka, wow Izune, your costume is amazing, he said with stars in his eyes. Izuku, thank you Uraraka-san yours. He said with a slight blush that was not noticeable by his helmet. Uraraka, yes, I don't specify my measurements and well, yes, he said with a slight blush from embarrassment. Ahem, he said to get everyone's attention, well he said taking out a piece of paper. The exercise we will do today will consist of a battle between heroes and villains. The heroes have to catch the villains or recover the bomb within 15 minutes and the villains have to catch the heroes or hold them until the time is up. Teams will be randomly selected. Ida, why randomly? Ingenium's brother asked. Izuku, it's normal for heroes from different types of agencies to work as a team at some point and you can't always play with a friend or something similar. Right Midoriya Shonen? The possibility of participating with heroes from different agencies without knowing who you participate with is very normal. Ida, thank you very much, he said with a 90-degree bow. Well, let's start. The couples will be the same as the original anime, as well as the fights. Very well the group of villains please get ready, he said for Katsuki and Ida to enter the building, while heroes please get ready outside the building when the week starts. With the villains, Ida, so this is the bomb, he said to tap it, it's papier-mâché, he said and then he saw his partner, Deku-kun, getting his attention. As far as I know you previously knew Midoriya-kun, right? I asked to receive a nod as an answer. Do you think we have any chance of winning? Katsuki, if I'm honest, no, he said, surprising his classmate and the rest of the class who were watching them in another room, by Katsuki's attitude since his character did not seem to be one of those people who can admit that they cannot win at something. Ida, how? Katsuki, Deku already has experience in combat, plus in an excursion that was attacked by about 7 villains Deku defeated them without breaking a sweat, he said now leaving everyone in shock. Ida, and in their abilities, if we know them we may have something, he said a little worried. Katsuki, that's another problem, he said scaring his partner. I don't know all his tricks and I don't know how he is with that sword and shield. What I know is that he has a wide variety of skills, being 4 attacks his favorites. I know 3. The one with the wolves, some black lightning and a shot of energy at a distance. He also has a melee energy hit and, he said pausing, listen well to 4 eyes because this is the most important thing, he said so that everyone pays attention, even AM since he was starting to be very interested in it. The attack that I mentioned, Deku used 3 other abilities, one of deterioration that practically disintegrates without a trace and 2 blows that serve to repel and counterattack physical attacks as well as at a distance. Ida, so what's the plan? He said, surprised and frightened by the great variety of his friend's abilities. Katsuki, although it sounds stupid I'm going to go after them, he said, but before Ida spoke, listen, I'm going for 2 things. First we have a competition between him and me, and he knows perfectly well that a fight between us would be perfect to check our current power. 2 and as AM has said, one way to win is if time runs out, therefore I will take care of Deku and you of his companion while you take care of the bomb. Also move away objects or whatever the round face can take advantage of to use his quirk, and don't worry, Deku probably has the same plan. Ida, understand and stop giving denigrating nicknames to your colleagues, he said seriously the first and with his scolding tone the second. Meanwhile with the heroes. This happened at the same time as Katsuki's explanation. Uraraka, how complicated the shot is, he said as he got quite mixed up with the shot. Izuku, don't worry, Uraraka-san, he said to calm his companion. Besides, I already have a plan. Uraraka, yes? Izuku, yes, it's very simple. Kat-chan will surely go to me and therefore Ida-kun will be left alone, but that doesn't mean that it is easy, so use he said to summon objects such as stones etc. Have this. Surely Ida-kun will prepare to face and try to have an advantage against your quirk. Uraraka, okay, he said to collect what Izuku had given him. Start? Before they entered the building, Izuku prepared the communicator to disconnect it in case Bakugo gets tongue-tied, as he prefers to keep Infurtia and his position a secret until he is sure that there are no celestial saints, or at least that they do not think of eliminating him as soon as they see him. Izuku and Uraraka went inside the building. For 2 minutes silence was the only thing that could be heard, the peace before the storm. After the 2 minutes, quickly Katsuki appeared out of nowhere, corroborating that the plan that the two friends commented on was true. Living room. Kirishima? Well, in the end they agreed with what they said, he said, slightly surprised. Tsuyu, it must be because they've known each other for a long time, Karo. He said as he put his index finger on his chin. Kaminari, I wonder what the fight will be like? Izuku, Uraraka, you see, moving forward, I'll take care of Kat-chan, he said for his companion to leave and turn off the communicator without them noticing. But living room. He said when he saw how a screen at the bottom marked how the communicator disconnected. Why did he disconnect it? The two friends were looking at each other, and when they noticed that Uraraka was too far away to hear them. Izuku, well, shall we start? Katsuki, yes. Let's see the strength that you have. Absolute God. Izuku shouted to pounce with a right hand, which was countered with a grip and a key by Izuku. Izuku, you always start with the right, Kat-chan, he said in a mocking tone. Katsuki then threw himself towards Izuku, and thanks to his explosions he diverted his direction to blow himself up from behind. But Izuku, the eye of his shield opens, Zazato hitting Bakugo still without moving from the place. Katsuki, I thought you had to point your finger too? He notices when Izuku turns around and sees the eye of the shield. That shield, he whispered, but Izuku heard him anyway. Izuku, right? Thanks to the fact that I have the missing eye of Enma, my blows are more powerful and I don't need to aim for some of my spells, he said, surprising his friend. Living room. Sato, wow, that shield allows him to attack from either side, he said, surprised. Shoji, now he has virtually no blind spots, he said, analyzing what he sees. Ojiro, besides, now we're going to see what it's like with the sword, he said, somewhat curious. Kaminari, am I the only one you've heard that you've called your shield Ntazai, Na, or whatever? Wonder. Jiro, no, you're not the only one, that still seems weird to me, he said with concern. Zero, or how Bakugo referred to Midoriya, God Absolute, doesn't seem like the kind of person who would call someone God. Kirishima, God Absolute, I don't know why it is, but it is a super male title, he said with his typical animated tone. Dios Absoluto, Creo que por eso Midoriya shonen apago el comunicator para que no escaquemos esas cosas, después informar a Nizu, penso un poco preocupado. Izuku se abalanzó rápidamente hacia Katsuki, pero con un movimiento rápido lo esquivo e intentó contraatacar con una explosión. Pero Izuku la evitó e intentó golpear con la espada de forma horizontal, cosa que su amigo lo evita, provocando que ese quid incrustada la espada, pero antes de que Katsuki piense en golpear, Izuku le dio una patada directa en el estómago para alejarlo poder sacar la espada. Antes de que Katsuki piense en atacar, su guante hicieron una especie de señal. Katsuki, ya está, dijo confundiendo a su oponente. ¿Recuerdas el funcionamiento de mi quirk, no? Preguntó. Izuku, sí. ¿Por? Katsuki, recuerda que mi quirk hace que mi sudor sea como la nitroglicerina, dijo con una sonrisa siniestra. Izuku no entendía hasta que dio cuenta, acumular el exceso de sudor en esos guantes, dijo mientras enfundaba su espada, para poder generar explosions más poderosas, comentó para ponerse en una posición que parecía más de relegation. Katsuki, averta lo que eres capaz, dijo para preparar su guante y solta el gatillo. Katsuki, averta lo que eres capaz, dijo para preparar su guante y solta el gatillo. Sol. Kirishima, lo viamar, dijo preocupado. Momo, sensei, dijo para que hices algo. Bakugo shonen el grito por el comunicator, pero ya era demasiado tarde. Katsuki, sheet the communicator, they have heard everything. He thought worried since they have heard how God Absolute has called him the Eye of Enma, etc. Izuku's secret was on the verge of being discovered. The explosion hit Izuku, fully scaring everyone, and since Izuku's communicator was turned off, AM could not know if it was okay or not, but what they saw left them in complete shock. Izuku, surprising, he said with a firm tone, but you still have a long way to go, Katen, he said looking at his friend, Zazato. He said so that Katsuki received a powerful blow and was unconscious. Izuku, amazing, he said in a firm tone, but you still have a long way to go, Katchan, he said, looking at his friend. Izuku, seeing how Katsuki was KO, reconnected his communicator and tied his friend with the tape in case he wakes up and thinks about attacking. Izuku, Uraraka-san, listen to me? He asked so as not to receive an answer from his partner, Uraraka-san. He repeated to hear someone holding back his laughter. From what I see, Ida-kun is taking it too seriously. Yuza Ujara, he said to teleport to his partner's side. Izuku Uraraka, he whispered, I'm done with Katen. Uraraka, okay, but Ida-kun is taking it very seriously, he said, pointing. Izuku, okay, I distract him and you prepare the objects that are yours, and you go for the bomb. Uraraka, yes, she said decisively. Izuku decided to enter the room. Ida, wow, it looks like my partner has failed, but that doesn't mean you can beat me here, he said, being as bad as he can be. Izuku, drawing his sword, we'll see, villain, he said to Pounce. Izuku was fighting Lita, who is having a lot of complications because apparently he received a lot of costs, but equally his suit did not take damage. But what Ida did not know is that Uraraka prepared several objects in the air and Izuku was guiding his opponent to be under him. Izuku, Uraraka now, he said so that the named one rushed towards the bomb, but before Ida could do anything. Uraraka, release, he said to bring his fingertips together and make all the objects that were in the air fall on Ida, preventing him from moving forward. Uraraka, recovered, he said to embrace the bomb. Uraraka, recovered, he said to embrace the bomb. Ida, oh the weapon, desperate cry. And heroes win, I shout through the communicator dash. Living room. AM, one thing shonens, he said to get everyone's attention, avoid commenting on things in relation to the comments established during the fight. I will tell Director Nizu since he had an eye on Midoriya shonen since the villain attack that Bakuga shonen commented on. As soon as the director of Green Light we will ask about that. The students did not understand why since they were very curious but decided to accept, but that did not prevent them from asking where he learned to fight and if the shield was made by the support department or if he built it himself, questions that I answer without any problem. The rest of the fights were boring compared to Izuku versus Katsuki, who together with Ida quickly came out of the infirmary since they did not receive much damage. The only fight that caught the attention of the friends was that of his bicolor partner Shoto Todoroki, freezing the building completely and winning in a moment. At the end of the classes everyone went home, but before going home Izuku received a message from Katchan saying that unfortunately he did not have the communicator disconnected when it came to making his fight. That bothered Izuku a little, but in the end he said that nothing happened since they still had to find out and that the priority was to know if Magitopia was also in the UA or something to achieve peace or at least try to do so. While in the teacher's room a screen was seen reproducing the confrontation of Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku, well, shall we start? He asked seriously. Katsuki, yes. Let's see the strength you have, absolute god. Izuku shouted to Pounce with a right hand which was countered with a grip and a lock by Izuku dash. Izuku, you always start with the right, Katchan, he said in a mocking tone. Katsuki then threw himself towards Izuku and thanks to his explosions he diverted his direction to blow himself up from behind, but Izuku, the eye of his shield opens, Zazato hitting Bakuga even without moving from the place. Katsuki, I thought you had to point your finger too? He notices when Izuku turns around and sees the eye of the shield. That shield, he whispered, but Izuku heard him anyway. Izuku, right, thanks to the fact that I have Ma's missing eye, my blows are more powerful and I don't need to aim for some of my spells, he said, surprising his friend. Let's continue, he said to stand in front of Katsuki and draw his sword. When I finished playing that the screen turned off and all the teachers were confused by what they had heard. Nizu, curious, he said with his distinctive smile. Snipe, absolute god, What a peculiar way to call someone, and from what we know of Bakugo is not at all the kind of person who would call someone God, said the gunslinger hero. Midnight, and those weapons were weird, mentioned the heroine plus 18. Mike, the Eye of Enma. Do we have to assume that the Eye of the Shield is real and not pure decoration? Power loader. Possibly, I don't remember any orders from the department for a shield and sword, said the professor in charge of that department. Yagi, according to Midoriya Shonen's words, I got it at the same time as my power, said the peace symbol, in its deflated mode. Vlad King, power, you don't mean quirk? Asked the tutor of class 1B. Aizawa, no, when I met him he also said, power, plus I saw how he got it, said Mother Arigwa, surprising everyone. Cementos, and how did you do it? Asked the square-faced professor. Aizawa explained to them what he saw in the vision that Izuku gave him. Ectoplasm, I have the power of the ruler of hell, doesn't help much. 13. I think it would be to do some research on Midoriya to see if we can find anything, said the teacher in a spacesuit. All the teachers accepted the proposal of 13 buts before the meeting ended. Yuzuyuja was heard in the room alarming the teachers until they saw the young green-haired man in the room next to a kind of mummy and a cyborg with a sword. Izuku, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about my powers, he said, astonishing the professionals. Nizu, good young Midoriya, how did you know that we had doubts about you? And who accompanies you? Izuku, Mimi-sen, he said, so that the mummy with a movement of his fan would make it appear at the back door as if it were a television screen that broadcasts the room where they were, and then make it disappear. Let's say I have eyes in the UA, and as I said before, I plan to answer everything they wanted to know and answering their second question. Mimi, I'm Priest Meijo Mimi. Brankin, General of the Victory Brankin. Mimi Brand, a pleasure, they said as he bowed slightly. Nizu, perfect. Young Midoriya, we would like to know everything about his power, and about him because young Bakugo called him God Absolute, said the rodent bluntly. Izuku, well, I'll explain the origin of my powers. My powers prove the realm of Infertia. Cements, Infertia? Izuku, you could say that it is hell, you will see, while Mimi explained to images to go with what Izuku said, in the world there are 3 kingdoms: Infertia, hell, the surface, where we are, the earth itself, and Magitopia, the sky. You see, Infetia has existed since the beginning of life along with Magitopia. Infertia was formerly ruled by the absolute god Enma. Snipe, the same title you have now. Izuku, yes, originally the kingdom of Infertia didn't have any way to connect to the surface, but about 300 years ago Enma with the power of darkness created a way to make the connection with the surface, the gate of the underworld, to send his armies to the surface and conquer it. After a fierce struggle, he and his followers were defeated and sealed. Unfortunately, 15 years later they resurfaced, but because of Enma's obsession in conquering the surface, all the members of Infertia were destroyed except one. Prior to the destruction of Enma, 4 individuals thought it would be good to keep the power of Infertia in a book, the Book of Prophecy, a book that told the present, past and future of Infertia. After Enma's death, the last member of Infertia hid the book to wait for a new ruler. Nizu, and you found that book, he said smiling. Izuku, yes, I found it and took the position of Enma. I acquired my powers, and after 2 years I used magic forbidden for Magitopia to make all of Infertia except for Enma return to the world of the living, he said, surprising all the heroes. To be precise, and you remember the mysterious earthquake 10 years ago, more or less, that was me doing the spell. Bring her back to life, she whispered, thinking that she could see her teacher again, but she decided to discard the idea because Nana probably didn't want her to play God. Izuku, after that I was officially crowned as the absolute god of Infertia. Apart from me there are 10 other gods, 5 warriors, 3 sages and 2 supremes. Nizu, truly fascinating. 2 last doubts and you can now retire. Her goal and why hide Infertia? He asked seriously, as did the professors. Izuku, as the current ruler of Infertia and representing the entire underworld, the only thing I wish for is peace between the 3 worlds and that no blood falls again from any of the 3 sides. When he said that, the professors were surprised, in addition to being proud of the young man to see such a noble goal in him, and answering his second question, Magitopia, he said, confusing them, if Magitopia finds out that Infertia returned, it will surely be the beginning of another war, so hide it so that little by little he will appear before Magitopia to give a sign that we do not want more unnecessary conflicts. I hope you'll forgive me for withholding this information from you, he said, bowing apologetically. Nizu, you don't have to apologize, Midoriya-sama. He calls her that since he is technically speaking to a god. I understand that he decided to protect Infertia and the surface. Izuku, thank you very much, Director Nizu, and by the way, you don't need the sama if you don't want to use it, since technically he is my superior as he is the director and I am a student. Nizu, very well. One thing, he said to get Izuku's attention, how could we identify someone from Magitopia? Izuku, if he owns any object with this symbol, he will be an agent of Magitopia. Its inhabitants are called celestial saints, but they rarely participate directly by their law, but they do grant powers to people on the surface. Another day you wish I will inform you of all the information about Magitopia that I can. Now, if you will allow me, I will say goodbye, Yuza Ujira. Nizu, very well, gentlemen, he said to get the attention of the teachers, for now that this information does not leave this room, and if by chance you find a student with the Magitopia mark, please inform me to see if we can speed up. Nizu, very well, gentlemen, he said to get the attention of the teachers, for now that this information does not leave this room, and if by chance you find a student with the mark of Magitopia, please inform me to see if we can accelerate the peace process between these two worlds. Everyone, yes sir, they said to leave. To be continued. Zero comment. Chapter 7. Capítulo 6 La Apparición del Sol y la Luna. 10 months before the AU. We find ourselves in two young people's rooms in the middle of the night until a mysterious light appears in two houses and the young people appear in a kind of cloud kingdom. We find ourselves in two rooms of some young people in the middle of the night until a mysterious light appears in two houses and the young people appear in a kind of cloud kingdom. Boy, where are we? Asked a blonde young man. Girl, are we in heaven? He asked with shock and joy. You're partly right, young man, said a female voice behind them, frightening them and causing them to turn around. Girl, what do you mean? Be welcome to Magitopia. You could say that it is heaven since this is a kingdom above the clouds, a second voice commented, this time that of a young man. Boy, let's see, what are we doing here? And what am I? Are you here because an old enemy of Magitopia has resurfaced and we don't know if they are still with their dark intentions? He said, scaring the boys a little. Girl, the hell? Infertia, he said, frightening them because of the name, a place whose ruler was supposedly destroyed but apparently has returned. According to our laws we cannot interfere. But we give you our powers so that you can defend the surface of Infertia. In addition to that way you can be the heroes you want. Do you accept our powers? They said to manifest themselves to the young people and were surprised by their appearances. The young people looked at each other. The girl quickly accepted because, God has given me the opportunity to be his agent and I plan to honor him, while the boy thought, with that I will demonstrate my great power and talent. The young men looked at each other. The girl quickly accepted because, God has given me the opportunity to be his agent and I plan to honor him, while the boy thought, with that I will demonstrate my great power and talent. Girl, boy, we accept. Well, during these 10 months you will be trained to train this power, they said in unison. Lujuna Gulu, they said, so that the girl would get a bracelet with the symbol of Magitopia and a gem with the drawing of a moon, and the boy a kind of object similar to what was used to cut the tickets of old trains. Well, during these 10 months you will be trained to train this power, they said in unison. Lujuna Gulu, they said, so that the girl would get a bracelet with the symbol of Magitopia and a gem with the drawing of a moon and the boy a spray. After accepting it, they decided to do the 10-month training to have some mastery of their magic. After accepting it, they decided to do the 10-month training to have some mastery of their magic. After 10 months, both boys met again in Class 1B with their new tutor Sekijiro Ken, also known as Pro Hero Vlad King. During the first day they decided to do orientation, while during the first days the classes were relatively normal. Later the last class they had was information that their future class of heroes tomorrow will be with AM, which made the class very happy. Vlad. Well, this has been all for today. The day after tomorrow, first thing we will hold the election of the class president, but tomorrow we will start with your heroism class with M. Have a good day, he said with a firm and serious tone. 1B, goodbye sensei, they said in unison. As his students prepared to leave, Vlad saw out of the corner of his eye the bracelet of one of his students and a strange object in the backpack of another of his students. Vlad? That symbol. I have to inform Nizu. He thought seriously. When he was completely alone in the classroom, he takes out a communicator. Aizawa always takes a little longer to get his students to leave due to his demands. Nizu see Sekijiro. Vlad, I have found 2 celestial saints, he said, surprising the rodent. Warn Aizawa and Midoriya. Nizu, okay. Nizu, communicator of the center, please Midoriya go to address. I repeat, please Midoriya go to address. Everyone was getting ready to leave until they heard Nizu's warning. Aizawa, so fast? He thought a little worried about his student. Ida, Midoriya-kun, he said to call his friend, do you know why the director calls you? Izuku, I have an idea, but I don't think it's anything bad, don't worry. Uraraka, okay, she said a little worried about her friend. Katsuki, according to Deku, the teachers already know about the celestial saints and in Fushia. I hope this ends well. He thought a little worried about his rival. The rest of the 1A class said goodbye and only Izuku was left with Aizawa. Aizawa, apparently the Magitopia have already appeared, he said in his usual tone, while looking at Izuku. Izuku, apparently yes, I already have a plan, he said with a tired tone the first and serious the second. The 2 members of Class A have entered the directorate in which the tutor of Class B and the director are located. Izu, Vlad-sensei, Director Nizu, he said as he entered while bowing in respect. Nizu Vlad, young Midoriya, they said in unison. Vlad, Midoriya, he said calling the attention of the named one. Apparently the celestial saints are closer than you thought. 2 of my students are, he said surprising Aizawa and Izuku. Izuku, too? Already? Well, I'd better explain everything I know about the celestial saints, he said. Well? Nizu, if you don't mind young man, he said while taking out a tape recorder, please take a seat. The rest of the teachers will receive the recording so we will ask you the questions at the end. Proceed. Izuku, notice part of this lore will be invented by me since the wiki does not explain it at all, in addition to a lot of text like in Fushia, Magitopia has a ruler and 10 celestial saints plus another who decided to seal himself. The great celestial saint, the celestial archangel Magiel, is the counterpart of God. She was the one who granted magic to the world in ancient times to protect humanity. She is the one who commands in Magitopia. Then there are the 5 legendary magi. Usually they are the ones who give powers to humans to face us. They are Flagel, fire, Volgel, the thunder, Spudgel, water, Windgel, the wind, and Groundgel, the earth. They were the first and the representatives of magic in Magitopia along with Magiel. Then we have his pupil and considered the greater celestial saint. His power is ice, being the one that can awaken the internal power of magicians, in addition to giving a human his power, being the first human with magic after many years, naming Magi Mother. Finally we have the last 4, being one of them the legendary Blagel, with the power of righteous fire, the only one who was able to defeat Enma and seal him twice, ending the first time to become a corrupting being by obtaining the form that I now possess. Woolzard, Blagel and Snowgel trained the last 3 celestial saints. Sungel, that of the power of the sun, Lunagel, the possessor of the power of the moon, in addition to being the key that keeps the doors of the underworld sealed. As long as she lives the doors will be closed. And finally Rigel, with the power of the storm. Izuku made a small pause which made those present a little tense. Currently Rigel abandoned the title of Celestial Saint to become the Dark Priest Mimi, being the traitor of Magitopia and causing Blagel's corruption, the loss of Lunagel's memory for a while to try to open the gates of hell, and finally curse Sungel for 15 years. Nizu, 2 things young Midoriya, he said to get the young man's attention, about Mimi and the other celestial saint that he didn't mention. Izuku with those 2 doubts was uncomfortable as they were the darkest points for Magitopia. Izuku, heavy sigh. Mimi saw magic as a way to please herself, not as a method of protecting humanity, and as Enma offered her power she accepted it. That annoyed the teachers a little since her student has a traitor among their ranks. Calm down, Mimi is currently a loyal follower of Infertia. Vlad, how do you know that? He asked, a little annoyed because he wasn't very convinced by Mimi. Izuku, Magitopia hates him. The surface currently doesn't interest him since he blindly followed Enma, and because he owes me his life since I revived him, he said in a dry tone, making it clear that they will not receive any stab in the back from any member of Infertia. And the last celestial saint, Chronigel, the only dead celestial saint, because of the previous Woolzard and creator of magic capable of altering space and time. Aizawa, something tells me that such powerful magic was dangerous. Izuku, too dangerous. Veiling as his power was too dangerous for anyone else to handle, Chronigel placed a curse on reverse magic that is triggered if anyone other than him uses it, then retreated to a world of Meridiana and sealed himself inside a mountain. The curse consists of an abyss opening through your chest that eseeks you into time, appearing as a dark whirlwind, giving a slow and painful death. The only way to save himself is with the Staff of Chronigel, but due to a confrontation between Woolzard and Magishine, being Sungel's warrior mage form, it caused the loss of the staff and the death of Chronigel at the hands of Woolzard. When he finished explaining, those present understood the reason for Midoriya's discomfort. Since he is technically the new Woolzard, therefore, he feels a little guilty. Nizu, Midoriya, he said to get his attention. Chronigel's death wasn't his fault, he doesn't need to feel guilty, he commented to cheer the young man up a bit. Izuku, thank you. One thing, Vlad-sensei, calling the attention of the tutor of Class B, what is the purpose of your students and who are they? Vlad, their names are Nito Minoma and Ibara Shiozaki, he said. Minoma has like one of those ancient devices for cutting train tickets, and Ibara has a bracelet with a gem with a moon. Izuku, Sun Gel and Luna Gel, he said, surprised since he thought they gave their powers to humans. Aizawa, the sun and the moon. Vlad, it's funny, he said, calling everyone's attention, you told us earlier that normally legendary mages granted powers, but in the end it wasn't them. Nizu, probably it is to be more cautious since technically they are the powers of Blagel's disciples, therefore they will be well trained, commented the director. Izuku, one thing, he said to get everyone's attention, I have a suggestion. Nizu, go ahead. A la mañana siguiente la clase acababa de terminar sus clases de heroísmo con all might, todos los profesores ya estaban informados del plan de Izuku y de la historia de Magitopia. Pero a sorpresa de todos decidieron hacer un ejercicio junto a la clase A, cosa que los sorprendió. Clase Aizawa. Bien chicos, hoy vamos a hacer una cosa diferente a la originalmente programada. Daijo dejando una duda sus alumnos menos a Katsuki Izuku? Ida, AKSE Refire Sensei? Preguntó a la vez que alzó la mano. Aizawa, antes que todo Midoriya, Daijo fijandos en el nombrado. Izuku, hi, Daijo para levantarse y salir de la clase. Aizawa, antes de que digan algo me explico, Daijo para que la clase prestarse atención. Si recordáis los combates en parejas de hace unos días bakugo y Midoriya hicieron comentarios que no entendiste, Daijo para recibir un asentimiento de todos Katsuki, digamos que su poder en principio no es un quirk, Daijo dejando a su clase en shock. Denki, pero sin no es quirk que es? Mineta, eso no tiene sentido. Yaci durante un retiro hasta que. Katsuki, Quirius calaros malditos extras. Grito provocando el silencio, en palabras simples tienen un poder más antiguo que los quirks y después de esta prueba se explicará, Daijo con un tono tranquilo, cosa que sorprendió a todos. Sensei, Daijo para llamar la atención del nombrado, ¿cuántos son? Aizawa, tú, Daijo confundiendo a todos y sorprendiendo a Katsuki, como bakugo daika después de la prueba os explicará. Bueno, la prueba supuestamente es clase A versus clase B, pero en realidad esa es una tapadera. Katsuki, Deku aparecer fingir ser un villano y como los de la clase B no conocen su traje perfectamente lo confunden con uno y la auténtica prueba. Aizawa, Exacto y por eso pediría que nadie reveles la identidad de Midoriya y intentias actuar, dijo para recibir un dudoso asentimiento por parte de sus alumnos, bien, vamos. Tanto la clase A como la clase B junto a sus tutors estaban en el campo gamma. Todos poseían sus trajes de heroes, la e para dar el pigo y lobby porque en verdad pensaban en que era un ejercicio. Todos estaban preparados y los tutors dirían un mirada de acuerdo. Vlad, bien chicos, dijo para empezar la actuación. Aizawa, empecemos, dijo para empezar la señal. Justo después de que Aizawa dijes eso un misterioso círculo oscuro apareció en el suelo cosa que alarmó a la clase B en especial a los dos aprendices de Santos Celestials. Cosa que impidió Alvara Izuku con su armadura y sus armas. Le pondrá el nombre de Woolzard y ponit la música del video. Woolzard, nacido en la oscuridad. Woolzard, proveniente de la oscuridad. Woolzard, mago oscuro. Woolzard, dijo para desenfundar su espada y apuntar a los miembros de la UE. Duzazanga, dijo para paralizar a todos menos a Monoma y Ibra, Santos Celestials. Mostraros, o restos humanos lo pagran. Tanto la clase A como los tutors estaban sorprendidos con las capacidades de actor que tenía Izuku, pero la clase B estaba aterrada. Un caballero aparece de la nada inmoviliza a todos y los está amenazando con matar. Sin pensarlo los aprendices rápidamente se pusieron delante de todos y se pusieron en guardia. Woolzard, mostram vuestro poder. Monoma, lista? Dijo sacando su objeto. Ibra, sí, dijo tocando su brazalete. Ibra Monoma, golu galudiairo. Aizawa Vlad sat face aci kes su transformation. Flashback. Izuku, tengo planeado enfrentarme elos, dijo de forma seria. Nizu, no crees que es un poco arriesgado? Izuku, en parte sí. Pero ya que Magitopia decidió enviar a dos santos celestials quiero comprobar su fuerza, además que mejor forma tiene un guerrero para presentarse que con un comate. Vlad. Bueno, dijo llamando la atención de todos, me gustaría probar la fuerza de mis alumnos. Además aci podríamos ver el poder de un santo celestial. Aizawa, it will be quite interesting, he said and then looked at his student, but try not to overdo it. I know perfectly well that you could kill them. Izuku, don't worry, sensei. In combat I will mostly defend myself or deflect attacks unless I see that they have a certain level, he said to pause. But let's prevent my class from revealing who I am and so they will take it seriously. In addition, as a thank you if you wish in training, you will have the help of Infertia. Nizu, great, he said with his smile. One thing, we will record the fight in order to improve in training. Izuku, Inentido. Present. Vlad, Aizawa, let's see how it goes. Both celestial saints rushed towards the Dark Knight who was on guard. Lunagel, Ibra, summoned his staff to perform a Gugojika, to extend his staff to attack his enemy but managed to block it with his sword, while Magishine, Monoma, went to attack melee but did not even manage to graze. His shield blocked all his blows with little effort. Both celestial saints were attacking the dark magician but no blow was able to hit him. While the attacks were made, several comments coming from Magishine gave much to be desired. Surrender to the great Magishine, among others. While Class A was amazed at how their partner fought and Class B was hopeful that they would beat the villain. Kendo, they are very coordinated, she said in amazement, but what was really happening? Tetsu, you're a super team, he said happily. Kodai, they're going to win. Vlad, you're wrong, he said to his student. They're fighting on their own. Look closely, he said to make them look and see that their tutor was right. Several times they were about to hit each other. Aizawa, and Woolzard is taking advantage of that, he said, surprising everyone and his students by referring to Izuku as Woolzard. Momo, well, Woolzard takes advantage of their lack of coordination to make them face each other and thus win more easily, doesn't he? She asked, somewhat uncomfortable because she didn't know why she couldn't reveal Midoriya's identity. Aizawa, right? The battle continued and the rage in the Celestial Saints was more and more noticeable. Several times they received each other's blows and could not do anything to Woolzard. He was playing with them, Magi Shine lost patience and, Magi Shine, it's over, he shouted angrily and exhausted. Leludo, he said for a strange lamp to appear in his hand. Smoky Genji, what am I doing here? He said while looking around until, Nito? You're not prepared is too dangerous, especially for me. Smoky Genji, what am I doing here? He said while looking around until, Nito? You're not prepared is too dangerous, especially for me. Magishine, shut up, he said to force the cat inside the lamp and rub it and then pointed at Woolzard, Luma Gulagajika, Smoky Shining. He said to shoot a beam of energy that was shaped like a cat, but as Smoky Genji said he was not prepared and the shot was not aimed at Woolzard if he did not do Lunagel, that scared everyone since that was not planned, but surprising everyone Woolzard at the last second got in front of Lunagel and with his shield and Enmaza he managed to block the attack completely causing an explosion that he did not hurt anyone. Lunagel fell to the ground due to the fright and then received a look from Izuku. Woolzard Izuku, put away his sword, enough, he extends his hand and detransforms, allows me miss, he said in a soft tone. Ibra stares at him for a while and in the end he accepts the help. Monoma confused screams to know what happens. Izuku decides to calm Magi Shine down and confess the reason for the attack. After explaining the reason, Izuku confessed the origin of his power and that it is in Furshia and Magitopia. Everyone was completely amazed at the story. At first it was hard for them to believe it, but with a demonstration they managed to convince them. Soon Izuku spoke with both celestial saints to achieve a truce between the two, which he achieved but temporarily. After making that pact, both classes headed towards their respective classes. The entire Class A was in their seats and Midoriya was in front of everyone. Izuku, well, any questions? He asked as he was a little uncomfortable with everyone's looks, which he answered with all his companions except Katsuki raising his hand. Denki, isn't that really what you have, a quirk? Lai, are you really quirkless? Zero, are you really a god? Mina, is it really magic that you use? Momo, why didn't you tell us anything about the Infurshia? Kirishima, what were your workouts like? Ida, won't we have problems knowing this information? Izuku, okay, I'll solve the doubts in order. Ahem, no, it is not a quirk, correct, I am quirkless. Technically if my title is Absolute God, if it is magic, I did not say for fear of two things I reject because technically I am the ruler of hell and to avoid problems with Magitopia. My training was extremely intense in which I fainted and no, you will not have problems since the teachers were previously informed and I am in a temporary truce with Magitopia. Anything else? Uraraka, is it necessary to address you in a certain way? That question made her uncomfortable and that she no longer knew how to address her friend. Something that everyone also doubted. Ida, Uraraka-san, since he's a god it's the most certain thing that. He couldn't finish because Izuku interrupted him. Izuku, you don't need to, you can call me whatever you prefer, you are still my friends, you don't need to address me in any special way. He said with his typical smile, I'm still a student in Class A, you don't need any honorific or anything like that, and my sincerest apologies for hiding this from you. He said as he bowed in repentance. Sato, no pasa nada Midoriya. Shoji, lo hiciste por motivos juntos no es necesario preocuparse. Ojiro, as you said, we are friends. Koda, nods. Aoyama, diva pose, oui monsieur. Hiro, everything perfect Midoriya. And so everyone encouraged their classmate. The classes continued as always, as it will be now that the UA has knowledge of heaven and hell. And if the ruler of hell does good, who will represent evil? To be continued. Zero comment. Chapter 8. Capitulo 7 USJ. A day has passed since the discovery of Magitopia and Infurshia by the students of Class 1A and 1B, in addition to the request of Izuku that the rest of the courses and the top tiers will be informed of them to avoid unnecessary confrontations. In the middle of the morning at the entrance of the UA, hundreds of reporters were asking the students questions about what All Might was like as a teacher and how they felt to have the symbol of peace with them, etc. At the moment of trying to ask Izuku, a simple glance of his gave everyone a chill, and before going further, the barrier of the UA prevented them from advancing. All this observed by a mysterious hooded individual who in turn was observed from afar by the Queen of the Vampires. Now in Class A. Aizawa, well guys, let's do something that will be of extreme importance until you finish the course. He said so that everyone would pay attention. You will choose the class representative, he said, making everyone except Katsuki, Shoto, Izuku and Momo fall down in anime style. Everyone except those who didn't fall. That's a normal class event, they shouted. Aizawa, silence, he said while activating his quirk and making everyone shut up. Well, let's start, he said so that most of them started shouting that they are the chosen ones with quite questionable ideas until. Ida, silence, doing this is of extreme importance, let's do it through voting. He said while doing karate blows. Tsuyu, but we don't know each other well enough to vote. In the end everyone would vote for themselves, he said while putting his index finger on his chin. Ida, that's correct, but then we will know that if someone has more than one vote they are a more trustworthy person, let's start well. By saying that, the votes were made, resulting in Izuku having 5 votes and Momo 4, while Ida was left with 3, leaving Izuku as president and Momo as vice president. Now we are in the dining room where Ida, Uraraka and Izuku talk to each other while they came to the topic of why he is a hero. At first when he heard the reason of his friend Izuku, he became serious, but when he knew that it is for his parents as a way of thanking him for everything they have done for him, he ended up saying that what he was doing was something very noble which made the brunette happy. Within a few seconds the level 3 alarm had been turned on. According to some third-year students it meant that someone had broken into the UA, which made everyone panic, therefore the chaos in the area was a clear thing. But Izuku, thanks to a Duzazanga, managed to paralyze everyone to be able to warn them that it was only the press and that the teachers were taking care of it, managing to calming everyone down and receiving some compliments from her classmates. But also a small scolding from Ida for using her power on classmates. While at the entrance of the school, Nizu, well, what do we have? He said as he approached. Midnight, the door has been completely disintegrated, but we don't think the reporters were the reporters, he said, answering the rodent's question. Nizu, apparently this looks more like a declaration of war. Any clues? Midnight, no sir. Vancuria, I do have a runway, he said as he landed, surprising the heroes. Nizu, and you are? I ask, having some idea from the appearance of the stranger. Vancuria, ghost spy Vancuria, Yajin Mishur Vancuria, servant of Izuku-sama, he said while bowing slightly. Nizu, what do we have? Vancuria, young between 20 to 25 years old, extremely light blue hair, disintegrating quirk that is apparently activated by placing the 5 fingers on the surface he wishes to destroy, black t-shirt with breathes of the same color and red lace-up shoes. Unfortunately I could not see his face, besides that he disappeared in a kind of purple mist. That's all I have. If I find anything else I'll let you know right away, he said, maintaining his position and finally raising his head as a sign that he is finished. Nizu, thank you very much Vancuria-san, you can leave. Vancuria, hi, he said to take flight and disappear. Midnight, apparently young Midoriya has increased surveillance. Nizu, the young Izuku has offered the services of the members of Infurtia to the UA. Not being specific, he decided to start with the minimum, which is surveillance, and seeing that the rumor that All Might is a professor for now is perfect. For now we are fine, but then I will ask him for more specific details. The next morning in class A. Aizawa, well brats, today we are going to do class in a location outside the campus, the USJ for rescue operations. If you want you can use your suits, but remember that they may delay you in certain elements. Outside the school, Izuku is in the armor but without his helmet. Izuku, well guys, please get in order and place yourselves with whoever you want. The bus is a special one so there won't be many problems, he said so that everyone would comply with what he said. On the bus. Tsiu, Midoriyan, said the Chinese frog to the companion next to her. Izuku, si Ajin, he said politely. Tsiu, Kaltsu, he said kindly. Izuku, he corrected himself. Tsiu, I'm a person who always says what he thinks, and what does your power consist of? Asked curiously, caught the attention of everyone and who were also curious. Izuku, my power consists simply of black magic, which technically comes from the entire realm of Infurtia. You will see when I obtain my powers I concentrated all the essence of Infurtia in me. You could say that I reincarnated all the powers of the previous ruler in me. Sato, wow, And what's the most powerful spell you've ever done or have that you haven't used? Another doubt that made everyone curious. Izuku, well, I have two spells that are technically the same, only one is the evolution of the ortho, which allow me to manipulate life, he said, surprising everyone. Zero, manipulating life? Izuku, years after obtaining my powers I resurrected all the inhabitants of Infertia, he said, leaving his friends in shock. Since I possess dark magic there is no taboo, but curiously there is only one type of magic that is completely forbidden, he said, so that everyone was attentive. The magic that can alter space-time, he said, leaving them in shock, is forbidden basically because it is cursed. You use it and you'll have a slow, painful death and you may destroy your reality in the process, he said, frightening his companions. Kirishima, wow, that magic thing is incredible. I wish I had a more striking power or quirk. I can only harden myself, he said while stiffening his arm. Izuku, I don't think you need anything more flashy. You can become someone like the shield that will protect everyone, or instead of guiding you in defense be the spear that will finish off the villains, he said to encourage his friend Dash. Kirishima, wow bro, I hadn't thought that. Thank you bro, he said with his typical smile. Kaminari, we have to admit that there are powerful people in our class, he said as he made himself comfortable. Zero, well, I would say that the strongest are Bakugo, Midoriya and Todoroki, he said while pointing at the aforementioned ones. Tsuyu, yes, but with Bakugo-chan's character I doubt very much that he will end up liking people. Katsuki, what did you say, Demon Frog? He shouted from behind. You see, he said while pointing at his companion, ignoring the shouts. Kaminari, in the short time we've been in class and we already know you perfectly. Katsuki, shut up. Momo, oh how vain, he said while putting his hand to his face. We met on the outskirts of the USJ where a particular heroine was waiting for them. 13. Greetings Waneng, said the astronaut heroine. Uraraka, wow as 13 my favorite heroine, said the Machi lover enthusiastically. 13. It's good to meet a fan. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Join, or also known as the USJ, he said as he opened the doors of the building. The USJ is a dome-shaped building with a fountain in the center of it. In the USJ there were different areas representing scenarios of possible disasters, fires, floods, subsidence, avalanches, earthquake zones, etc. All the students were amazed to see how they were completely prepared for any type of accident. Al entrar Izawa se aproxima a tracy para preguntar algo. Izawa, why all might? Daijo susurrando. 13. Hagastado mucha energy. Daijo mientras levantaba tres dedos cosa que fue nada por Izuku. Izuku, que quiera decir eso? 13. Bueno. Antes de empezar una cosa o dos o tres o cuatro. 1a sad face y sigu subiendo. 13. Estoy bastante segura que todos conocias mi quirk, black hole. Daijo para recibir un sentimiento como afirmation dash. Izuku, un quirk perfecto para eliminar los escombros y salvar a personas de desastres. Daijo Izuku dash. 13. Correcto. Pero además de eso puede fácilmente matar a gente. Daijo dejando a esos alumnos en shock. YACI igual que con cualquiera de vuestros quirks, o magia. Daijo lo último señalando a Izuku como es obvio en esta sociedad estas habilidades están extremadamente reguladas. 13. Por favor olvidad que podíais causar daño a inocentes con esos quirks y centrados en cómo podíais usarlos para ayudar. En la prueba de Izawa habeas visto vuestro potencial, en la all might el peligro de usar sus habilidades contra otros y ahora aprenderás a cómo utilizarlos para ayudar a la gente. Muchas gracias por su atención. Daijo para finalmente inclinarse haciendo que todos den un aplauso dash. Izawa, bien, lo primero. No puedo terminar la frase que las luces del local empezarán a parpadear durante 2 segundos para luego en el centro del edificio un portal de color negro con detalles en morado surgió y en el cientos de villanos siendo for de ellos bastante llamativos. Una persona con manos amputadas por todo su cuerpo siendo la que está en su cara la más remarkable. El portal NSI el cual ese comprimio hasta tener una apreciancia más pequeña junto a dos luces de y color amarillo donde representaban sus ojos y dos criaturas con cabezas semejantes a pajaros con el cerebro expuesto y una gigantesca masas muscular aparentemente iguales o superiores a las de All Might. Aquí tendremos dos nomes tan poderosos como el del anime. Kirishima, Vala even have fake villains, he said happily. Izuku Aizawa. Those are not fake villains, they said seriously and in unison. Smoke villain. The only real heroes are Eraserhead and 13, the rest are students. Villano de Manos, and All Might? Wasn't he supposed to be there too? Well, if we can't finish him off, we'll finish off his spirit, he said the first a little angrily to say the second. Izuku uses a, he said, revealing his weapon and helmet, then taking a few steps forward. Aizawa, Midoriya? He said seriously because he knew what his student wanted to do but he only got a look as an answer. Well, plan? Aizawa, Midoriya? He said seriously because he knew what his student wanted to do but he only got a look as an answer. Well, plan? Izuku Wolzard. First, Aizawa-sensei, keep your eyes on the smoke villain. He seems to have a teleportation quirk and will have trouble. Second, he said to raise his hand and hold it at the height of his face so that a mini-screen could come out of it. Vancuria, hi. Izuku Wolzard. Third, Kaminari-kun, he said, calling his attention, communication capacity with the UA? If they have been able to infiltrate, I doubt that the communication that the center has will be of any use to us. Kaminari, I can't, I think there's someone with a quirk similar to mine preventing the signal, he said, trying to make contact with the school. Izuku Wolzard. Okay, Ide-kun, go get help. Vancuria-san will guard you in case the villains try to chase you so you don't waste extra time. Ida, I can't. He couldn't finish because Izuku wouldn't let him. Izuku Wolzard. As a class representative it is an order, he said in a serious tone. And fourth, only 4 of those villains seem dangerous so there will be no problems to finish them off quickly and one of them sensei has him under surveillance, he said to start going down the stairs. We keep him alive, he said to his companions to continue going down. 13. Aizawa-senpai, is it safe to leave? Aizawa, I trust him but I still have my doubts, he said and then sighed. Down the ground. Villain 1. And who is that? Villain 2. It doesn't give me a good feeling. Villano de Manos, who are you? He said with some irritation in his tone as he scratched his neck. Izuku Wolzard, born in darkness, born of darkness, dark wizard, Wolzard, he said as an introduction, and I'm here to finish you all off. Izuku Wolzard, born in darkness, born of darkness, dark magician, Wolzard, he said by way of introduction, and I'm here to finish you all off. Villain 3. And you can tell how you think you can do that being only one, he said while smiling sadistically. Izuku didn't say anything, he just kept me quiet until. Izuku Wolzard, Duza uru Zazui, he said and out of nowhere all over the USJ a circle of dark magic appeared and dozens of Zobils and Height Zobils emerged from the ground ready for combat. In addition, on the sides of Izuku, Branken and Mimi emerged. Mimi, inhumans, how nasty, he said with a tone of displeasure. Branken, Zobils, I shout for all Zobils and Height Zobils to prepare for the attack. Izuku Wolzard, while drawing his sword and aiming at the villains, like. At that signal all the soldiers of Infertia rushed towards the villains. All the students of Class 1A were amazed at how their companion had an entire army under his command. Katsuki, RC, those are the Zobils, he said, making everyone start looking at him. I may have known Infertia for about 2 years, but I've only seen a few of the gods, Vancuria, Branken, and Mimi. Aizawa, well let's go, he said so that they would quickly go to the exit. Unfortunately, before reaching the exit, the smoke villain appeared out of nowhere. Smoke villain, greetings young people, we are the League of Villains, I hope you don't mind our self-invitation, isn't this a perfect place for the last minute for the peace symbol? But, apparently All Might has not been able to be present. Has there been a last-minute change? Aizawa, that's not of interest to you, he said as he activated his quirk. Smoke villain, from what I see you were prepared for my arrival, how? Katsuki, Woolsard informed us of everything, he said with a smile, surprising his colleagues by naming Izuku by his alias. Smoke villain. Apparently this Woolsard will be a problem, he said, showing a little annoyance in his eyes. Before he could quickly continue, the door behind him was opened by two girls, Nai and Maya, all but Bakuga didn't know who those girls were. Katsuki, Four Eyes Run, that's the help Woolsard told you, he shouted, surprising everyone. Ida, SSI, Daijo para salir rapidamente corriendo. Villano de humo, no en I hablar, Daijo para intentar creer un portal delante de Ida dash. Nai Maya, Hwa, Idigran para lanzar cada una de ellas una esfera de energía oscura por sus bocas dan dol directamente en la parte metálica. Nai Maya, fusionendos. Vancuria, vamos Ida-sen rápido. Daijo para que Ida rapidamente los dos salgan rápido. Por desgracia antes de que el resto pudiera salir, el villano de humo destruyó parte de la puerta para que nadie más escapes. Villano de humo. Aunque ese haya escapado no permitir que nadie más escape, Daijo para que rapidamente ese teletransportarse ese mismo hacia el centro nuevamente ya que 13 estaba succionando con su cuerpo y aprovechó el momento en el que Aizawa tuvo que parpadear. Villano de humo. Shigaraki Tamura, Daijo consiguiendo identificar al villano de manos. No he podido hacer nada uno ha escapado, estaban preparados para que fuse. Villain of hands, Shigaraki. He began to scratch his neck angrily. Krogiri, if you weren't our escape door I would destroy you right now, he said to identify the villain of smoke, and on top of that dark magician, is destroying the villains we have brought, and no one said there was a mini-boss, he said so that he would quickly see how the last of the villains in the square were unconscious, no miss kill him, he said pointing at Izuku. When they said that, both beings gave a screech as a war cry and rushed towards the dark mage, but quickly Enma's eye emerged on the shield and next to Mimi's fan the two launched a powerful Izuzu, electrocuting the entities but it did not seem that they were doing much damage, they continued to advance but in a lighter way, so when they saw how their attacks did not do much they made an Uryu Zuzure. That was equivalent to an attack equal to the Zuzu, but with an extremely greater power. That could resemble reaching volts close to lethal. That managed to make the Nomus stand still screaming in pain but apparently fails to knock them out, until they finally ceased their attack and smoke came out of the Nomus bodies regenerating the skin damaged by the attack. Mimi, an interesting regeneration quirk, he said in a curious tone. Branken, not only that, they haven't suffered much from the impacts, do they have anything to avoid the crash? Shigaraki, you are both correct, I present to you the anti-P symbols, also known as Nomus. They are made exclusively to take down All Might so you can't do anything to them. Nothing, he said with a psychopathic smile. Woolsard, that's how they're artificial, huh? He said in a tone that caused his two generals to look at him and then look at each other. Mimi Brank. Oh ho ho ha. They laughed in unison confusing everyone. Shigaraki, what are you laughing at? I ask annoyed. Woolsard, because they are artificially made, they are not human, therefore there is no need to hold back. Woolsard Mimi Branken. Slash mode, the three of them said in unison so that a small light would emerge from their weapons. With the rest of Class 1A. Shoji was listening to everything. With an extra ear just like Jiru. Shoji, slash mode? I asked confusing everyone and leaving a Bakugu in shock. Jiro, what's that? Katsuki, this is serious, he said, getting everyone's attention. Aizawa, do you know what it is? Katsuki, yes, and it's not good at all. Remember in the team battle when Deku cut me or the Four Eyes but didn't do anything to us? He asked to receive a settlement from everyone as an answer. It's because he was in something called energy mode, that in summary the sword has a small layer that makes it not cut you but you still feel the pain but not so strong. Shash mode removes that layer, he said leaving everyone in shock. It will hit to kill. Katsuki, yes, and it's not good at all. Remember in the team battle when Deku cut me or the Four Eyes but didn't do anything to us? I asked to receive a settlement from everyone in response. It is because I was in something called in. Izuku Mimi Branken, witness the power of darkness. Yuza duza Uryu Yuguro Miza duza Meru Meguro final blow. Bari Javelin, Dark Magic Slash. Corrupted Hand Fan. Codic Slash. Hell Flang. Final Cut. The three said in unison, some dark energy cuts that dismembered the Nomus, in addition to causing a gigantic earthquake in the area due to the energy they expelled. Both Izuku's classmates, his teachers and the villains were completely shocked by the amount of power he showed. Surprising one more was the fact that the Nomus tried to regenerate, but they quickly received a Duza Uru Zazato from Izuku, destroying their brains, killing them. Now everyone was dumbfounded. Shigaraki, no, they cheated, you cheaters, he shouted as he scratched harder and harder, drawing blood in the process. Shigaraki, no, they cheated, you cheaters, he shouted as he scratched harder and harder, drawing blood in the process. Kurogiri, Shigaraki Tamura, it will be better to retreat without the Nomus, and with the pros on the way we will have no chance of winning, he said to quickly wrap his boss to transport him. Shigaraki, I will kill you, Woolzard, I will finish you, OFF, he shouted as he disappeared into his companion's mist. When he finished quickly, All Might appeared completely serious, but he quickly realized that everything was under control and decided to help keep the villains who were beginning to wake up to be held. A few minutes later, the rest of the teachers appeared with the police skirting the villains to lock them up, in addition to obtaining the DNA of the Nomus. Next to the police was Detective Naomasa, taking Izuku's testimony. In addition to all the information that Vancuria had managed to get, Director Nizu decided to give a week off to the students to clear their minds and have things under control, in addition to asking Izuku to participate in the meeting that the teachers had prepared tomorrow. The next morning, we meet in the principal's room with the principal himself, the professors, All Might in muscle mode since Izuku doesn't know about the OFA, the detective, and finally Izuku. Nizu, thank you all for coming, said the director. This meeting has been set up to discuss the attack that Class 1A has received. Detective Naomasa here present will inform us of everything he has achieved with the evidence and testimonies. Besides young Midoriya, the detective is aware of your situation, so feel free to report with what you can, he said to receive a settlement from the red-haired detective. Naomasa, thank you Nizu. Well, according to the testimonies and information we have collected, the vast majority of the captured villains were of low level. Pickpockets, accused of assault and robbery, practically none committed even a murder, only 2 individuals stood out. Kurogiri hardly have data about him, only his quirk, Warp Gate, allows the user to be in his a portal to practically any location that is known and available of the individual. And the second Shigaraki Tamura is apparently the leader, his quirk, Decay, allowing him to disintegrate anything that comes into contact with his 5 fingers. Unfortunately, they are not yet analyzing the remains of those entities that accompanied them, he said seriously while reporting everything. Izuku, don't worry about that last detective, an Infertia team has already analyzed the DNA and well, he said, surprising everyone and taking out a folder. It's not the most appealing thing in the world, he commented to open it and clear his throat. According to the analyses shown by the DNA tests, both Nomus individuals have a record of previous criminality. Both entities were humans with low criminal records, but with the difference that currently their bodies have received extreme genetic modifications by forcibly combining multiple quirks, causing an artificial compatibility, causing the loss of reasoning and mentality of individuals, transforming them into entities without their own will. Al terminar de leer eso la sala es equado en silencio, todos tenían una expresión de shock en sus rostros. Sobretudo All Might ya que tenía la pequeña corazonada que sabía quién estaba detrás de la creación de los Nomus. Izuku, además Detective Naomasa, Shigaraki Tamura no tiene pinta de ser el auténtico líder. Lo digo porque el carácter que demostró mientras me enfrentaba a los Nomus era de un niño teniendo una rabieta. Además que siguen su personalidad es muy difícil creer que tantos villanos fueron convencidos por alguien como él. Por lo tanto más seguramente hay alguien más peligroso en la liga de villanos, alguien capaz de dar quirk o algo similar. Dijo dejando en shock a todos y asustando un poco al. Might le serve de algo aquitinan toda la investigación que organizo mi equipo de Infertia por si lo es útil. Dijo para dar la carpeta dash. Aizawa, aci que tenemos una especie de hombre niño, fingiendo ser el jefe. Cementos. Además de que tienen la capacidad de crear esos nomes, eran muy poderosos? Dijo lo primero para comentas y preguntó lo segundo a Izuku. Izuku, ataque a matar. Esas cosas eran extremadamente resistentes, además que siguen Shigaraki estaban ecos exclusivamente para matar a All Might, dijo sorprendiendo a todos. Lastima que ese jefe secreto no es tan listo como aparenta, dijo lo último confundiendo a todos. Present Mike, a KD refires? Izuku, me refiero a que si fuera tan listo como aparenta no hubiese cometido un error tan grande, dijo aun confundiendo a todos menos a Nizu, os dar una pista los quirks de los nomes eran regeneración y absorción de choque, todos menos Nizu los seguían mirando sin entender nada dash. All Might, se de cuenta, no era nullification de choque, dijo haciendo que todos empezasen a entender a lo que se refería Izuku. Izuku, exacto y eso significa dos cosas o están demasiado confiados en poder derrotar aun sabiendo que existe la posibilidad de superar tu limite o tenían prisa por derrotar y no pudieran obtener un mejor quirk. Además del pequeño detalle que estaba exclusivamente hecho para matar a All Might y no a cualquier otro hero por lo tanto si por ejemplo en Deva hubiera estado perfectamente hubiese podido acabar con él. Izuku, which brings me to the next question, he said to put on a serious expression, are you hiding something from me, All Might? Because as far as I know you have had no problem being a hero, for a few hours? Is there anything I should be told about? Asked the first two to All Might and then looked at everyone while asking the third, you know my secret, it would be fair if I knew that you were hiding from me. When he said that, all the teachers and the detective looked at each other to finally agree to what Izuku requested. All Might got up from his seat and was untransformed, surprising Izuku, in addition to telling each other all about the OFA and AFO giving certain suspicions he had, in addition to knowing who will be the 9 carrier. Izuku, hearing that, asked if he could help the 9 in his training to improve his control over the OFA, which AM gladly accepted. Nizu, well now that that's settled, young Midoriya, he said to get the young man's attention, you'd mind providing infectious services for training and security. Izuku, of course, I had already thought of something, he said, drawing everyone's attention and taking out another folder. Well, first of all in security there will be 200 Zobils. Izuku, of course, I had already thought of something, he said, drawing everyone's attention and taking out another folder. Well, first of all in security there will be 200 Zobils. 100 height Zobils. 100 height Zobils. 40 trolls. And the 4 kings of the underworld, the most powerful beastmen of Infertia. And the 4 kings of the underworld, the most powerful beastmen of Infertia. He said, making the jaws of the teachers fall to the ground, and in training he had thought of the 3 exiled beasts of the underworld. He said, making the jaws of the teachers fall to the ground, and in training he had thought of the 3 exiled beasts of the underworld. He said, making the jaws of the teachers fall to the ground, and in training he had thought of the 3 exiled beasts of the underworld. But if you want more, here is the information of the rest of Beastman and beasts of the underworld. The only ones who will not be able to collaborate for now are Branken, Mimi, the 10 gods of Infertia and Vancuria, the first 2 since they are like my personal guard, the gods not since some are with investigations and others are from wanting to fight 24/7, cough cough Drake cough cough, and Vancuria because she takes care of the surveillance. She said everything to end with an innocent smile while the teachers and the detective were in complete shock to see how a single person had so much in her power, while Director Nizu laughed like a complete psychopath. Nizu, excellent young Midoriya, well the session is over. To be continued. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 9. Capítulo 8 El Entrenamiento. The next morning after the meeting before classes started, Izuku decided to arrive earlier to meet with Principal Nizu and distribute Infertia's troops to increase security, which was more like preparing an army for war. As soon as classes started, the students were a little scared by the number of children around the school, but thanks to Nizu and the teachers, they were informed that it would be the new security. Now in the class, Izuku with him arrived earlier to have everything under control. He went to the class, and as expected he was the only one who would be in it. Later the rest of Class 1A arrived in the classroom and decided to talk about how they did during the break time. Tenya, Midoriya, he said, calling attention to the aforementioned. Do you by any chance know why the AU is technically surrounded? He asked Dash. Izuku, that's an increase in security, he said in a nonchalant tone. The director asked me to help with security, so he sent a portion of Infurtia's troops. Tenya, I understand, thank you very much, he replied. Well, I wonder what we will do now. He said. Then the door opened and Aizawa appeared, receiving a lot of questions about what they would do now, until the professor activated his quirk to silence them. Aizawa, well guys, I have to say that this is not over yet, he said, leaving his class tense. Everyone, more villains? They thought worriedly. Aizawa, the sports festival is coming, he said in a serious, boring tone. Everyone, a normal event, they shouted with excitement. Aizawa, silence, he said, activating his quirk, causing a deathly silence. Denki, but sensei, wouldn't it be a bad idea to do the festival? We have suffered an attack of villains. Denki said in a worried tone. Zero, is it true? Are we back to normal so quickly? He asked, supporting his friend. Aizawa, Principal Nizu decided that holding the festival would be a way of saying that the attack has done nothing to us, he said in his bored tone. Besides, he said, drawing the attention of his students while pointing at Izuku with his right hand, the security on the part of Nizu and his partner's lunatic would be enough to stop an army. Izuku, sensei, do I think lunatic is a little? He couldn't finish because his teacher interrupted him. Aizawa, we have 340 more Infurtia soldiers according to your words, the most powerful beastmen in Infurtia. Don't you think that's a bit of a lunatic? He said, making Izuku accept his defeat, as well as leaving the jaws of the rest of the class on the ground. Everyone, Izuku, what? They shouted in unison while looking at Izuku, who laughed with some discomfort. Aizawa, one more thing, Midoriya, he said to get the attention of the aforementioned. Director Nizu has been a little interested in the type of training you have done and asked me if you could give us a demonstration. He said, making everyone, especially Todoroki and Bakugo, curious as they wanted to see the kind of training their president was doing. Izuku, of course, I was also planning to train today, so I'll take advantage of it, he replied with a smile. Aizawa, well, let's go to the Alpha camp. I don't know if it exists, but I don't care, he said, so that he and the rest went to the designated camp. Once on the field with the director and the rest of the teachers, Vlad included, since Class B are doing some physical tests, designated Izuku was placed in the center of it, while the rest stood on one of the sides to see how their partner trains. As everyone was in position, it could be seen through the windows how an aurora appeared, but the strange thing about that dawn is that it emitted a dark presence, and in turn 3 Inters appeared in front of Izuku, 3 gods of Infurtia. As everyone was in position, it could be seen through the windows how an aurora appeared, but the strange thing about that dawn is that it emitted a dark presence, and in turn 3 Inters appeared in front of Izuku, 3 gods of Infurtia. Cyclops. Wyvern. Titan. Wyvern. Greetings, Izusima, bowing in respect like the other two. Izuku, Wyvern-san, Titan-san, Cyclopes-san, I've called you since the UA is interested in my training. I hope it's not a problem. Wyvern. It's not a problem at all. Besides, putting himself on guard with his weapon, which was a golden spear with the tip in the shape of a triangle with marine characteristics, it will be more fun with the public, he said, so that Titan would also be on guard, being his weapon a spear with lightning shapes on both sides except in the part of the hands. And for Cyclops and his sniper to make a great leap backwards disappeared in front of everyone. The 2 missing gods quickly threw themselves on Izuku, being Titan on the left and Wyvern on the right. Quickly Izuku used the Uzuzu to make his weapons appear. With his sword he defended himself from Titan and with his shield from Wyvern. Thus began a fight where, unlike Monoma and Ibara, both opponents of Izuku were completely synchronized, giving an incredible battle to the young green-haired man. Each one attacked from one side closely, the other attacked from a distance from another angle, achieving combined attacks and interspersing between them, but without being able to see an obvious pattern. Everyone including Aizawa was completely shocked to see Izuku's training, as it seemed more like a battle to the death. Curiously, the fight fans began to get excited to do that kind of training to be stronger, and on Katsuki's part he had a sinister smile as he thought, "This is the power of a god that I plan to overcome." But quickly the sound of a shot disconcerted everyone, making them look everywhere until they noticed that in addition to the previous battle, Izuku was dodging and repelling bullets that apparently came from all directions. Right now the word shock was not enough, because not only are they facing two completely synchronized adversaries with no apparent openings, and he was dodging reflecting bullets from, according to the data they had, were of the best sniper in all of Infurtia. The fight lasted for approximately 20 minutes, until in a quick move Izuku took advantage of a slight deviation in Titan's attack and managed to connect a powerful slash that ended with a chain effect by quickly connecting another blow to Wyvern to finally make a Zazato, where the last shot came hitting Cyclops, fully making him come out of hiding. "Wyvern. Surprising Izuku," he said tiredly, clutching the area where he received the blow. "Cyclops, it's improved a lot. We'll let Sphinxes know so they can record it and think about how to improve it." "Nizu, hahaj wow young Midoriya, that has been a fierce training," he said under the eyes of the teachers, who said, "Fierce is little." "Izuku, thank you Director Nizu," he said while bowing as a sign of respect. "One thing guys, also if you want to train for the festival you can ask to do it with someone from Infurtia. Almost all the inhabitants will help," he said, and then everyone went to their respective classes to end the day. At the end of the day both Class A and B, mostly in Class A, were completely surrounded by UA students, making everyone in the class ask why they are there and what is happening among others, until Katsuki, "They come to study the enemy, as we are those who have survived the attack of the villains, therefore we are the center of attention of the moment and they want to see what we are like. What do you want, DMN extras?" He said the first in a calm tone and the last shouting. "Tenya, stop calling everyone extra," scolding while making his arm movements. "Comrade Purplehair, so this is the class of the hero course. From what I see are a lot of self-centered mouths," he said with a bored tone. Bakugo was going to answer, but quickly Izuku covered his mouth. "Izuku, don't worry, it's just him," he said, looking at his friend. "Izuku Midoriya, president of the class, how can I help you?" he asked politely. "Comrade Purplehair, Hitoshi, I didn't expect that. I'm Hitoshi Shinso from General Courses. Unfortunately, due to the style of the entrance exam, I and others couldn't enter the hero course. But if we do well at the festival they can give us one of our places, so I declare war on you," he said, leaving a sepulchral silence until Izuku, "Ha ha ha, how funny. I hope you don't disappoint," he said with a sadistic smile, scaring everyone. "The UA has implemented new forms of training available to everyone for the festival. Now long," he said, the first with a friendly tone and the last with a seriousness that would scare anyone, making him leave. "Let's see who tests the power of a god," he said as he left, and his eyes lit up in a bright purple color. Zero comment. Chapter 10. Capítulo 9 El Festival Deportivo. We were at the sports festival where there was a lot of cheering from the audience, because everyone is eager to see the capabilities of the next generation of heroes. While in the boys' locker room of Class 1A, "Shoto, Midoriya," he said to get the attention of the aforementioned. "Izuku, yes?" replied the aforementioned. "Shoto, I know you've shown great power in the USJ, but that doesn't mean you'll have things easy. I'm going to defeat you," he said with a menacing look, leaving his teammates in shock and still angry in danger. "Kirishima, hey, calm down man, we're all friends," he said, putting a hand on the bicolor's shoulder. "Shoto, I'm not looking for friends," he said, pushing Kirishima's hand away. "Izuku, don't worry, Kirishima-kun," he said to calm his friend down, and Todoroki-kun, calling the attention of the mentioned, "I'll just tell you that I'm not going to leave things easy for you, besides that you will have a chance against me if you go at your 100%, he said, pointing to his left side, causing the bicolor to show an expression of annoyance. "That also goes for you Katchan," he said, looking at his friend rival. "Let's see who can rival a god," he said, showing a sinister smile and a slight killer instinct, until present Mick's voice was heard. "Izuku, good Class A, let's show what we're made of," he said, making a radical change of personnel, which left a drop of anime-style sweat on everyone except his two rivals. Present Mike. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival where we will see the potential of the next generation of heroes. Anything to say, Caterpillar-san? He said enthusiastically into the microphone and then addressed his companion. Eraser, I don't know how the hell you convinced me to do this, he said in his usual bored tone. Present mic, ha, what a good joke. Well people, let's start by introducing the class that survived the attack of villains, the class of the Hero Course 1A, he said, provoking hundreds of cheers of adoration while the aforementioned students came out, some of them having nerves. Then we have the class that should not be underestimated 1B, and so it continued with the rest of the classes of the rest of the courses. Well, and to introduce the games we have a Might Knight, said the heroine plus 18 making an entrance with certain SNSL movements attracting the lascivious looks of the men in the stands, a movie grape, and the embarrassed looks of the first-class students. Hello everyone. Before starting, a speech from the first place of the entrance exam Izuku Midoriya, he said making everyone applaud and Izuku went to the stadium to give the speech dash. Izuku, this event is not only to test our physical abilities, but to show that the next generation of heroes is more than capable of protecting people, so let's do it. Let's show why we're not scared of simple villains. Let's show why people will be safe to know that we'll be there. Let's show our strength, and if we have reached our limit then let's pass it. Remember ID beyond your limits, plus. People students, they shouted with emotion because of the speech of the young green-haired man who went to where he was before. Eraser, great speech by Izuku Midoriya, a small notice due to some events prior to the festival, an extra student will participate, that due to distance problems and depending on their performance in the festival, just like everyone will be placed in the corresponding course, make an effort. He said with his bored tone while some of the students looked at a blonde with glasses who was the one they were talking about. Izuku, that must be the 9th carrier, depending on how it goes I'll see the type of training I do with her, thought the green-haired one in a serious tone while looking at Melissa Shield, All Might's niece and 9th carrier of the One for All Dash. Might Knight, well, the first event will be an obstacle course where you'll have to go around the stadium completely, the top 42 advance to the next round. He said for everyone to get ready at a gate which they didn't know would be their first test. So the festival began, the doors opened and all the students tried to leave in unison making them get stuck but it didn't last long since Shoto Todoroki decided to freeze the entire ground to stop everyone. At first it worked but quickly the rest of the classes A and B came out except Izuku giving suspicion to Shoto. These suspicions ended when he was quickly heard saying from the door, Yuguro, causing an explosion of energy destroying all the ice in addition to seeing as a purple and green trail quickly getting in front of Todoroki and seeing with shock how Izuku was running so that in less than a minute the entrance exam robots appeared in front of everyone and before Todoroki froze them. Izuku, Duza Uru Zazato. He said launching energy wolf attacks destroying several of the thefts surprising everyone. But he quickly managed to get through the robots since those that still get in his way destroyed them in a single blow just like the rest of his calm. He said launching energy wolf attacks destroying several of the thefts surprising everyone, but he quickly managed to get through the robots since those that still get in his way destroyed them in a single blow just like the rest of his teammates who demonstrated their potential by getting rid of the robots. Present mic, what power these students have, but don't think that this would end so easily. Because now we have the precipice. If you fall and touch the bottom you will be automatically disqualified. Don't worry, the fall is not deadly and it is completely safe. He said with his typical animated tone, receiving cheers in return, but quickly his expression changed to one of complete shock as he saw how Izuku ran over the ropes that separated the platforms without having any difficulties leaving both present mic and the audience with their jaws on the floor, to finally head towards the last phase. Incredible. Izuku Midoriya has quickly moved on to the second stage and has entered the third, the Mind Kumpo. They are not lethal but that does not mean that the explosion is harmless, he said the first with his animated tone and the last with a sinister smile. But not only him, also the students Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugu are hot on Midoriya's heels. Who will be the winner? He said while the audience is very excited until they saw how Izuku jumped with a pirouette and could be heard how Izuku shouted, Yuza Ujira, to quickly teleport to the finish line and so on all just like the original story, except for the 32nd place there is where Melissa will be. Present mic, what a power these students have, but don't think that this would end so easily, Because now we have the precipice. If you fall and touch the bottom, you will be automatically disqualified. Don't worry, the fall is not fatal. And the midnight. Perfect. The first 42 please get ready at the center. The rest head to their seats in their respective classes and good luck for the next one. Midnight. Perfect. The first 42 please get ready in the center. The rest head to their seats in their respective classes and good luck for the next one. Well, now let's start with the second game, Cavalry Battle. In this game the participants will be grouped into groups and depending on their positions they will have a score and from lowest to highest, where the first place will have 10 million points. As soon as they said that, everyone looked at Izuku with the intention of intimidating, but unfortunately the only thing they got in response was a sinister smile scaring them a little. The cavalry battle ends with Izuku's team, just like the one in the canon. I don't explain it because I can't think of anything striking. In addition to the fact that they chose Monoma instead of Tetsu to see how she demonstrates her superiority as a celestial saint, until at the end the last round begins 1 versus battles where the couples resect. Zero comment. Chapter 11. Capítulo 10 Los Battles. Previous detail. Todoroki and Izuku's talk is the same as the one in the anime, only Izuku was not nervous. Present mic. Welcome to the third and last part of the 1vs1 battles. In the first fight, on the left side we have the young man who showed a wide range of skills and has remained in first place in the previous tests. Izuku Midoriya. Shout for Izuku to come out the door and cheers were heard. And on the other hand, a student who, even being from general courses, has shown his acumen to move on to the Hitoshi Shinsu hero course, shouted for Shinzo to come out the door and cheers were heard. Flashback. Ojiro. Midoriya, he said to get the attention of the aforementioned. Izuku. What's up, Ojiro-kun? Ojiro, the opponent you are going to face, I was on his team in the cavalry battle, but at the time he spoke to me, I remember absolutely nothing about the whole phase. Only when we finished did I regain consciousness, and I wouldn't feel good if I didn't warn you. Be careful, he warned, receiving a smile from the green-haired man. Izuku, thank you, Ojiro-kun, I'll keep that in mind, he said cheerfully to his companion. Present. Midnight. Okay guys, the rules are simple. To win you have to make the opponent surrender, go over the limits, or be knocked out. If the battle reaches higher level cementos and I interfere, got it? I asked to receive nods from both of them. Shinzo, give up huh? He whispered while smiling. Midnight, start. I shout for the opponents. Shinzo, so the monkey decided to leave Menudo Estevez. He said to try to provoke Izuku to speak, but what the bald man didn't know is that Izuku wanted to put Shinsu's quirk to see if he could control his mind or he could just free himself. Izuku, you're a bit of a big mouth. He couldn't finish as his eyes turned white, proving a smile on Shinsu's face, but quickly a wave of pressure besides that his eyes completely glowed dark purple, getting out of control. Wow, okay, I have to manage that. You have an impressive quirk, but, he said to quickly get in front of his opponent, scaring him, but if you don't exercise your body it won't be of any use. Nothing, he said, punching him in the stomach, taking the air out of him and making him faint, but not before saying, I'll wait for you in the hero course. He smiled while Shinso was fainting. Midnight, the winner is Izuku Midoriya, he shouted, making everyone cheer for the fight. Present mic. Impressive speed on Midoriya's part, and as the young Hitoshi tried to quickly end with the use of his quirk. Great fight, and now the next match is between Shiro Hanta versus Todoroki Shoto. Shout for the people to start cheering dash. The fight between Todoroki and Shiro was quick and simple. Shiro tried to get Todoroki out quickly with his ribbons, but the ice fire user created a gigantic glacier covering practically a quarter of the stadium, leaving everyone in complete shock, giving the victory to the young bicolor. Later the confrontation between the user of the electric quirk and the second Lunagel began. The fight lasted only a few seconds, ending with Kaminari entangled with the vines of his hair, giving victory to the young woman. In the next fight, Tenya Ida unfortunately became a human advertisement. She still obtained the victory, but not with a good taste in her mouth. Unlike the previous fights, the teachers secretly wanted to look at it since they knew Infertia's power through the capabilities demonstrated by Izuku, and they knew that Ibra would not show his Celestial Saint capabilities unless it was extremely necessary, but Nito was the opposite. They knew that his arrogance would metaphorically force him to show his power, and that would be an opportunity that he would not waste. Mina, I hope Midori's advice helps, he thought in their previous conversation. Flashback. We are in the seats of Class A. Mina, Midoriya, he said, calling the attention of the aforementioned. Izuku, yes? Asked the red-haired man curiously. Mina, could you give me some advice with Monoma? Since he's one of those celestial saints, I don't know if he'll use those powers or just worry about his quirk, he asked a little nervously, not knowing what to do. Izuku, well, knowing Monoma-kun's personality, he probably wants to show off his powers as a celestial saint. Sungel is basically based on hand-to-hand combat or with the sword, but I doubt that they will let him use it and he doesn't seem very skilled. Then there is the lamp, but he was not prepared last time, so I don't know very well, and I don't know his quirk. He said, leaving the pink skin a little depressed because he thought he would lose, but you have a greater agility than his, so in terms of hand-to-hand combat you have an advantage, so take advantage of your agility and speed with your acid. Of course, if he uses his lamp so carefully it is very difficult to dodge his projectiles, he said to partly cheer up his partner. Well, good luck in your meeting. Present. Midnight. Okay guys, are you ready? I asked to receive nods from both of them. Start, I shout to start the fight. Mina decided to start sliding as if she was skating thanks to her acid, and combining it with her breakdancing skills, she managed to move in a way that for the second magician was extremely difficult to follow due to the lack of patterns. Because of that, Mina managed to give her blows both normal and with acid, causing quite a bit of damage until Monoma began to use the Tetsu quirk that she decided to copy earlier. Thanks to that, he was able to protect himself slightly against Mina's acid, but unfortunately, due to the lack of practice with it, he could not comfortably use it to fight, since normally he would only use melee or defense quirks in one part of the body, but since Tetsu's quirk made him use it all over his body, he could not apply it as he wanted, and that is why he received a high kick from the pink-skinned girl, getting angry. Monoma. It's over. She feels the power of a celestial saint, Gulu Galudio, transforming, surprising a large part of the spectators and interesting the heroes for that kind of power unknown to them, and scaring Mina a little by restarting the combat, but surprising Mina. The speed and power of Monoma's blows had increased considerably, but because apparently she was still using her partner's quirk, for therefore, he could barely begin to dodge his attacks just because he was a little slower than he should. Mina felt at a fairly high level of stress, but he had a small plan and he put it into action. He decided to take advantage of the fact that much of the terrain was slippery to try to make his opponent lose his balance to defeat him. What happened was something quite surprising. Because of Mina's attempts, he did not get Monoma to end up slipping, but because of his carelessness when he trusted himself and ended up going out of limits by receiving a blow from Monoma, who was already practically hyperventilating and saying several times, "Hell, it's hard to hit," or "a little more and I don't count it," thus ending the fight with Magi Shine's victory. But curiously, Mina was happy as he has shown his ability. The following matches were relatively faster. Tokoyami's versus Yaoyorozu ended with the former's victory due to the latter being too distracted thinking about how to act, and ended with his defeat. The next fight was quite impressive in everyone's eyes, especially for Izuku, as he was able to see for the first time how Melissa's shield dominated 5%, that according to what All Might told him was the maximum he could dominate without starting to damage his bones. In addition to seeing why he was previously one of the best minds on Island along with his father David's shield, in a few minutes he managed to find out that Kirishima could not completely harden his body, but in order to defeat him it required climbing to 8% and slightly damaging his muscles, but it did not prevent him from demonstrating sportsmanship by offering his hand to his opponent. In the last fight of the first round, Uraraka showed everything he had and even demonstrated a strategy that amazed Izuku, but unfortunately he did not manage to win. But he did manage to show what he is made of, receiving a "you are strong, don't even think about slackening" from Bakugo when he saw a person capable of facing him and not being his opponent, Izuku. Now we find ourselves in the corridors of the festival where our green hair is with his eyes closed until. "Izuku, do you want anything, Endeavor-san?" he said as he opened his left eye and looked at the flaming hero. "Endeavor? Yes. I've seen your capabilities and I know that you'll be able to make that rebellious stage of his go and become number one as he should be," he said in his typical tone, while Izuku still looked at him with his only eye open but with an expression that completely prevented him from seeing any emotion on his face. "Izuku, first of all, I had already thought that he would take out his fire, Secondly, that you would begin to see him as a son and not as a weapon, or else believe me that you will burn in such a way that compared to your flames you are a simple lighter against the sun itself. Shoto is a human, just like your family, change for the better or see what happens when you anger a god. He said as he released a quantity of murderous instinct aimed exclusively at Endeavor by scaring him, and finally, head to the platform. Present Mike. Welcome to the second round of one-on-one combat. On the left side we have the young man of 1001 skills from the Heroes Course 1A Izuku Midoriya, he said to receive many cheers from the audience. And on the right side we have the young man who defeats his opponents with a single move Shoto Todoroki, and just like Izuku received a great horde of applause and cheers. In the combat arena both opponents watched each other carefully, maintaining both a cold expression. When the fight was given, Shoto threw a gigantic pillar of ice just like he had in his confrontation with Shiro Hanta, completely covering Izuku inside the glacier, pretending that he lost. But before declaring the victory of the bicolor was heard throughout the stadium with a voice in a darker tone, Yujira, making it all the ice takes on a brownish color and will begin to disintegrate, astonishing everyone and partly scaring Todoroki as he saw how Izuku remained in the same position without even flinching from what had just happened. But something that left everyone in shock was to see how Izuku imitated Todoroki's move of passing his right hand on the ground and raising it suddenly while saying Yuguro, creating a gigantic wave of ice like Shoto, who had to defend himself quickly with a pillar of ice. But what amazed everyone the most was to see that the ice made by Midoriya was black and gave off an aura that was somewhat scary in measure. Unfortunately, they did not have time to admire the ice because Izuku quickly put his hand on the ice, saying Yuguro, creating a shockwave destroying the ice and pushing Shoto away, who had to create a wall of ice so as not to fall. The fight continued like this for a while, astonishing everyone by Izuku's agility when he saw how he was dodging the waves of ice and destroying them. It seemed that he was an acrobat, but what was obvious, Izuku did not take it seriously. Shoto, why aren't you taking this seriously? He demanded angrily. Izuku, why destroy the forest to hunt a simple rabbit? He said in a serious tone, implying that if he wanted to, he would end the fight. Take it seriously, go at your 100% and I may show you one more part of my power. What do you say? Shoto, no usaris u poder. Grito enfadado, tiunai siquiera muestras to do tiu poder. Izuku, pero yo si acepto to do mi poder y tiu no. ¿Cuántos inocentes tendrán que morir porque no quisiste usar tu fuego? Daijo dejando en shock a su oponente. ¿Quieres ver mi poder? Aquí lo tienes. Use uru usara. Uru usazare. Uduzazanga. Madu gatai wukantoris. Al terminar esos hechizos todos estaban en con las mandibulas en el suelo. Donde estaba Izuku un caballero centauro el cual imponía con su mera presencia. Al terminar esos hechizos todos estaban en con las mandibulas en el suelo. Donde estaba Izuku un caballero centauro el cual imponía con su mera presencia. Woolzard, ¿why bien Todoroki Shoto? Daijo con una voz que intimidaba. ¿Serás un hero o no? Preguntó mientras miraba a su adversaria. Con los profesores. Toshinori, joven Midoriya, en una situación como esta y está intentando ayudar al joven Todoroki, pensan impresionado y orgulloso. Mientras tanto en una sala oscura únicamente iluminada por una pantalla la cual transmite el festival. Tamura, Woolzard. Grito con rabia al ver a quien era en realidad a quien uno sus planes. De vuelta al estadio. Shoto estaba mirando la imponente figura que su compañero mientras sus palabras resonaban en su cabeza junto a sus recuerdos con su madre provocando que utilice su lado de fuego alegrando a su padre pero es simplemente ignorado debido a la intensidad de la batalla en la cual Shoto le da las gracias a Izuku mientras lanzaba una gigantesca lamada y Izuku lanzaba un corte de energía con su lanza siendo ambos bloqueados a duras penas por cementos y midnight creando una cortina de humo la cual Al disaparse si podia ver shodo estrelado en la paired y Izuku en su forma normal respirando agitadamente recibiendo la victoria par rapidamente tanto el como shodo esi dirigiran a la enfermería. Durante la siguiente ronda tenía posia la ventaja pero debido a que Ibra empezaba a desesperarse decidió utilizar su poder como lunagel y ganar, en el combate de Tokoyami y Monoma lo ganó Monoma debido a la luz por su poder. Luego la batalla entre Melissa y Katsuki estuvo extremadamente igualada pero gracias a un mal movimiento por parte de Bakugo. Melissa recibe la victoria, este resultado lo hecho en base realidad. Present Mike, welcome to the first semi-final match between Midoriya Izuku and Shiozaki Ibra, and Tio give a better demonstration of the power of our students, he said to cheers from the audience as he pointed to the screen on which the two fighters appeared approaching the arena, but one thing that amazed everyone. Izuku Ibra, Yuza Uru Yuzara Golu Galudiiro. Both transformed combatants were looking directly at each other, standing on guard waiting for the first to move. The combat begins with Lunagel raising his staff shooting energy beams to try to hurt Woolzard, but it was a failure. Quickly Lunagel uses a Gu Gajika extending his staff to be able to land 2 accurate blows on him by pulling back slightly, and then launch another energy shot to prevent him from recovering, and is followed by a powerful Gajika goal, being an energy shot in the form of a vertical cut, which he appears to have defeated Woolzard, but unfortunately the attack was absorbed by the shield causing her to not take any damage from the attack, implying that she is more powerful than her, making a Duza Uru Zazato, which was blocked with a Lujuna, an energy barrier, which could barely withstand the power of the Dark Mage's attack, knocking her down and receiving a serious fight from Izuku, forcing her to transform into her form of Celestial Saint with a Gol Gioel. Gojika putting himself on guard along with Izuku, who finally decides to draw his sword. Both Lunagel and Woolzard threw a Gola Gojika and a Yu Yuguro to counter it, being extremely equal to finally explode both and throw themselves at each other so that each one manages to give 3 blows to each one, wounding enough so that quickly Ibra with his vines partially immobilize Izuku to be able to make his ultimate attack Gugolu Gojika Moonlight Circle, but what was not expected was that the eye of Izuku's shield would open, granting him the power to free himself from the bonds and block the attack with his sword, destroying it in the act, shocking everyone by the power he has. Izuku Woolzard, awesome, if it hadn't been for my recent training this you would have won, but it's time to finish this Yuza Duza Uru Yuguro Bari Javelin. Defeating his opponent with a single blow, returning to his normal form, that of the physical education uniform, giving the victory to the red-haired man with shouts and cheers for the surprising fight. In the next fight, Monoma's arrogance played a trick on her, losing by an uppercut by Melissa, demonstrating again that she did not underestimate her, reaching the final. Present Mike, very well ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final of the sports festival. On the one hand we have the fighter who has shown us that the unknown can surprise you, the one who has defeated several of the best, the powerful Melissa S. receiving cheers from everyone, and on the other hand we have the fighter who has surprised us with power, the dark magician Izuku Midoriya, and as with Melissa he received a large number of cheers and applause. Melissa thought he is too strong to prolong the fight. It will be better that I try to defeat him with one blow with 100%, if I succeed I win, if I miss I lose. But also Uncle Might has told me that this boy Izuku is the most powerful in the entire UA, and with what I have seen he has shown it will be all or nothing. She thought, determined as she looked at Izuku. As soon as midnight declared the start, Melissa decided to activate the one for all at 100%, generating a gigantic current of air, astonishing everyone and lunging at Izuku, who opened his eyes being completely perplexed, but quickly also pounces on Melissa. Melissa Izuku, smash. Uru Yuguro, they both said, throwing a punch each, ending in a gigantic shockwave that almost made everyone fly. As soon as the dust dissipated, Melissa could be seen lying on the ground fainting, with the arm with which she hit completely destroyed due to the power, and Izuku kneeling, breathing heavily due to the energy he needed to be able to counter Melissa's blow. But when they stand up, present Mike, the winner of the final round match and the winner of the sports festival is Izuku Midoriya. A shout for everyone to get into euphoria due to the power of the last fight. At the end the winners received their medals and received congratulations from their friends. all except Tenya, who had family problems. The demonstration of power of the new generation of heroes has been made, let the villains get ready. In an unknown area. So you're such a wizard, huh? Well, these recent discoveries are fascinating. Doctor, the repair of the object is ready. Doctor, yes, he said as he looked at a tank of a green liquid in which a strange object was slowly rebuilding itself. Let's see. What's stronger, your magic or my hate? Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 12. Capítulo 1 Nombres y Inicios. A few days have passed in which the practitioners of heroes have rested, and during that time they all became known thanks to the sports festival. Sir, excuse me, are you Izuku Midoriya? Asked random man on public transport. Izuku, yes, that's me. Answered the red-haired man. When he said that, several people turned to talk to him and give him comments of encouragement, and even some children approached him. Child, excuse me, sir? Izuku, yes? Boy, at the festival he invoked a horse. How did he do it? Izuku, you see, little one, that horse could be said to be a magical horse. Girl, is that why I said those strange words? Izuku, yes, uses her, he said to make two stuffed eyes appear, astonishing the children and the rest of the people. Boy girl, thank you Nai-chan. They said to receive the gifts with smiles on their faces. After that, Izuku said goodbye to the people and went to the UA, where everyone comments on how they did during the short time of rest they had after the festival, where people recognized them and encouraged them to be better in the future. Everyone was quite impatient to see what they will do next, but they didn't have to wait long as Aizawa Shota entered the room. Aizawa, welcome, I hope you enjoyed our little break because now you are going to do something of vital importance for your careers as future heroes, he said, tensing almost all his students over what he said. 1A. A normal action. They all shouted. Aizawa, silence. The code names are extremely important, he said as he took out a controller. Thanks to the sports festival, the pros have observed you and have decided to apply for internships, he commented as he pressed the button on the remote to observe the results. Todoroki, 15,987. Bakugu, 15,965. Shield, 14.965. Midoriya. When they saw the results, everyone was surprised to see the number of applications that some received, since they had nothing to do with the results of the festival, but what shocked them the most was to see those of their green-haired partner. Uraraka, how come Izuku-kun has so few? She asked in dismay. Kaminari, I think it's because, and I know it sounds bad but it has to be said, Midoriya is very scary with the armor and with the power he has shown, he said so that the rest would understand. Therefore I think that the few who have sent it will be because they believe that they can contain Midoriya's power in case of emergency. Izuku, surely well, better that than nothing. Meanwhile in the teacher's room. Cementos. Wow, apparently another hero has sent a request, he commented when he saw the new email. All Might. For whom? Asked the symbol of peace in its skeletal form. Cements, Shield and Midoriya. All Might, oh? Let's see, he said to look at the screen and know the hero, huh? And that's it. He said with his eyes wide open and a look of terror on his face. Class 1 Aizawa. Well, as I said before, but I can't continue since they interrupted him. Midnight, the code names you put here are usually the ones you stick with, he said entering without asking permission. Aizawa, so Midnight here present will help you with the selection of names since not everyone is good with names, he said while remembering how his hero name was obtained thanks to present Mike in their days as aspirants. Midnight, well, write down your code names in these boxes and please present them to the rest of your classmates, he said to start handing out. So the same as the canon where each one got their names except Melissa and Izuku. Melissa, well, I didn't have anything in mind so, Heroine of Hope, she said receiving a thumbs up from the Heroine plus 18. Izuku, well, I don't even know why I'm upset because I literally even have a presentation, he said a little red with embarrassment while his teammates smiled and laughed a little about the green-haired man's situation. So the members of Class 1A began to talk to each other to decide and or advise where to go, while our group of friends based on Ida, Uraraka, Izuku and Melissa were about to leave when All Might. I'm looking for Melissa Shoujo and Midoriya Shonen in a bizarre pose. He said while introducing himself in a dramatic way, surprising those mentioned when they saw that he wanted to talk to them. In one of the hallways of the UA, you could see a very nervous All Might because of what he had to communicate to those two students. All Might, you see, you've received another one. A request, he said, leaving them both curious when they saw that it was special if All Might himself had to tell him. You will see the hero who? That you call it. Called Fu. It was my say. Sensei, stop shaking your legs, he said as he trembled like jelly and hit his legs to try to make them stop under the eyes of the two young men who looked with great concern at how the peace symbol is acting. Boo. What? No company. Company. I don't. Mentor he has of da. Give you the support. I support thin. Need. Necessary, he said as his back was turned to them and tried to give them the card with the address of the hero who they knew was Gran Torino. After that, in the end, all the students decided where they would go for internships, Ida's being the most surprising because instead of going to her family's agency she decided to go to a small agency that happened to be located in Hosu, the same city where Ida's older brother was attacked by the assassin of Hero's Stain who left the hero in a wheelchair ruining his career forever. Izuku didn't need to be a genius to know what his friend wanted: revenge, revenge against the hero's killer for how he left his brother. As a friend I could not let Ida make a possibly irreversible mistake. Izuku, kun, he said getting his friend's attention, I know why you are going to Hosu, I'm just going to tell you to think before you act and remember that we are friends. If you need something you can say it, he said while looking at Ida's expression which went from curiosity to surprise to seriousness but then ended with a fake smile dash. Ida, don't worry Midoriya-kun, don't worry, he said, then headed for his train. After that both Izuku and Melissa went to where the hero Gran Torino was supposed to be. As soon as the two aspirants arrived they saw an old building that had no form of agency. Melissa, this is curious, but surely this is it, he said nervously when he saw the place. Izuku, we'd better go in and see what Gran Torino is like, she said just like her friend as she opened the door. But one thing they saw was that the lights were off and a small body was seen in a white hero suit with gloves, boots and a yellow cape on top of a puddle of a red liquid. Izuku, Melissa, he's dead. They shouted completely frightened when they saw what was apparently a corpse. Corpse, I am alive. He shouted with a smile as he got up from the puddle. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 13. Capitulo 2 Hosu. Izuku, Melissa, it's alive. They shouted in unison when they saw that the dead man who turned out to be Gran Torino was not really dead. The old man got up without any problems, but something that seemed curious to the two aspirants was the fact that it seemed that he could not stand upright. Gran Torino, who are you? He asked in a tone that sounded as if he were too old to remember things. Melissa, we're Melissa Shield and she couldn't finish because she was interrupted. Gran Torino, Toshinori? He asked as he bowed his head. This conversation continued for a while where Melissa tried to introduce herself to her and Izuku, but the hero always answered with the same questions, who are you? And Toshinori. But this was curious for the green-haired man until Melissa, Quad, I'll call Uncle Might too. Izuku, we're the aspiring heroes Hope and Woolsard, he said confusing his partner but quickly noticed how the hero straightened up and looked at the two young men with a serious look. Gran Torino, I see that what Toshinori said was true, you are a very astute young man, he said looking at Izuku and then looking at Melissa. So you are the ninth, he said surprising the blonde. During these internships we will patiently focus on how you can improve your skills and then if I see you with the right level we will patrol, understood? He said seriously, surprising the young people when they saw the seriousness of the old man, receiving an "hi" as an answer. In the dark night streets of Hosu could be seen a figure in gray clothes, black breathes next to spiked squids on the front, a long red snort next to a grisacio-colored mask, and bandages on the arms, along with a large number of bladed weapons such as knives and a katana. This individual was Kaizome Akaguro, formerly the vigilante Stendhal, but currently known as the hero killer Stain. The villain was on one of the slashes in Hosu watching and looking for his next victim, but a black mist with purple accents appeared behind the villain. Kurogiri, hero killer Stain, our organization is interested in your services. he said, his eyes peering through the darkness. Stain raised a curious eyebrow at the statement said by the talking mist. He decided to go inside to see what was happening, to see that he was in a bar where a young man in his 20s was with a dead hand on his face. Shigaraki, so you're the hero killer? Heh, I'm Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains. The individual introduced himself. Stain, I've heard about you, after that attack failure in the AU, he said dismissively. Shigaraki frowned as he scratched his neck in discomfort. Shigaraki, if it wasn't for that demon's secret boss, none of that would have happened, he said angrily. Stain, secret boss? I asked curiously. Shigaraki, this brat, he said while showing a photo of Izuku at the sports festival, is called Woolzard and he ruined my plans, he said in an angry tone. Stain, and those plans lead to? Shigaraki, the destruction of this disgusting society, the destruction of everything that bothers me, the destruction of all might, he said while his eyes only showed madness. Stain, upon hearing that, frowned, as those ideals are completely contradictory to his own, therefore he decided to get rid of them by attacking them. While with our heroes, Melissa was lying on the floor completely exhausted from training while Izuku is breathing heavily. What kind of training have you done? Simple. Both Melissa and Izuku aimed to hit Gran Torino, but with the disadvantages that Melissa had to dominate more of the percentage of the one for all she controls in order to increase that percentage, while Izuku was asked to do it with her eyes closed and extra weights in order to increase her speed, endurance and her semi-sensory abilities to detect enemies. Gran Torino, good job brats, I had advanced much faster than I had thought. Well, first your brat, he said, getting Melissa's attention. You control the one for all well, but your style is too much a copy of Toshinori's. You have to be more your own person, he said, confusing the young woman. And you, he said, referring to Izuku, you have your head well on your shoulders, so avoid it going up the head, he said, to receive a nod from the green hair. After that they decided to rest for a while, eating takoyakis in the shape of fish, the favorite of the old hero. That same night Torino decided to take his 2 interns on patrol. They were on a train waiting for the next stop, but unfortunately one of the walls of the train was destroyed by the body of a hero who was injured due to a Nomu. Izuku, moment, shout. Gran Torino, brats, protect civilians, he shouted as he kicked the Nomu out. By doing that, the 2 aspirants managed to save the civilians and decided to go see what was happening and saw that they were in Hosu. Because of that, Izuku decided to go look for someone else. They needed help. There is where he found Manuel the hero, where Ida decided to go. Manuel? Hell, Ida, where are you? He asked worriedly as he tried to put out the fire. Upon hearing that, Izuku frowned as he had thought about why he separated from the pro. Izuku put on his helmet and decided to go look for his partner. When looking for his companion, he could see lying on the ground along with another hero and managed to hear something. Stain. Fake like you must be purging, but he couldn't finish as his instincts screamed at him to move away, which he did since quickly an object fell where he was before and he could only see a silhouette. Who are you? I asked while on guard. Woolzard, born in darkness, born of darkness, dark wizard, Woolzard, he said by way of introduction, and I'm here to stop you, hero slayer Stain. Stain, so you're Woolzard? He said when identifying this secret boss that Shigaraki mentioned. Since during the short time he was with the League he knew that Woolzard was able to defeat even with the help of eliminating 2 of its most powerful weapons, and due to the little knowledge he had of the League, he did not have much idea of how strong they were, but something he knew is that he did not have to underestimate his opponent because he was not able to underestimate his opponent because he was not able to underestimate his opponent. The presence he shows was very great. Ida, Midoriya? He said surprised. This is not your fight, stay away. Woolzard, first silence, you're hurt, and since when does my fight have to be to intrude? He said, surprising Ida and getting Stain's attention. A hero protects everyone no matter what, a hero always interferes to save people, that's what a hero is, he said, leaving both stunned but causing Stain to get a sinister smile that showed madness dash. Stain, hee-ha, you're worthy, he said to quickly pounce on the hero. The combat between the 2 was completely fierce, clashes of swords and blows everywhere. They were extremely even, but at the same time each had an advantage in one thing against the other. While Woolzard has shown to have more power with his blows, and because he was still with the energy mode, Stain did not receive visible wounds but extremely painful. During the match, Woolsard asked his partner about his opponent's quirk and received the answer. He cut me and ingested my blood. With that he quickly understood the operation of Stain's quirk, which he made known, causing an expression of amazement in those present and a reminder from Stain about how dangerous his opponent was by quickly identifying everything about his quirk while they were fighting, and even if he had no advantage in strength, it had an advantage in speed. The problem was that the armor prevented it from making any kind of cut. For a time that practically seemed like hours, the two swordsmen were in a confrontation in which, although neither of them admitted, they enjoyed it. Until in the end Stain's katana broke, allowing Woolsard to knock out the villain and secure him. Quickly other heroes along with Melissa were surprised to see the hero killer tied up. They quickly secured everyone, but unfortunately a winged Nomu captured Melissa, and if it wasn't for Stain, who with a hidden knife managed to get away, rescue Melissa, and when Endeavor appeared, a killer instinct left everyone but Woolsard paralyzed with fear. Stain, imposter, I'll get back what it's like to be a hero. Come on, come for me, imposters. The heroes I'll let kill me are all might in Woolsard, he said, and then fainted from a perforation in one of his lungs. Esa misma noche en infertia Izuku decidió lamer a todos los dioses los cuales se encontraban ante él. Dagon, para que nos llamó Izuku-sama? Izuku, los villanos están haciendo movimientos arriesgados y necesito que estés preparados y obtengáis toda la información posible. Usad to do lo que este a vuestro alcance para descubrir todo acerca de all for one pero aseguros de que no os descubran. Ese humano ha vivido desde el principio de la era quirk así que no se sabe que tendrá escond. ¿Alguna duda? Drake, Gij acabaremos con esos insectos. Sleipnir, tenga por seguro que cumplimos. Aci igual los otros dioses. Izuku, excellent. Daijo mientras esos ojos brillaban de un color morado de anticipation dash. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 14. Capítulo 3 Retorno. That same night, due to the appearance of the hero killer and how with his mere presence he managed to paralyze a considerable number of heroes, including number 2, along with a speech that could be considered inspiring for villains to join the League. This is because the appearance of Stain was next to the appearance of Nomus of the League, and people decided to connect them both. That fact was hateful to Shigaraki since he hated the killer of heroes, in addition to the fact that USJ's secret boss was once again noticed as the one who took care of Stain. Tamura, Dimin brat. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. He shouted as he scratched his neck and bleated. Kurajiri, Tamura, calm down, he said in his serious tone. See this as a way to leverage this to our advantage. He commented to try to convince his MSTR to see if he can calm him down dash. Partially getting Shigaraki to calm down, Kurajiri decided to make a portal to the bar to think about his next move. The next morning we found ourselves in the hospital in Hosu, where Ida was taken to attend to his wounds, which were his bandaged arms, but being in a depressing emotional state to see how his friend had to put himself in danger to save him. In the room was Shoto asking how he was since he was relatively close due to being with Endeavor. Shoto, Ida, how are you? I asked curiously. Ida, yes, thank you for asking, Todoroki, he said in a serious tone but equally smiling so as not to worry his companion. That's good, Ida-kun, said a third voice which caught the attention of the other two. Shoto, Ida, Midoriya-kun, they said in amazement. Izuku, seeing that you are already well, I would like a little explanation of why you are leaving your position and facing an extremely dangerous villain alone, he said, the first with a calm smile, but then shouted the latter with an expression of extreme anger, where it seemed that behind him came a wall of fire along with a mark of anger on his forehead, in addition to the fact that he seemed to have one in his mouth. That expression left the two young men completely pale, especially the blue-haired one, since the anger is directed at him. Ida, me Midoriya-kun, I'm sorry, I didn't think about my actions and I was blinded by revenge, she said, stuttering a little and with her head down. After saying that, the demon of anger that was Izuku Midoriya calmed down, making the wall of fire disappear to end up with his eyes closed and holding the tip of his nose. Izuku, okay, I'm not going to give a not typical hero speech because you're still human and emotions in extreme states aren't easy to control, but that's not exactly the best excuse to do silly things, It was going to go on but was interrupted by Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of police, who possessed a quirk that made him have the head of a dog. Kenji, that's true, young man. I understand that you were the one who defeated Stain, isn't it? Well, first of all, young Ida, what you've done has been extremely irresponsible. Because of that, Manuel will have to be under temporary review, he said to receive a depressed nod from Ida. Now Midoriya, calling the attention of the mentioned, usually in these situations a reprimand would have to be given due to the illegal use of quirk by not receiving any permission from a superior or by the WoW style. Izuku, but since mine is not a quirk we will skip this part since the law practically ignores the quirkless, something quite useful, discriminatory but useful. Kenji, right, but for now you're still a student and in the public eye it won't be well seen that a teenager faces a villain of Stain's level, but equally on behalf of everyone I thank him. Wow. Also you don't need to worry since you won't receive any penalty, all of this will be unofficially, thank you very much. Wow. After that Gran Torino continued to train the two young men for the remaining time. Unfortunately Stain did not leave empty-handed. A simple speech which was enough to inspire the villains who share Stain's ideology, in addition to the fact that by appearing to be affiliated with the League of Villains the followers of the hero killer will join them. At the end of the internships, the hero students returned to the classes and commented among themselves how the internships went, how they have all learned a lot and that they have improved a lot. At the start of the class, Aizawa ordered them to shut up until All Might arrived for the heroic class on the Gamma field. All Might, welcome to Camp Gamma. A labyrinth represented as a large factory with heavy machinery. They will be divided into teams of 5-1 that will be 6 and they will try to locate me since I will be in the center. The first one who arrives wins, and please keep the damage to a minimum, he said, the last looking at Bakugo since he is the most destructive of the class. The first team consists of Shiro, Ida, Mina, Ojiro, Melissa and Izuku. At first they thought that Izuku would have an advantage but the aforementioned promised not to teleport. During the exercise everyone was surprised with everyone's skills, especially Melissa and Izuku since they did not show as much agility at first. Izuku, excellent at this pace I'm going to, but because he was distracted he didn't see a pipe that hit him all over the face making him fall. I sheet on the Melissa, Midoriya, but when she didn't focus she slipped and lost her balance falling, proclaiming Shiro the winner. After that, All Might called Melissa and Izuku to talk and find out how the progress with the One for All is going, making the pro quite happy. The advances of the young people are surprising. What will the villains be like? How are you doing, Doctor? We are almost halfway through, but even when it is complete it will need a time of rest to assimilate the energy and its restructuring to avoid possible problems. Excellent. Take care, Woolzard. The clock is ticking, tock. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 15. Capitulo for Examens. One more day at the UA where normal classes continued as usual until at the end of the classes Aizawa had to deliver an important message. A detail to mention, Melissa, even though she is a year older than the 1A students, is in the same class, since some subjects are taken with them. Aizawa, remember that in a week the exams? At the end we will go to a camp for your training. Those who fail the exam will stay on campus to do extra classes. See you, he said to leave in his sleeping bag. There was a silence for about a full 10 seconds until Kaminari Mina, I haven't studied. They shouted in unison with an expression of comic horror on their faces. Kaminari, between the festival and internships I haven't had time, he said desperately while pulling his hair, and Mina laughed in desperation basically. Shiro, let's not forget that in theory there is also a practical part. Tokoyami, right, making it unpredictable. Kaminari, the promula is not the practical but the written. Mineta, hee. Well, there aren't many people who have that problem, including me, he said confidently. Kaminari Mina, traitor. Melissa, come on guys, let's make an effort. Ida, it's a perfect opportunity to improve as heroes. Izuku, we'd better get ready, but come on, we've got this. Kaminari Mina, watch what you say, they said in a depressed tone. So they continued to comment on how they will study for the next exam and what they should study in groups and or help each other to study. For example, Kirishima with Bakugo, Shiro, Mina, Kaminari, Ojiro, and Kyoka being helped by Momo, while others decided to study on their own. Later in the dining room during lunchtime, the Deku squad, Melissa included, began to talk and comment among themselves on how the practical part of the exam can be. They were quiet until Izuku, wow, he said when he received a blow on the head with someone's tray. Monoma, oops, sorry, well, your head is too big and it's hard for me not to hit it. Izuku, what a one-armed little son, is the reason for your visit, he said in a mocking tone. Monoma, Solicito one-armed, she said while she had a twitch in her eye. Izuku, yep, one-armed solitude, of the saints you are the baddest of the two by not controlling your powers well, and most important of all, he said pausing briefly to give drama, you treat Smoky Genji badly. Just the aforementioned appears on Monoma's back being in her lamp. Smoky Genji, exactly, the talking broccoli is right Nito, you're too impulsive and that can end in a fatal way, especially with the lamp, he said to jump to the table where Midoriya was. To be someone from Infertia you don't seem so bad. Izuku, thank you, well Smoky Genji I think it would be good to establish a better relationship with Magitopia, although. He said looking sideways at Monoma, which made the cat laugh. I like you kitty, he said to make a plate of sushi appear, enjoy. Smoky Genji, Yumei, shouted to practically attack the sushi. Monoma, you will be. He could not finish since he received a blow to the back of the head from an orange-haired dash. Kendo, sorry for the inconvenience, it's too competitive with the classes and with the Celestial Saints and that has improved, and in terms of exams from what I understand the physical part will be against robots. Izuku, how so? Kendo, some friends of mine are from later years, well I wish you luck, he said goodbye dash. Monoma, President why? We have the advantage of information and you ruined it. It was our chance to beat Class A. Kendo, silence. Kendo dragged away a fainted Monoma while Smokey wondered why he didn't get a better classmate while the A-class ones have a wooden face due to the conversation and behavior of the blonde hair. Upon hearing that the battle would be against robots, Mina and Kaminari jumped for joy since for them that would be extremely easy, they also had to be reminded that there was a written part. The days passed and the students became heroes prepared for the upcoming exam. Nerves were in the air. The day of the exam arrived and everyone took the exam. At the end of the exams Aizawa told them to change into their hero costumes and they stood in front of all the UA faculty. Aizawa, well, now that we finished the theoretical part, let's start with the practice. Kaminari Mina, robots, they said happily. Nizu, not exactly, he said, coming out of Aizawa's scarf, paralyzing the previous two. Due to the attacks of recent villains we have decided to make a change of plans, instead of robots facing a professor from the UA in pairs. He said to leave everyone in shock dash. Okay, let's get started. Aizawa, the teams have already been decided, he said to mention the teams being the same as those of the anime, then Shield, Bakug, calling the attention of those mentioned his opponent will be. I, shouted a third voice coming from the ceiling, which jumped to get in front of the two students. I'll be your opponent, he said to reveal himself as All Might. 13. Remember that this is a practical exercise, nothing of content. In this activity we will be the villains. All Might. Also to equalize things we will use special weights created by the support department, created by Hatsum Shoujo, making us carry a considerable part of our weight to make things easier. They are heavier. Thought the last one. Nizu, one more detail, young Midoriya, he said to get the attention of the aforementioned, due to his certain characteristics, we have decided to give him a challenge, he said with a sinister smile dash. As he said that, an aurora borealis showed a dark presence, which after that 10 silhouettes appeared. Ifrit, Cyclops, Toad, Wyvern, Titan, Gorgon, Sphinx, Dagon, Drake, Sleipnir. The 10 gods of Infertia, together in front of Izuku. Dagon, Izuku-sama, he said to bow slightly in respect along with the other 9, we will be your opponents, he said, astonishing everyone because their confrontation would be one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult. Nizu, one more thing, for the rest of you to pass the test it will be required to do one of two things, handcuff the professor with these HNDCFFS, he said to show them, or escape to the exit that will be at the other end of the field, they have a limit of 30 minutes. Sir, is running away allowed? I asked doubtfully. Nizu, right? Aizawa, well, now that everything is settled, Sato, Kirishima, to their positions, he said to receive a nod from the two mentioned. The rest can prepare a separate strategy or observing their teammates. Let the test begin. Kirishima Sato versus Cement. The match began with the two students throwing themselves directly at their opponent who using his quick created walls to prevent the two young men from advancing, forcing the fight to be an endurance battle which the pro had everything to win. Both Kirishima and Sato beat ORS bases to knock down the walls, but unfortunately their stamina was less than the professor's. Kirishima Sato suspenso. When they saw the result, everyone was surprised and some decided to think about getting serious. Thus the fighting arose where all except those of the first group, Kaminari Mina, failed. We are currently in the penultimate matchup. Melissa Shield Katsuki Bakugo vs All Might. The battle began with tranquility when they saw how there was no one. Both Melissa and Katsuki knew that they had to work as a team, still swallowing the pride on the part of the bomber, to have the slightest chance of winning. As soon as it started, the number one raised a considerable part of the false city, showing its power in a terrifying way, due to the fear, excitement, confusion and other feelings that the two young men felt. At the beginning of his attempt, Bakugo decided to throw himself directly and give a right hook directly to the face of the number one, but unfortunately instead of backing up, the false villain grabs the young man's arm tightly and throws him to the side, making him go through a concrete wall. Quickly, Shield tried to attack his opponent with 15% of the OFA, but that blow was dodged and receiving a blow in the stomach as against attack, taking all the air out of him. He quickly recovered and tried to hit again, but he could not since Bakugo appeared from where he was hit and tried to attack All Might but dodged it, but thanks to that he received a blow from Melissa pushing a few meters. Blows, explosions, and kicks were or that the aspirants tried without any effect, since on multiple occasions they hit each other until All Might threw Melissa to the side, hitting Katsuki in the process. After that blow, both students hid in one of the alleys to think about the plan. At first they argued as Bakugo wanted to prove himself alone and was too stubborn to accept help. But after hearing a rumble, he decides to accept. The plan began. Bakugo apparently threw himself towards All Might to face him alone, but thanks to Melissa's advice he used his explosions to move fast and to hit All Might's left side, weakening. The hero in a quick movement immobilizes bareback. But one thing that surprises him was the fact that he only had one of the grenade gloves, and then he saw Melissa pointing the other glove at him, firing a gigantic explosion. That blow was quite a lot even for the number one hero. That explosion was something considerable to drive the fake hero away, so that Katsuki used a howitzer impact to throw Melissa, who with a combination of a smash with 100% plus and All Might smash that consists of colliding her back with the pressure of her blow. The young woman managed to get out towards the doors, and with a last explosion of Bakugo to slightly stopping All Might, plus he was running out of time, they managed to come out and everyone was completely amazed by the combat and a little scared by All Might's brutality, but in the end they were glad that their friends passed the test. But now there was the last team. Izuku Midoriya present on the pitch. Izuku sighed and mentally prepared himself for combat. He had previously fought with some of the gods but not with all 10 at the same time. This was a complete challenge, not only to pass the exam but to prove himself, since although multiple times he was remembered that he was technically the supreme god of Infertia, he did not consider himself completely deserving, since technically he was not, or at least he does not feel as the strongest. In the center of the false city there they were, the 10 gods of Infertia, the 10 strongest beings in all of Infertia, and with an almost completely unstoppable force. Dagon. Izuku-sama, I hope he's ready for this fight. Sphinx. Izuku-sama, remember that you will have to give your 100% in order to win. Gorgon. We won't make things easy for him. Drake. This one will be fun, hehe. Sleipnir. Let it be an honorable fight. Ifrit. This will be on fire. Cyclops. We'll see how he's improved his reflexes. Toad. Hehe. Come on, let's get started. Wyvern, we're ready. Titan, Ichim. Izuku, Yuza Uru Yuzara, come on. He shouted to rush towards Cyclops, knowing that he would be the most problematic to be able to attack from either side, but Titan and Ifrit blocked his way, giving the sniper time to disappear. Quickly the knight blocked the mallet with the shield and the spear with the sword, pushing the two to gain space, but unfortunately he had to dodge a sonic attack by Toad and block a double attack by Gorgon and Sphinx. Now he understood what they were saying before he was serious and smiled under the helmet. Izuku Wolzard. You are Zazure. I have accumulated and practiced enough power with Barikian. Behold the power of the king of demons. Yuza Duza you are Zanga. Meijin Gatai Wulkazer. Right now, the spectators were with their jaws on the ground as they saw what is possibly the most powerful form of their companion. The presence she emanated was extremely NTMT, and if it wasn't for the extreme distance, all might could compare her to an ancient enemy. In combat at extreme speed, Wolzard lunged at Ifrit, Toad, and Titan, and with a slash he hit both Toad and Ifrit since they were not fast enough to block the attack, falling in one blow since they were among those who had less resistance and were the weakest. By pure luck, Titan managed to save himself from the attack, and before receiving another from Izuku, the red-haired dodged a few shots in the back. He quickly made a Zazado to destroy most of the areas with reflection to prevent Cyclops from catching him off guard. Wyvern and Titan launched themselves towards Izuku with more accurate combined attacks than in the last training. Now they were practically more lethal, and together with the few attacks that Cyclops could perform due to the low amount of reflexes, just as before, Wyvern and Titan attacked each other, and while it appeared that there was an opening, but in reality the other covered it. But thanks to Wolzard's increased strength, he managed to block a Titan punch and quickly counterattacked and landed a second blow against Wyvern to finish with a Zazado, knocking out the two gods. By reducing the amount, Gongan and Cyclops made a combined attack, but it was countered by the power of the Eye of Enma. Eventually Dagon, Sphinx, Drake, and Sleipnir were in front of Izuku. Dagon, bravo Izuku-sama. Sphinx, he's shown amazing power. Sleipnir, let's see how far its power goes. Drake, come on. Dagon, Sphinx, Drake, Sleipnir, Wolzard, behold the power of the gods Fagado and Pakudo. Shin no Batsu Yuza Duza Uru Yuguro Bari Javelin, Dark Magic Cut. Seeing that attack, which caused a small earthquake in the city, everyone was expectant to see the results because due to the dust no one saw anything. Everyone was falling out of their seats to finally see how the gods of Einfertia were lying on the ground, and only Izuku could be seen standing with the position of having made the cut. But he did not move, and when he looked at it you could see that he had fainted standing, but with the objective accomplished, all the defeated villains. Izuku Midoriya team wins. Comment. 0 comment. Chapter 16. Capítulo 5 Campamento y sus Preparativos. In the classroom of Class 1A were the 20 students of that class, with each of them with different moods, some happy, others neutral, and others depressed because they know that they failed. Aizawa, well, now in relation to the threat, he said with a dramatic pause. It was a lie, he commented with his Aizawa brand smile. They all fell out of their seats when they fell back into one of their teacher's machinations, and then jumped screaming with joy, but with a look from Aizawa the class went into absolute silence. Aizawa, those of you who have failed will receive remedial classes throughout the summer camp. We also warn you to prepare since it will not be vacations but training, so do not think that you will be able to rest. You will be pushed to the limit to be able to break that limit later. Were the words of Aizawa while her class swallowed hard. Also remember that you will have to prepare for the camp. You have everything you need and recommended in the brochure. Goodbye, he said, to leave with his sleeping bag under his arm. Hearing that, they all got together in their small groups discussing the things they need for the camp until Toru suggested that they all get together to go to the mall and have a group outing. Izuku, it wouldn't be bad, I need to buy some things, he commented quietly. Todoroki-kun, goods? He commented to his heterochromatic friendesh. Shoto, no, I'm sorry, I'm going to visit my mother, he commented with his stoic expression as he looked at his friend who nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the bar of the Villain League, Shigaraki could be seen watching the news with a look of anger, due to the multiple videos in relation to the hero killer after almost a month since the incident. The only good thing I could consider was the fact that they linked the League to Stain. Jiren, a well-known person in the underworld, recently arrived in the League with 2 potential new members, thanks to Stain's publicity. Jiren, Shigaraki. He called with a false cheerful tone of voice to get the attention of the aforementioned. Look who I have brought, he said, pointing to the 2 individuals he brought with him. A blonde-haired girl with 2 bows on her head, dressed in a schoolgirl outfit next to a crazy look. Himiko, I'm Toga Himiko. I like blood like the one Stain-sama had. I don't like unadorable things and blood. The blood that covered Stain-sama, please let me join the garter. he said with a crazy smile allowed to see some small fangs. Unfortunately, his silly smile did not convince Tamura, who scratched his neck, squinting his eyes with an irritated look. Tamura, is she crazy? Was the only thing he said. If they would allow someone like her to enter this league, I don't think this is such a big deal, were the comments of a man in his 20s, with somewhat stiff black clothes, spiky black hair and a large amount of scarring in the form of burnt skin on his arms, chest and face, which looked as if he had staples to keep the skin where it is. Tamura, at least she's had the decency to come forward. Who the hell are you? Was the answer with a venomous tone on the part. Call me Dabi, replied the now-mentioned Dabi. Tamura, not that one, the real one, he said, annoyed. Dadi, someday I'll say it, I've come because this league follows the fundamentals of Stain, he replied, maintaining his tone of boredom. Tamura, I don't care why you're here, I just told you to tell me your name, he said, annoyed. Kurojairi, get rid of them, so much talk about Stain is bothering me, he said, annoyed. They continued like this for a few minutes until Tamura was about to pounce on the two discomforts to disintegrate them, while Toga wanted to stab him and Dabi was preparing an attack, but Kurojairi made portals to prevent them from attacking each other. Tamura, still annoyed, decided to put on a hoodie and take a walk to clear his head. That same afternoon, the students of Class 1A met again in the shopping center, where you could see how everyone recognized them. A detail to add was that in some other store there were products of the Killer of Heroes Stain, which made Tenya uncomfortable, but he decided not to show it so as not to disturb his companions. But curiously, Stain was not the only one with merchandising. Zero, hey Mito bro, I think you should see that, he said, drawing the attention of his green-haired companion, who approached, and before he could ask himself what he meant by what he said before, he looked at the window and then opened his eyes wide. Izuku, what the hell? Was the cry he made calling the attention of the rest of his companions as of most people? The reason for the shout was in front of him figures, but not normal figures, but figures of him with his armor and in the form of Wukantoris. How? What? That was all he could say until he felt like all eyes were on him for the previous comment, which embarrassed him a little. After that scene, and that some people asked him for photos and signatures on his figures, causing him a lot of embarrassment. The students separated to look for the necessary supplies. Thus they ended up making Izuku stay alone until. Aren't you Midoriya Izuku from the sports festival? Said a shabby voice which Izuku recognized. While the mysterious individual tried to grab Izuku's neck in a quick movement, the green-haired man grabbed his wrist so that he could not move his hand in any way. Izuku, Shigaraki Tamura, he said in a serious tone, looking into the villain's red eyes as his eyes turned from emerald green to amethyst-like purple. I wasn't planning to meet again so soon. Tamura kept his killer gaze, but knowing that he technically had the upper hand since the student could not use his powers, since according to him those mini-boss powers are a quirk. Tamura, apparently we are in a tie. Would you think it would be good to talk? He asked, keeping his gaze that showed madness. The two being ready for their conversation, they placed themselves at the fountain that was located in the center of the area. Izuku, so? Was the only thing he said. Tamura, I don't understand, he said, making Izuku raise an eyebrow. In Hosu, the Nomus were ignored because of Stain. That comment surprised the green-haired man when he heard the poison in Shigaraki's voice when he mentioned the name of the hero's killer. Izuku, I thought Stain was part of the league, commented the red-haired man. Tamura, no, but the DM in stocking decided to invent that. Now the Nomus we sent were ignored, they only mentioned Stain. I don't understand why, we do the same, he said, annoyed. Izuku, technically, he said, drawing the villain's attention, what I mean is that technically you do the same thing, kill heroes, but the problem is why. Tamura narrowed his eyes. Izuku, yes, you kill heroes, but you do it as if you were a brat throwing a tantrum, while Stain kills heroes because according to his thinking they are fake, as if he were a crazy fanatic, and apparently his stupidity of ideology penetrated people. He said in a teacher-like tone as he showed his annoyance with the villain's thoughts. At first Tamura was extremely upset with the comparison made by the red-haired man. He was about to attack until he heard the annoyed tone when he spoke of the hero-killer ideology. Tamura, apparently you don't like the hero-killer so much, he said curiously. Izuku, summing up, he says it is, all those who seek fame and money are fake, is the biggest stupidity I have heard in my entire life. Heroism is a work that has great activity with the public, is the human being is selfish by nature. The mere fact that someone thinks that it is not okay to be a hero because you do not do it out of the goodness of your heart is simply stupid. If you want to be a hero because it costs a lot and there is a lot of fame, go ahead, but as long as you are saving and protecting people whenever you can, ignoring the existence of witnesses and cameras, perfect, being clear about the target that will be put on your back, of course. For him only All Might is a true hero, ignoring me of course, but we're in the real world, not a fantasy, so their ideology is stupid. Tamura's jaw dropped at the green-haired man's explanation, that was quite strong. Tamura, wow, it's something, he said, still impressed, but you're right, they always focus on. He remained silent for a while as if of a revelation. All this because of All Might, he said, calling the attention of the green-haired man. Always All Might. Then, without All Might, none of that could be maintained. His smile was so sinister and full of madness. Thank you, Woolzard, he said, to look into the eyes of the green-haired man with a look that showed more madness than before. Now I know what to do, he. Tamurisi rio con una sonrisa desquiciada para final levantarse y despedirse. Más tarde la aparición de Tamura fue informada a las autoridades pero por desgracia no había señales de su presencia. The next day, Class 1A left on a bus where they talked to each other until they stopped where it seemed to be in the middle of the route, which confused everyone. Zero, where are we? Denki, will we rest here? Everyone was confused because they were in that place instead of the camp until they heard a voice heading towards their teacher. Eraser, how long? Notice these sparkling looks. Ethically cute and feline. Wild pussies. It was the motto that Mandalay and Pixie Pops made while doing somewhat peculiar poses. Aizawa, guys, it's two members of the group, Wild Pussycats, who will be in charge of helping you with the training. Izuku, wow, it's been a while since I've seen them, he muttered, but his friends heard him. A group with more than 30 years of experience. He was going to go on but couldn't because Pixie Pop tried to grab his face. Pixie Pop, I'm 18 at heart. Everyone got a drop because of the comment. Mandalay, well, we are the owners of this forest and the camp is there, I said, pointing to a house that looked very far from where the students were. Sato, I don't understand. He said, confused. Kirishima, wait a minute, don't you mean that? He said, thinking of a possible answer to why they are there, and he didn't like it at all. Zero, run to the bus. He said, so that everyone tried to run towards the bus, but unfortunately Pixie Pop cut them off, and with the use of his quirk to throw all the students, well, all but one dash. Mandalay, you have 3 hours. The kittens that fail do not eat, and you have permission to use your quirks. Izuku, I understand the surprising element in that, but it was necessary to try to throw myself off a demon cliff, he said, annoyed since the fright. The heroines were surprised that anyone could prevent Pixie Pop's surprise attack, until the two members recognized the green-haired man as the boy who helped them during the tour of the museum. Aizawa, Midoriya, please. Izuku, yes, Sensei uses, he said, to jump towards the cliff while making his shield and sword appear ready for combat. What none of those present noticed was the admiring look of a 5-year-old boy with a figurine of Izuku in his armor. As he fell, Izuku was preparing to stab one of the many earth beasts created by one of the pussycats. The target of his attack was the head of one of the monsters, destroying it in the process. Tenya, Midoriya-kun, what's the plan? He asked his class president. Izuku, these things are artificial, therefore Koda-kun's quirk will not work. Shoji-kun, Jiro-san, make sure that none of us attack us by surprise. The rest focus on immobilizing those things, and so those who have offensive quirks eliminate them. It would also be advisable to work as a team in case we divide. Stay safe, let's calm down. So all the students of Class 1A went on the attack to be able to pass the first test of the camp. During this process, each and every one of the members of the class managed to advance until after 4 hours everyone, except the green-haired one, were completely tired and with clear evidence of exhaustion due to the excessive use of their quirks, while the green-haired one was fresher than a lettuce. Is a bad joke, but I couldn't resist. When the pros arrived, they were surprised to see that they took much less time than they had originally planned. Mandalay, wow, You took less time than we thought, she said surprised. Sato, you didn't say just 3 hours? Pixie Pop. Yes, but it was us. Zero, I mean just to show off, he said tiredly. That and among other comments of complaints to then prepare to be able to have dinner at night since that will be the only time that the PP cats. But first of all the students went to the hot springs in order to relax a little, so in the morning the infernal training begins. All the male members of Class 1A were relaxed and at peace. Well, almost all of them. Ida. Mineta-kun, that kind of behavior is not that of an aspiring hero. Disgratiatement Mineta ignoro lo que Ida la decia aci que intento escalar la perd con sus bolas pero gracias a cora no lo consiguió, pero eso terminó con Mineta cayendo en la cara de Ida, haciendo que los dos caiga. Por desgracias las chicas llamaron la atención de Koda y como cualquier niño que vio una chica desnuda. Ese puso rojo y por poco ese por la perd pero. Izuku, casi dicas Koda-kun. Daijo con un tono simple mientras solamente tenía una toalla como única prenda de ropa que tenía. ¿Te encuentras bien? Koda un poco sonrojado por la vergüenza, asintió levemente sin atreverse a decir nada, decide simplemente dar un pequeño gracias y salir de allí. A la mañana siguiente tiempo después de que recientemente salió el sol la clase 1A. Aizawa. Bien mocosos. Para mostrar el motivo del campamento me gustaría hacer una demostración primero, miraría, Daijo llamando la atención del pelaverdi y entregando una pelota, repite lo mismo que hicimos al principio del caso. Izuku asintió y decidió prepararse. Izuku, desde usado, lanzando una vez más la pelota pero esta vez con más potencia, tanta que incluso Aizawa se sorprendió cuando decidió mostrar el resultado. Clase 1A Izuku. 1240 metros? Aizawa, ¿cómo? Preguntó sorprendido. Izuku, sensei, he estado entrenando desde hace años con series con capacidades destructivas iguales o incluso superiores al del mismísimo símbolo de la paz. Para mí esto son unas vacaciones. Daijo con una pequeña sonrisa divertida al ver las caras de su profesor y compañeros dash. Aizawa. Bueno, esto no es lo que tenía pensado, Bakuga, Daijo para que el pelicinizo hiciera el lanzamiento obteniendo 709.6 metros sorprendiendo al resto por la poca diferencia con el resultado previo dash. Eso es lo que quería demostrar, ya que todos, aparte de miraría, únicamente tuvo crecimiento mental, por lo tanto hoy nos centraremos en mejorar vuestros quirks. Hermos que entrenarios hasta que llegues a vuestros límites y romperemos dichas límites, plus ultra. Daijo con su tono medio. Muerda el cual empeoraba con la sonrisa que posía. ACI fue el infierno, sobrecargarse, resistir náuseas, aumentar resistencia, localización, etc. Un entrenamiento que prácticamente dice que uno sufrirá, será realizado y cuando uno mejor. Un nuevo entrenamiento más doloroso lo sustituirá. Curiosamente durante el momento en que se vieron los entrenamientos infernales de la clase 1A, la clase 1B los observaba con horror en sus rostros. Aunque algo que les pareció curiosos es el cómo puden vigilar a todos. Itsuka, sensei, ¿cómo es posible que pueden mantener 40 alumnos vigilados? Eso será gracias a nosotros. Daijo una voz femenina dash. Linda gata y agujan. Cuando si, donde si, llegaremos. Venimos a dar una parada ayuda. Con ojos chispeantes, raquemos. Wild pussies. Una vez más el lima de las pussycats pero esta vez está el equipo completo haciendo el lima y las postures. Ragdoll. Thanks to my quirk search, I can observe up to a maximum of 100 people, locations and other details. Mandalay. Well, since 1B is here we will have to divide them into groups so that the quirks can be further improved. Tiger. Those of you who have quirks that improve physical capabilities will go with me, he said while Melissa was doing an exercise that represented hitting the air with one arm while the opposite leg is raised and thus repeating repeatedly. Come on, show me your plus ultra. Come on, ultra, he said with a tone that was more sinister than it seemed normal. Aizawa. This reminds me, Shiozaki Monoma, he said, calling the attention of the two of them. In addition to your quirks, your powers as celestial saints will also be trained. That surprised both of you. Midoriya is already training, so I hope you are ready. This was for hours and hours until sunset, where practically anyone who saw the students would think that they came from a battle of great difficulty. Some had to join in pairs or more to be able to carry their classmates who can barely move. Mina, Kiri, help, take me, said the red-skinned girl, completely exhausted, before dropping on top of the redhead. In gyro, wow, Mina, be careful, hee, said redhead said, it's okay, it wouldn't be very masculine to leave you lying there. As they followed, our frog girl approached the bird boy to help him walk. Tokoyami-chan, are you okay? Karo? I heard a lot of screams, she asked worriedly, still not being able to see her eyes. Fumikage, I'm fine. The confrontation with my inner darkness is difficult when my inner demons are in their own element. The test of my willpower is more challenging, he said in his typical way of speaking, receiving a simple Karo as an answer, while receiving a smile from the frog. In another part of the area, a blonde-haired Chio with a black lightning bolt in his hair and a rocker girl. Kyoka, come on Sparks, we have to go back with the rest, he said, trying to carry the other. Denki, hee, that was quite shokanti-ji, he said, trying to make a joke. Unfortunately, Kyoka blurted it out to shut him up. Kyoka, idiot. Toru, ojoi, said the invisible girl behind his friend suddenly, surprising him. Mashireo, said the martial artist, frightened. Hagakure-san, you scared me, hee. Toru, then my training worked, he said, leaning over more until he leaned on top of him. They both laughed after that and decided to leave with the rest. During the night, the students of Class 1A were ordered to make their own food. Some of them used their quirks, some with somewhat different results. Explosives. They all also managed to have edible food. While the young students were eating, one of them realized that a person was missing. That was solved when Izuku saw how Kodo was going into the forest, because the little boy left without eating. One of the PP cats asked him the favor of going to deliver the food. All this was seen by a Pelcasta and by a blonde flamboyant. Yuga, Yururika-san, I whisper, calling the attention of the aforementioned one. Do you think you could already do a demonstration d'amour? The only response she received was a blush from the brown hair, which she quickly shook her head, although when she finished she gave a small look at the green hair. In one of the mountains in the area, about 8 individuals were observing the camp area. Their motives, without needing to be close to them, were obviously not good at all. Himiko, I don't like this mask, it's not adorable, complained the blood-loving blonde. Dabi, it doesn't have to be adorable, he replied. Crazy, I whisper the latter. Masked giant, when are we going to kill some guys? This mask is getting fed up with me, said a giant in a white mask with a cloth covering everything. Dabi, calm down, he replied to the major. The commander has put me in command of the Vanguard Action Squadron. We have to wait for 2 more. When we are all here, we will show these heroes the pain of society. We will show them the will of Stain. What none of those villains knew was that they were being watched by 2 female figures, one with bat details and one with snake details. Vancuria, it seems that Izuku-sama's paranoia has been perfectly justified, doesn't Gorgon-sama think? Gorgon, if, well justified, you inform Izuku-sama, he said, making the vampire go to inform her, that I will stay and watch, he said, liking his lips, remembering what Izuku told him. Flashback. In Gorgon's chambers. Izuku, hello Gorgon. Gorgon, Izuku-ma, why do I deserve your visit? Izuku, since there's a chance that the League of Villains will attack the camp, I'll need someone to keep watch. Gorgon, confused as to why he said that to her, having Vancuria, simply tilted her head in confusion. Izuku, also recently a news of a villain whom he defeated escaped, and knowing how bloodthirsty he can be, there is no doubt that he will become a member of the League. Now the curiosity of the Gorgon went through the roof, so if by chance it appears, how about having a new toy? He said with his kind smile, hiding the order and the darkness he represents. And flashback. Gorgon, oh what an interesting toy, he said as his eyes lit up the darkness of the night. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 17. Capitulo 6 Attique y Nuevas Caras. We find ourselves in another of the Tortu Cough sessions. The cough training, where each and every one of the members of the hero courses of the first year increases the power of their quirks, and for 3 in specific training is added with their magic. Previously the green-haired man asked about All Might in case of problems, but Aizawa assured him that the location was hidden and it would not be possible for them to be found. Likewise, Izuku informed him that in case of emergency Infurtia's help would be ready. When Aizawa asked for specifications, he only received an innocent smile from Izuku and an answer that he does not know if he feels terrified, proud, or if he needs to prevent Nizu from wanting to give lessons to the red-haired man. Since what he answered was, "Izuku, I'm tired of this league wanting to cause trouble, so don't bother anymore if you decide to set foot here," he said, keeping an innocent smile that hid the hidden message. Aizawa didn't know if he would have to say that murders are not something that heroes do and just go to sleep forever, but knowing that technically Izuku is over his jurisdiction, so he decided not to say anything. But while the Celestial Saints returned to the quirk training, the third member of that training was resting drinking water. Said green-haired man was simply waiting for his little observer to decide to approach. Said observer was none other than Izumi Kuta, Mandalay's nephew, who held in his hands a figurine of Izuku in his woolsard costume. "Izuku, hey kid," he said, getting the boy's attention, surprising him, "you can come and sit here." The boy, embarrassed to be discovered, went to Izuku with his eyes downcast, trying to hide his blush. Then he sat down and, still blushing, he avoided the look of the green hair, who was amused by how the boy behaved since it reminds him of what he was like at his age when he meets a hero. "Izuku, what's your name?" he asked with a smile, trying to comfort the little boy. "My name is Midoriya Izuku, delighted," he said, holding his hand to shake it. "Kota, I Izumi Kota," he said, shaking Izuku's hand, and, he said as he showed the figure to Izuku, "would you give me your autograph?" Izuku, smiling, simply nodded, and together with a notebook that the little boy had, he gave him his autograph, in addition to starting to talk to the boy since he is relatively familiar to him. Something that was resolved when Kota tells him something that surprised him. "Kota, you helped my parents, the water horses, when they came back and told me about a red-haired man who saved them. I wanted to meet you ever since. When I saw you at the UA festival I was excited, and when things started to come out about you, well," he said, blushing with embarrassment, but he still received a smile from the red-haired man. So the day continued with the students' training and with Izuku giving company to Kota, of course without abandoning his own training, so it was for 3 days until the Pussycats. "Mandalay, we'll have a test of courage today," said the red cat cheerfully. "Pixie Pop, the 1B players will be the first to scare. After all the 1A players pass, they will change their positions. Mina, this is going to be fun, yes," she said cheerfully, along with others, who curiously coincide with the people who failed the exam. "Aizawa, those who failed will be doing extra makeup classes," he said with his typical reluctant tone as he looked at the students. "Mina, it can't be," she shouted as she turned pale and ended up tied up with her teacher's capture scarf along with the rest. "Aizawa, you were warned that those who failed would have to suffer consequences. It's not my fault," he commented as he took his students away. "Mandalay, well, now the pairs will be made randomly," he said, trying to regain control and encourage the students who were a little down when they saw their classmates. The couples were in 8 groups. The first are Tokoyami Fumikage and Shoji Mizo. The second are Kugu Katsuki and Todoroki Shodo. The third are Jiro Kyoka and Hagakure Toru. The fourth are Yaoyorozu Momo and Aoyama Yuga. The fifth are Uraraka Achiko and Azui Tsu. The sixth are Ojiro Mashireo and, unfortunately, Mineta Minoru. The seventh are Ida Tenya and Kota Koji. And finally the eighth are Midoriya Izuku and Shield Melissa. Melissa Shield for the rest of the world. The exercise began normally, the members of Class 1B trying to scare those of Class 1A, and the last ones avoiding being scared, but something strange was happening. On one side of the forest a black smoke began to appear, along with a very strong smell of burning, while on the other side of the forest a strange pink mist spread through the forest. The cause of both events was Dabi, resting his hands on the trees to start a fire, and on the other side a boy who appeared to be even younger than the UA students wearing a gas mask with red lenses made to scare was releasing that same gas. But what the villains didn't know is that some of them wouldn't make it out of that mission alive, all as seen by eyes in the sky. Vancuria, Izuku-sama said to protect the students and have a little fun with them. He said and then let out a small malicious laugh. This will be fun to see, he mentioned to address his them. While with the students they were beginning to notice the attack itself. Ragdoll, the fourth member, was at the other end of the forest originally waiting for the students, but when his quirk began to detect other presences he decided to put himself on guard. But what she was not prepared for was that out of nowhere behind her a green Nomu, a purple helmet still showing its exposed brain and with a kind of teether. In addition to having 8 arms, 6 of them having mechanical cielas at the ends. Instead of hands, while the remaining 2 were as normal as the arms of a Nomu could be, he with a quick movement the Nomu tried to knock out the heroine but said he was dodged, but unfortunately that did not prevent the bloodshed, a wound in the left arm of the heroine that he luckily avoided being a loss of the member himself. The Nomu, like a beast without a mind of its own, tried to attack again, but unfortunately the movement was fast enough for the heroine to know where it would end up but not with the physical capabilities to dodge it, but instead of hitting flesh it sounded like they were hitting something made of bone. When Izuku-sama said that these Naimas or whatever they are called were strong, I didn't expect much. He said so that in a quick movement with his sword he managed to cut one of the arms in addition to pushing it back. Get out, human. I've been bored for a long time and this seems funny. When he said that, he lunged at the Nomu to continue the fight, even if it was more of a game for him. Sleipnir, Ragdoll, he said, surprising the aforementioned woman, I will accompany you to the safe house. Ragdoll nodded as she was accompanied by the supreme god. A short time later, together in the center where most of the students of Class 1A were along with the rest of the PP Cats, a strange force dragged Pixie Pop and then received a blow to the head from an object weapon in the hands of one of the villains, this being Magna. Magna, he-hoops. Spinner, greetings heroes, we are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains, tasked with carrying on Stain-sama's legacy, he said, proudly receiving a surprised look from Tenya, but everyone was left with their jaws on the ground. Was next. Izuku, please tell me that you don't agree with that stupid thought of that fanatical FING killer? I asked, annoyed, seeing how people followed Stain's stupid ideology. Spinner, how dare you? He shouted angrily, grabbing his weapon that is made of dozens of soft weapons tied together, but that weapon was destroyed in one blow by an individual who was hidden among the trees. Titan, if you want to live, stay still, he said seriously. Magna was alarmed to see how her partner was in danger, but before she could do anything she was hit from behind by Wyvern. Wyvern, no tricks, unless you want to have a one-way trip to hell, he said in his amused tone. Everyone was surprised, but the moment was broken when Mandalay realized that Koda was at his secret base, in the mountains, and Izuku decided to go there. Meanwhile, in the part where the students who had to do extra classes were, Aizawa was holding on to one of the villains who decided to attack. To be specific, the villain was Dabi, the cause of the fire. Unfortunately, because of a distraction by Aizawa when looking away from Dabi, the villain managed to get out of the grip, although it did not help much since before Eraserhead's surprised look Dabi was transformed into mud. It turned out that this Dabi was the result of the villain Twice's quirk. Dabi, it seems that your clone has disappeared, he said in his dry tone. Twice, that's because you're so weak. Don't worry, you're very strong, he commented, contradicting himself. Dabi, can you make another clone? I asked, looking at the cloner. Twice, and no, I don't want to. Of course, my friend, he said as he created the clone, but suddenly a voice was heard in which the humor in his tone of voice was noticeable. Ifrit, I see that your flames are quite hot. I hope you can have a little fun, but first, he said, and then laughed maliciously as his eyes lit up with power, and he threw a ball that seemed to be made of volcanic stone with a chain towards Twice. Twice, but what dash? He could not finish since he received a blow to the stomach with enough force to break several ribs, in addition to the heat emitted by it, possibly some second or third degree burn dash. Dabi, in an attempt to survive, launched a flame towards Ifrit which only made a growl of recognition and then received the attack fully, but something surprising happened. A part of the fire disappeared mysteriously, in addition to more smoke came out, but instead of smoke from something burned, but from smoke that something is boiling. That being was burning Dabi's fire in such a way that it is as if it evaporated, although it was only a part that if it received the blow it was equivalent to a hot bath for the god. who continued to advance as if nothing had happened, scaring the black-haired man when he saw that his attack did nothing to him. Ifrit, I have to admit it, human, I have felt your flames. A little lukewarm for my taste, but hey. The other end of the forest where the poisonous fog was Kendo Itsuka and Tetsu, looking for a way to stop that fog, where in the center of it was Mustard. At first everything was going relatively well. They found the villain and physically overcome him, in addition to the fact that with their gas masks they were protected, but everything went down the drain when the villain took out a revolver and shot Tetsu multiple times, but thanks to his quirk he managed to protect himself, even losing the mask. But before he managed to kill one of the two students of Class 1B, a kind of energy shot hit Mustard about 20 meters away and damaging him extremely. But the trees cushioned the blow, although it is not known if he will survive. Both Itsuka and Tetsu were amazed and a little scared by what had just happened. Sphinx, that will be enough, he said, calling the attention of the students. You'd better go to the safe area of the camp, he said, then adjusted his glasses. We'll take care of the rest. In the mountains of the Koda camp he could see smoke coming out of the trees. The little boy was scared since he did not know what was happening. It was all until a figure appeared behind him and approached. Muscular, what a cool cap, you exchange it for this stupid mask, he said in his bloodthirsty tone while taking off his mask, scaring Koda when he saw that this was the person who almost killed his parents. Koda, to you. Muscular, you look familiar. Do you like that pair of heroes? He said while one of his arms was filled with muscles. Well, then, I'll finish you off to show them not to bother me. When he mentioned that, he pounced on the boy. Show me your hingy. He couldn't continue as he was kicked in the face by Izuku. You! Din, this time I'm going to kill you, he shouted angrily when he saw our protagonist. Izuku didn't answer, he just looked at Muscular like a cockroach, turning his back on him and leading a surprised Koda and ignoring Muscular, who was in a state of insufferable rage. Muscular, how dare you ignore me, be? Izuku, I'm not going to spend my time with you, I say, angering the villain more. Besides, it's not me you should worry about, is it Gorgon? I ask what seemed to be nothingness until a voice was heard which gave the villain a shiver. Gorgon, that's Izukima, he said as he appeared behind him looking at him as if he were prey. Izuku, let's do the introductions, he said in his usual tone. Muscular, she is Gorgon, he said, and then put on an innocent smile. Your toy. Gorgon, thank you for such a good gift, Izuku-sama, she said with licking her lips ready to have fun with her toy. When Izuku and Koda left, screams of pain could be heard coming from the mountain throughout the camp. The villains thought it would be easy, that they could attack the UA without suffering consequences, but they couldn't have been more wrong. The gods decided to go and play with the villains, humiliating them and even torturing them to death. This was the case throughout the attack, although what neither side knew was that everything was seen by golden eyes that wanted a good fight. They could not do anything. They could not hurt the gods in any way and they were extremely injured. It could be considered a miracle that they are still alive, although that is more than the gods want to have fun. This continued for a long time until in the area where the villains originally planned to regroup, multiple portals emerged, where the villains regrouped. Confused as to why they are not in the bar, they realized when Izuku and the gods surrounding them appeared. Izuku took a step forward to approach the villains and extract the information from them, but what they did not expect was the fact that he activated a barrier locking Izuku with the villains. Dagon. Izuku-sama, this barrier is quite strong, it will take time for us to break it, he said as he examined the barrier, whereupon Izuku nodded, but they all quickly sensed an unknown presence nearby. Izuku, Yuzura, he said to transform and draw his sword blocking an incoming attack. The one quick movement Woolzard broke free and decided to counterattack being blocked by his adversary. Showing his great speed, Woolzard tried to attack from multiple angles, which was imitated by his opponent. They continued to clash weapons using the rest of the body parts to disarm their opponent. They continued until in a quick movement both were hit, ending up with Woolzard in front of his servants, with his back to the villains, while the mysterious opponent is in the same position with his back to everyone. Woolzard. Impressive, he said as they both stood up and Woolzard turned around to point his sword at him. You are someone very powerful and I respect that. I am Woolzard. What is your name, unknown warrior? The individual did not respond at first, first placing his weapon in the shape of a giant blade on his shoulder and then turning around and returning. My name. Zenitsu. Comment. Zero comment. Chapter 18. Capítulo 7 Lobo contra Lobo, Magia contra Odio, un inicio y un fin. In the bar where the Villain League is located, Shigaraki Tamura is found looking at the photos of the sports festival, simply waiting for the results of its new members. Of course, while he was thinking, Kurogiri decided to make an appearance. Kurogiri, do you think they will be able to accomplish the mission? Asked the bartender. Tamura, I would also like to know the answer to that, he answered. I would normally have quite good expectations for the result. Compared to the attack on the USJ, where everyone was simple level 1 NPCs against the final boss. Now our part has people with much more experience, he said, keeping his tone simple, until his eyes began to inject blood from rage when he saw the photo of the green-haired man. This Diamond Woolzard, this Diamond mini-boss, doesn't seem to have or at least follow the limitations that heroes have, he said, remembering his talk with him. Unlike the rest of this disgusting society, he does not hide in a mask of lies and hypocrisy. He says what he thinks and knows how to make things happen as he wants. I can't just attack like against any normal boss. A good strategy is necessary, he said to try to calm down. That's of course, if our party survives. Kurogiri, are they dispensable? I asked curiously. Tamura, do you think I'm so ruthless? He asked while laughing unamusedly. No. The problem is that if Woolzard is his adversary, he said while taking a drink of the drink Kurogiri gave him, he will possibly kill them or mark them for life. All this was heard by All for One, who was proud of his student to see how he had to mature in order to oppose a powerful enemy. All for One. Well, Tamura, well, he said, and then pressed a button and called his most loyal servant, Doctor. Prepare things in case of emergency and make sure Tamura is ready, he said to turn off the communicator. Something tells me that this will not end well, and the last time I felt something like this was with my fight with All Might. While in the camp, both opponents were watching and being on guard. They did not make any movement until after a simple breeze, a simple leaf fell slowly. As soon as it touched the ground, they both rushed at each other, colliding with their weapons. Both struggling warriors tried to show their superiority to their adversary, attempting to disarm the other and thus continue the battle, using more aggressive movements to force the other to loosen their grip, failing on the spot. Zenitsu attempted a diagonal cut from the bottom but was quickly blocked by Woolzard's shield. Trying to counteract, the knight attacked the unprotected side, which was covered by laying the evil wolf's weapon horizontally. Pushing the knight, Zenitsu tried to counterattack, but due to a shield blockade the blow was useless, and then tried to give a sword blow from the supposedly unprotected sides. But in a quick movement, Zenitsu moved away, avoiding the movement, and once again both forces of darkness collided. Both opponents were attacking with such high force and speed that only purple blotches could be seen, but what was actually happening could be seen as a deadly dance. Sparks could be seen when the weapons collided, small gusts of wind could be felt. This was a combat between two forces of Masiba destruction. In an attempt to gain space, Zenitsu jumped backwards, which Woolzard tried to take advantage of by throwing a Zazato to strike from a distance. Following his instincts, Zenitsu moved away from the trajectory of the invisible attack to throw him towards his enemy once again, blow after blow, cut after cut, and thus continue moving quickly, trying to mislead the other, but nothing worked. They always collided with the same ferocity. Zenitsu once again separated from Woolzard and began to make cuts in the hasty to throw energy cuts, shouting crescent wave. In the process, thanks to his shield, Woolzard managed to block most of the attack. Unfortunately, the trees in the forest did not survive the assault. The battle continued. No opponent seemed to be able to stop. None of the students or the few villains who remain conscious can fully see the combat. The speed of the warriors was almost impossible to follow. They could only see them clearly when they stopped when it was time to collide. Faster and stronger were the cuts until once again both adversaries were at both ends of the field. Dagon. It's impressive that this warrior is matching Izuku-sama's power. Sleipnir. The power it emits is similar to magic, but it is obvious that it is not. This barrier is proof of that. Sphinx. I don't remember anything about a warrior similar to this. Zenitsu. We will have to be careful in case more like him emerge, or their power increases. Both warriors were staying on guard, seemingly relaxed, but in reality they were both elated. Zenitsu hasn't felt so much adrenaline in centuries. Right now the Duke Org knows that he has found a powerful rival, a rival with whom he will want to battle until the end of time. For Izuku, this fight has been the greatest dose of adrenaline he has felt. The strength of his opponent is nothing one can laugh at, reminiscent of that of the gods, but with the difference that in case of mortal wounds there will be no pause, but a coup de grace. Knowing that he finally has an opponent who makes him feel those emotions, knows that Zenaku will be a powerful rival. Woolzard, you surprise me, Zenaku. You have been the opponent that has impressed me the most. Because of that you have my respect. Zenaku, I can say the same, Woolzard, but I think it's time to end this. Woolzard, I couldn't agree more. Both opponents decided to prepare their most powerful blows and thus end the fight. Zenaku's weapon expands into position while Woolzard concentrates dark energy into his sword by making a circle with them. Zenaku, Crescent Moon Blade. Woolzard, you are Yuguro. Zenaku, Woolzard, Moonlight Sonic Dark Magic Cut. Both opponents, charging their attacks with such power that even the ground began to break, threw themselves towards each other, both hitting their opponent to end up on opposite sides of the field. Even with their weapons in shape, if they had made the cut, no one could move when they saw the suspense. After 10 long seconds, the first to fall to his knees was Izuku, de-transforming in the process, with a large cut wound on the left side of his body which was dripping blood, which also came out of his mouth. Izuku, what a welled-up blow, is what I could say due to the pain dash. Everyone had thought the worst until they saw that Zenaku was also falling, having to stick his weapon into the ground for support, also having a large wound in the same area as Izuku. Zenwai, I mean, he said, and finally fainted next to Midoriya. Seeing that, Dagon ended up destroying the barrier, but before they could do anything, all the ground in the area was wrapped in Kurogiri's portals, taking the villains who were still alive along with Zenaku and Izuku. The attack ended, 15 students ended up unconscious, 2 villains dead, 1 villain missing, multiple injured but none seriously, and 1 student kidnapped. The news that a UA student was kidnapped spread very quickly. It is possible to cover up the deaths and the disappearance of the villains by lying in their state and leaving them as if they were simply locked up. The staff members were currently meeting to discuss how to act. Nizu, we have been too naive about threats. They started the war for the destruction of society, and this has been their first move. Midnight, even if we have recognized the threat, we could not have prepared. It has been a long time, and since All Might, that organized crime has been practically eliminated. Present Mike, the main point is that we have been attacked without us noticing. We were not even prepared. This piece has made us careless. Tashinori, while they were fighting, I was wasting my time. My own uselessness makes me furious, commented the peace symbol, annoyed by the cult of his limited time. Snipe, this has been Yui's biggest failure, the kidnapping of a student, in addition to making the festival after an attack. Although everything has been perfectly controlled by Infertia, we cannot stay the same. Our credibility went along with Midoriya. Nizu, in addition to the fact that the media are criticizing us in a certain way, I don't know why they chose Midoriya, but what we know is that they are trying something. Present Mike, since we are talking about credibility, I think it is obvious that there is a traitor among us. The location was hidden and only the staff knew about it. That caused a little discussion. Nizu, before continuing, I want to clarify that I have complete confidence with the members present here. The safety of our students is paramount, and in a matter of a traitor, remember that young Midoriya gave us access to all the members of Infertia. For the investigation he had in mind, Kirikage the ninja, and Garam the gremlin, both are good at tracking and incognito with Vancuria. Unfortunately, a call on All Might's cell phone interrupted the meeting, and because it was Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Naomasa, hi All Might, we are receiving an account of the events, plus we have important information. One of the individuals whose description matches what we have been given has been seen living in an abandoned building. Thanks to the fact that we have managed to link certain elements, we may succeed. We can find the League's hideout. All Might listened intently to his friend's comments, and when he learned that his strength is needed, All Might entered his muscular form, saying that he would be happy to help. In a bar on a seedy side you find the members of the League of Villains. You'd think they were prowling, that they've accomplished the mission and damaged the sight of the heroes in society, but they couldn't feel like they've won. The attack, it wasn't an attack, it was a massacre on their part. Mustard and Moonfish are dead because of how little they know. Muscular may also be, while they are extremely injured. Twice have 5 broken ribs and an arm, in addition to third-degree burns to the chest. Dobby was worse since several of the staples that held his skin ended up melting in his letter. Now on his left side he has a burn scar similar to Shoto's but more serious, in addition to having fractures in his arms. Himiko had bruises all over her body, multiple broken bones in addition to having lost an eye. She ended up facing a kind of blue toad and now she has a trauma with him. Mr. Compers has multiple bullet wounds all over his body, one being in his chest, one of the worst, as it was at a point where he was too close to the lungs and heart but still did not touch him. Practically the wound is made to hurt him more than anything else. His mission was simple, capture Bakugo and Tokoyami as they are possibly easier to influence, but he got none. Spinner has multiple elective burns in addition to a terrible cut on his back and lost it from one of his hands against Titan. Magna has cuts all over his body and multiple fractures. In addition to losing his weapon, he will have to look for another. In short, the villains cannot celebrate, because it was a complete failure since none of them fulfilled their mission. They only managed to kidnap one because the new one was strong enough to hurt him, and the worst thing is that he did not emerge unscathed either. They only captured him as he was exhausted and wounded. Tamura knew that it would not end well since he took into account the presence of Woolzard would be a problem. Apparently both he and the mini-boss got new more powerful characters, and what makes him angrier is that his are weaker, and seeing what state they ended up in they simply played with them. Meanwhile, in a room covered in stainless metal, super-resistant chains, next to a barrier that contains someone, that someone is Izuku, chained hand and foot, but for unknown reasons she is still in a position of meditation. Even being inside the bar you can see a purple aura with shades of black around it. Apparently the bar is specifically made so that it does not come out. This was observed by Zeneku who, like Izuku, has bandages on the side of his Arida and does not seem to suffer from the cut. Zeneku, I see that our combat hasn't affected you that much, he commented nonchalantly, drawing the red-haired man's attention. Izuku, true, he said as he ran his hand over the wound, I have to admit that finding someone of your level surprised me. Well, since we probably have a lot of time while they heal. So, who are you? He asked sincerely. He wanted to know who his opponent was and he only had one name and needed more. Zeneku, well, it makes sense that I share my origins. I am the Duke Org Zeneku, a member of an Oni clan, born out of the great amount of energy that hated humanity. I was the most powerful warrior that ever emerged. Unfortunately I was sealed in a mask, which a stupid human thought he could use to acquire my power and defeat Org. But because controlling me was impossible I was sealed by the Gao Rangers. Before Izuku's confused look I clarify, warriors chosen by the power of the earth and animals. Anyway, after 1,000 years locked up I was freed and once again I was able to face them once again, and after countless battles in our final confrontation, they managed to destroy me. That confused Izuku and he decided to make this confusion known. Izuku, and how come you are here if it were destroyed? I ask only to see how Zeneku smiled and tapped his horn. Zeneku, during the battle my horn was broken and a piece was lost on the battlefield. Even though it had been destroyed, my body was gradually channeling the hatred of the world. No matter how much time passes, human beings will not change and will hate. My horn was absorbing the hatred, trying at least to rebuild my mask. I was like this for hundreds of years until about 6 months ago. A man was looking for power and he managed to find the small fragment of my mask. I don't know how he managed to know what it hurt, but I do know that this man had power. He placed the piece of my mask on a man who looked more like an empty shell, and thanks to one of those quirks that you humans have, I was able to be reborn. Apparently the quirk that had the shell was one that allows you to absorb the negative energy generated by emotions, and thanks to that, he said to take a step and extend his arms in the form of an introduction. I was reborn. Izuku was looking at Zeneku in surprise. He was shocked to learn of the existence of other beings and other Sentai groups for the fight against evil. Izuku, I have to admit that it's impressive, although my doubt is, if you went from being a lone wolf to one with a I ask curiously with a raised eyebrow. There was no malice or mockery, just a legitimate doubt, which Zeneku did not answer, but a predator smile could be observed, answering the green-haired man indirectly. So it was for 2 days where Zeneku and Izuku talked. They, unlike the rest, did not take long to heal their wounds. In a police building there were different police officers and heroes. Among them heroes numbers 1, 2, 4 and 5, All Might, Endeavor, Beast Genist and Edge shot respectively. Naomesa, we have a very impressive lineup. Well, now, let's start the strategic encounter. Also in case of help, we have help that the members of Infertia offered us, he said while with his hand he presented the 4 kings of the underworld, causing a bad thorn to the heroes since they knew that they can perfectly kill without caring about anything. In the villain's bar, Izuku is found tied to a chair with special handcuff chains made of extremely resistant materials, as well as a small seal that Zenitsu says will limit his powers. After that, Shigaraki decided to appear and stare into Izuku's eyes, who seems as if he doesn't care about anything. Tamura, hi Wulzard, I'd like to make a deal. Meanwhile, in the news, it could be seen how Vlad King, Eraserhead and director Nizu apologized to the public. Aizawa, this time, our incompetence resulted in 27 of our freshman heroes being injured. Despite being an institution for the development of heroes, we were negligent in our defense against evil interests and have caused great anxiety within society. In the utmost sincerity, we humbly and respectfully apologize for our faults. Reporter, reporting with NHA, this is the 4th time this year for Yui Academy, where students have had contact with villains. This time, the students were injured. How do you explain this to families? Please tell us specifically what steps you have taken to address this issue. Nizu, we've strengthened security around the school, and we've re-examined the crime prevention system on campus. We are taking strong measures to ensure the safety of our students. That was the explanation given. While this was being done in the league bar, Izuku looked at Tamura as if he were a child who had said something stupid and didn't know how to tell him. Izuku, deal? I think you don't understand how things work, Shigaraki, he said, lowered the furious look of the villains, ignoring that he is tied. Your attack was a failure, it wasn't your goal. He looked away at the rest. Your new recruits didn't exactly end up unscathed, he said, looking back at Shigaraki. You're not in a position of power because things will be misrepresented as usual. Tamura, and wouldn't you like to change that? He said, causing an eyebrow raised from Izu. I know you have a little sadistic side, Wulzard, but this society limits you. The Commission of Heroes and its laws limit you. We can make the change together. You just need to say yes. There was silence for an indeterminate time where no one said anything and Izuku was with his eyes down with his eyes covered by his hair. Only Zenitsu knew what was going to happen, while all for one listened to everything with pride as he watched Tamura try to manipulate Izuku, the right words they would make anyone fall before him. Izuku. Everyone got confused when they heard a laugh. Ha! Oh Kami, I haven't heard anything more absurd in years, and I'm friends with Bakugo Katsuki. What do you limit me, please? The commission itself carried out its own grave. You simply have to bury the corpse in a good way to avoid chaos, the opposite of what you are looking for. Besides, why would I join a bunch of little boys throwing tantrums? Oh la sociedad no stici. That's how it's been since before. The quirks and will continue to be forever, it's human nature. I'm not going to join a group of rats who decide to do stupid things because their DMN brains don't think well. It's not even half normal that with everything you do you think you're right at all. As Izuku spoke, the villain's rage increased and Toga, unable to hold it anymore, saying it's not normal, lunged at Izuku, knife in hand. Himiko, shut up Dimabu. He couldn't continue because he felt as if something was going through him. While blood came out of his mouth, looking down he could see a part of a sword that came from Izuku. Now everyone was scared. Out of nowhere his hostage got up and stabbed one of his limbs. Izuku, as I said, I'm cowards. Instead of having the guts to do something and go against the tide of what this society tells you, you just behave like good dogs and listen to it. This situation could have been changed. You could have sent your problems to hell and moved forward. But you had to get innocent people in the way. You've behaved badly, you'll have to pay. Zazato, when he said that the body of the Toga ended up hitting the wall, ending up split in half, dying in the process. Absolute silence was the only thing in the bar. At most you could hear the interview in the background. A journalist wanted to get on Aizawa's nerves by commenting on the possibility of Izuku switching sides, which was contradicted by remarking that the villains were foolish for doing that. Izuku, Even the world realized your stupidity, he said while still holding the bloody sword. Now that it has been proven that you are good for nothing and one of you has already fallen. The sands of time have begun to fall and yours will not be very big. Meanwhile with the heroes. Endeavor, why do I have to come all the way here and clean up their mess? I'm pretty busy, you know? Beast Genist. Well, we were UA students, after all. Naomesa, the AU itself can't afford to turn to heroes right now. See the big picture. This incident can bring about the end of society as we know it, if we do not apply all our efforts to solve it. All Might, Midoriya Shonen is a very powerful thing, but they've shown that they have allies of a similar level, so we'll have to keep our guard up. Tiger, those villains tried to kidnap Ragdoll. If it wasn't for the kid I wouldn't know what happened. Naomesa, through our investigations we have found out the whereabouts of the kidnapping victim. We will use our main tactical team to prioritize the rescue of the victim. At the same time, we will take control of the other locations that are presumed to be lairs. In the process, we will cut off their escape routes and be able to catch the entire group at once. Nares, we will take care of the other location, said the only woman of the kings. It was the Infertia who were in charge of finding it, and unlike the other one that one is completely abandoned, there is the possibility that those Nomis are present. At shot, are you sure? He asked a little worriedly. Shichijuru, don't worry, everything will be under control. The heroes nodded to that. Gran Torino, Toshinori. It's the reason why you took someone like me out of retirement unexpectedly. All Might, what do you mean by, someone like me? Gran Torino. If the situation has reached this point, it's because he started moving too. Gran Torino, all for one. Naomesa, this time it's a speed battle. Don't give the villains time to do anything. The director is not giving time, the villains do not expect us to attack. Let's hit them back, now, it's time to counterattack. All Might, time to tip the scales, heroes, said the peace symbol as he looked seriously at the building and a drop of sweat passed over his head. Inside the bar. Izuku, well Tamura, he said, calling the aforementioned man's attention, I find it curious that All for One has not made an appearance, he said to hear something in the background. Apparently it won't be necessary, he said, making his sword disappear. Pizza? All Might, Kings, shouted the peace symbol as he walked through the wall. Spinner, but what? Tamura, Kurogiri. Kamui Woods, prison of chains, he said in the words of the Spaniards. All Might, as expected of the talented young man from Kamui Woods. And also of the veteran Gran Torino. And now you can't run away, League of Villains. And do you know why? Because we have arrived. So the rest of the heroes entered the building along with some policemen. Izuku, thank you All Might, although, I said pointing to Toga's remains, I went a little ahead, he said making All Might's smile loosen a little and then recover it. Tamura, nananananananananano, they ruined everything. Kurogiri brings the Nomis. Kurogiri, I'm sorry Shigaraki Tamura, but the Nomis are gone. Meanwhile in the other location the kings of the underworld destroy Nomis on all sides, in addition to starting to destroy the facilities. Bullrates, this seems too easy to me. Yet easy, for someone over 200 years old, it seems like a very beginner's move. Bullrates, right, keep your guard up. At the bar. All Might, it's over, it's the ND, Shigaraki Tamura. Tamura, no, I'm going to destroy all that Kuro CRP, but he couldn't finish since the ninja hero knocked him out. Gran Torino, Hikishi Kenji, Seiko Atsuhiro, Iguchi Shuichi, Bubagara Jin. He looked at the corpse of the blonde but said nothing, there's nowhere to flee. Hey Shigaraki. You'd like to wonder where exactly your boss is, the veteran said as Tamura fell silent. Izuku, he didn't forget the pyromaniac Tonino, he said pointing at the aforementioned and calling everyone's attention villain Dabi, or also, he said with a cruel smile and with purple eyes, previously known as Todoroki Tuya, eldest son of Endeavor. Everyone was shocked. Come on. Immeasurable hatred to Endeavor if his looks say so, a quirk very similar to the one that caused the death of the firstborn Todoroki and of course the similarities he has physically with the rest of the family. Now everyone was amazed by the Midoriya's deduction. All Might, well Shigaraki, where's your Tamura, I hate you. He shouted as Nomus appeared from a strange gray goo. Everyone is alarmed to see that there were Nomus, but Kurogiri was fainting, even more were coming out, and Izuku felt something strange. All Might, I shout, calling the attention of the aforementioned company. He couldn't continue because the same goo wrapped him from his mouth along with the rest of the league. All Might, 2 minutes earlier in Kamino. Hundreds of Nomus corpses could be seen. The kings kept their guard up as they did not know what they were finding. So this is the power of Infertia? I'm very surprised, he said, calling the attention of the kings, putting them on their guard. Nares, you must be that all for one. Shichidru, I didn't think you would come so quickly, but hey, he said, drawing his sword. All for one, just when Tamura was starting to think. And to lead the rest. If possible, I'd rather you stop interfering. The same. Let's put an end to this, he said to prepare his attack. It was devastated, multiple buildings and the entire terrain were desolate. The power of the attack was such that 3 out of 4 kings ended up on the ground completely sore. The only one who could moderately endure was Yeti, but that does not mean that he could even stand up. All for one. Bravo, bravo, this attack would have wiped out most of the existing heroes. Possibly the top 5 can survive, but you are a nuisance to Tamura's growth. Suddenly more of that grayish substance appeared out of nowhere where all the members of the league emerged next to Midoriya, but only he and Zenitsu remained standing. The rest were on the ground spitting the taste out of their mouths. All for one. I'm fascinated by you, Midoriya, he said to look at the rest. It seems that you have failed again, Tamura. But you shouldn't give up at all. All you need to do is try again. I've brought your companions back. And also this boy, as they said, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Try it as many times as you like. That's what I'm here for. It's for your good. Izuku, so you're all for one, I said, calling his attention. Now I understand why you are the symbol of evil. That caused a small laugh from the villain, and apparently we have company. When he did that, All Might appeared punching the villain, who stopped him with one hand. Then All Might tried to use the other arm and the result was the same as the first. All Might, I'm going to make you return them all for one. All for one. Are you going to kill me again, All Might? You did take your time getting here, right? Then they finished the clash. The bar is not more than 5 kilometers from here. It took you a good 30 seconds after I sent the Nomo for you to arrive. You've softened, huh, All Might? All Might, look who says it. What's the problem with that industrial mask you're wearing? Don't you think you're trying too hard? I won't make the same mistake I made 5 years ago. All for one. This time, you'll be locked up for good. Along with your puppet league. All for one. That didn't work, we have a lot to do. How difficult. For both of us, he said as his arms swelled into a destructive quirks combination. While the 2 symbols of society fought, the rest of the members of the league tried to stabilize themselves. Unfortunately for them, Yeti wanted to wear down his rage at having lost against the symbol of evil. And during those 2 confrontations, Zenitsu and Izuku were mere spectators. This was the case for 2 minutes until after sharing a few glances they laughed lightly, calling the attention of the villains and lightly that of the symbols. Zenitsu, I think it would be better to continue with our previous dispute, don't you think? Izuku, you're very right, he said with a smile, avoiding an ascending cut from the Duke Org. Patience, Zenitsu, patience. Yuza Uru Yuzara. A dark circle appeared under the green hair where a pillar of dark magic rose to the sky. Howls of wolves were heard in the air. 2 of them threw themselves into Izuku's outstretched arms to pierce him, leaving the arms of his armor. A third did the same with the chest part, causing the rest of the armor to appear. And finally a wolf's head emerged to bite Izuku's head, showing his helmet. Born in darkness, coming from darkness, dark magician, Woolzard. A wave of energy which surprised everyone hit his opponents hard. Uru Zazure. I have accumulated and practiced enough power with Barikian. Behold the power of the king of demons. Yuza Duza Uru Zanga. Meijin Gatai Wulkazer. Zengu. He, born of the hatred of humanity, Duke Orgza. As with Izuku, a shockwave hit everyone. The 2 rivals clashed with each other once again, and this time the battle became of titanic proportions. The symbol of evil, the symbol of peace, the living representation of hatred and ruler of hell, fighting in a 2-on-2, where possibly the fate of humanity was in the middle. Thanks to Izuku's words, All Might knew that it was not necessary to hold back, so that made him go to 100% of his power. During the match, All for One managed to push the surviving members of the League away, causing Tamura to swear revenge against All Might and Izuku. The combat continued with the same intensity. Unfortunately, All Might was against the clock. Because of that, after blocking a direct attack to avoid civilian losses, All Might ended up in his thin form. Adding to his previous wounds, he could barely stand. The worst could be considered that his fight was broadcast to the entire country and the shocked expressions of the inhabitants of Japan. All for One. Let's expose to the world that miserable real form of yours, my dear peace symbol. Those drained cheekbones. Those sunken eyes. A pathetic excuse from a superior hero I have ever seen. But don't be ashamed, it's your true form after all, isn't it? All Might, even if my body decays and weakens, and the world sees me in this state, my spirit does not give up. I am still the symbol of peace. And there's nothing you can do to take even a fragment of it away from me. All for One, magnificent. You impressed me. I'd forgotten how much you look like a stubborn brat. In that case, I hope this doesn't dampen your spirit. I have something to tell you. Shigaraki Tamura is the grandson of Shimura Nana. That left All Mighty in complete shock. The family of his teacher and mother figure has been transformed into a villain. All for One. Well, while our friend completely loses his flame of hope, don't you think it would be nice to get rid of Midoriya, my dear Zenaku? He said while he had the two individuals in his sights waiting for his servant to obey him. Unfortunately, at a dizzying speed, both wolf users disappeared and then appeared through both lungs of the villain. I cry in pain as blood came out of the wounds. What? Zenaku, I never said I would be your servant, he said while laughing. Woolzard, it's time to end your reign, you demon cockroach, as he said that both warriors broke away and pushed him back. Woolzard, Zenaku, say goodbye all for one, they said in unison to prepare their attacks. Yuza does a Uru Yugoro Crescent Moon Blade Bari Javelin. Dark Magic Cut. Moonlight Sonic. Both attacks collided with the villain with such force that it ended up destroying his body, generating exposure in the process. Zenaku in a quick movement positioned himself at one end of the building, pointing his weapon at Izuku. Zenaku, Woolzard, you have won this fight, but do not think that you will be the victor of our war. Woolzard, aiming with his spear, I say the same. This has only been one of many, the final fight will come soon. Zenaku nodded into the shadows, and after a deathly silence the people began to worship as they saw not only the combat of the symbol of peace, but also between two warriors who were as powerful as they were, ending with the defeat of the most terrifying villain he had ever seen. Two symbols fell that day and two new ones caught the attention of the forces of good and evil. How will this end?